we welcome you to our coverage of the 107th Indianapolis 500 on NBC. The famed pagoda there, all the fans here, good morning. Mike Tirico, welcome back to Indy. We're standing on a famed yard of bricks outside the pagoda in the plaza where a lot of these folks, estimated 325,000 fans, they've been gathering all morning. So the story of the bricks, I think you know it, over 3 million of them once covered the entire. Oh, it's just a 1 yard ribbon running all the way inside to where history will be made at the start-finish line. Days about the race, good morning. Days about the fans as well, making their way to the nice seats here, all there, getting their spot for the greatest spectacle in racing. We have bucket list first-timers, folks who've been coming for a half century. They're all set to watch the sport's crown jewel of a series that really finds itself in a great moment. IndyCar has well-known veteran drivers and young, rising, exciting stars. Both groups are equally represented as favorites to win today's race. The drivers shortly are going to be introduced and emerge into this incredible scene. Fans everywhere waiting to watch the largest single-day sporting event in the world. And someone who has lived it and made history at Indy, Danica Patrick, drove in the 500 8 times. You've been coming here for years. Welcome back to Indy, Danica.
Thank you very much. Yes, I've been coming here for many, many years. I started when I was 14 years old. And you know what's so special about Indy is the feeling you get. It's almost indescribable, whether I'm driving in through the tunnel at night and I see the pagoda lit up in blue, or outside of Turn 4 when I was 14 years old, strapped into one of these rocket ships while I was driving, or at the end of pit lane where we're going to be sitting for the start of the race and throughout. It is no bad seat in the house, and every single time, 14 to 41, still in awe.
We have great conditions for the race today as well. It is overcast, which actually might keep the track temp down as we go through the afternoon. We have no rain in the forecast, always a big note. The temperature right now in the low 70s, but you see that track temp at 87 and low winds. It could be really good conditions for a terrific race. Speaking of the race, let's check in with our team calling the race. Lee Diffie and two drivers with plenty of IndyCar experience, especially here at the 500. Townsend Bell and James Hinchcliffe. Happy race day, Diff.
Mike, Danica, happy race day to you. What an atmosphere, what a vibe as we are getting closer and closer to the start of the greatest spectacle in racing. You know, there are 14 different nationalities represented here across the 33 drivers. They do plenty of other races across the season, but they think about this on an annual basis. As soon as the checkered flag falls, they're preparing for the next Indianapolis 500. T-Bell, you've done 10 of these. What are we going to see today?
You're going to see a fierce pace, and that's what the story of this month has been all about, is speed. Record speeds on the front row, the closest field we have ever seen on the front row. Everybody's going to be pushing hard. Mike talked about the track temperature. It's low right now. That brings the field even closer together. It's going to be an absolute barn burner.
This man here, James Hinchcliffe, has led the field to green. He won the pole position in the 100th running of the Indianapolis 500. Two-part question. What's that like, and how difficult is this thing to win?
Well, I mean, that's such an incredible thrill for a driver to come out of Turn 4 to get the green flag. Clear view of Turn 1, 32 cars behind you. It's an emotional moment, and Alex Palou is going to enjoy that today. What does it take to win the race? That's a different question. We talk a lot about how hard it is just to win a single normal IndyCar race. You have to be picture perfect on the track, in the pits, with the strategy, everything. The Indy 500 is 2, sometimes 3 times as long as your average IndyCar race. So you have to do that same level of perfection 3 times consecutively on the same day. That's such a huge challenge for these drivers and teams, and that's why this is the hardest race in the world to win.
For the biggest day in racing, we've brought the whole family. Let's say good morning to Marty Snyder.
Good morning, Diff, and happy race day to you guys as well. So let's start talking about some of the favorites for today's race with the front row, which is the youngest and fastest front row in Indianapolis 500 history. Felix Rosenqvist finished 4th in this race last year. Rinus VeeKay, always a threat to win the 500, but he told me he needs to unlock the secrets of the last quarter of the race. And Alex Palou, the favorite, who finished 2nd to Helio Castroneves a few years ago, he told me ever since that moment, he's been trying to get back there with the best car at the end of the race. And Kevin Lee, many people think he does have that this afternoon.
Marty, here on row 2, there are a pair of fast and fearless 24-year-olds. And then you have the legend, Scott Dixon, still in his prime. He won this race 15 years ago, has been in the mix every year. Only AJ Foyt has more IndyCar wins. He desperately wants number 2. Pato O'Ward finished second in this race last year. And then there's Santino Ferrucci, starting 4th for AJ Foyt. Best starting position for a Foyt car in 22 years. He told me if I'm in a position like Pato, second going for the win on the last lap, it is full send to Dylan Welch.
Kevin, row 1, and most of row 2 is about the young superstars. Row 3, all about the Steely veterans, the most experienced row in the field. Alexander Rossi, 2016 victor, making his 8th start today. Takuma Sato in the middle of row 3 has won this race twice, starting it for the 15th time. And fan favorite Tony Kanaan, who won in 2013, embarking on his 22nd and final Indianapolis 500 today. These 3 all know how to be in contention at the end of this race, and this month they all 3 have the speed to win the 107th Indianapolis 500. Dave Burns.
Dylan, you are going to see some energy coming from row number 4, starting with the red and white number 8 of Marcus Ericsson. He won this race last year. He started 2023 with a win in the opening event at St. Petersburg, Florida. Middle of the row, the unmistakable Coyote Orange number 55 of Benjamin Peterson. He's the fastest one-lap rookie ever, and he's trying to win today for AJ Foyt Racing. And on the outside of row number 4, Will Power. A lot of people are saying that Will is the fastest of the Penske cars. We'll see about that. He told Lee Diffie earlier today he was going to ease into it. I don't know about that. We'll see if that happens. One place you can never ease into is the Snake Pit, and that's where we find Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Steve Letarte.
That's right, Dave, the Snake Pit. They say that Indy 500 is the greatest spectacle in racing. Well, this is the greatest spectacle in raging. There is no bigger party anywhere in motorsports, 25,000 plus strong, and they've been here, Steve, since 7:30 in the morning.
I've read about it, I've seen the videos. Nothing prepared me for this. I thought 33 Indy cars screaming to the green flag is the loudest thing I would see. I'm wrong. It's this party. A younger version of myself is envious. Now today, the older versions of ourselves, I think we're a little happier on this stage. These youngsters are having a blast. It is a heck of a party.
Yeah, I've been here a few years, and I'm so glad to be enjoying this experience with your first time, buddy. It's going to be a lot of fun. Mike, it's going to be a great day today.
Can't wait. I hope some of those folks stay and actually see some of the race. They're having a good time. Been here for a couple of hours. As you can see, a lot going on, but at the center of it all, the race. 500 miles, 33 drivers, and 1 guaranteed place in history.
Hello, my friend. Winning the Indy 500 truly would be a dream for anybody. It's something that everyone dreams of.
I'd be lying if I said that I didn't dream about this last night.
If I can be on this, that would be an absolute dream come true.
This is your dream. This is where you want to be. There's nothing like the Indy 500.
The energy, the volume of people, unbelievable.
You just get these amazing feelings that no other race in the world really gives you. It is the greatest race in the world. It's the toughest race to win.
It's crossing that line and knowing that I've accomplished something that's going to be in history.
No one ever forgets that you won the Indy 500. A life would change.
And maybe who I am, it changed my life.
One day, when I look at the trophy, I see my face on it.
Cannot wait to have my face on the Borg trophy.
My face is going to be on there one day.
Hi there, everybody. We have an incredible week coming up on the Today Show.
We do. Some of Hollywood's biggest stars are here. Jessica Chastain, Sydney Sweeney, and Robert De Niro all stopping by.
Then a live concert out on the plaza from Big Time Rush.
It all happens this week right here on Today.
You never know who's going to show up. Savannah, Hoda, and the family from Today. 4-time Indy 500 winner Helio Castroneves celebrated his 48th birthday with the Today Show crew and the Borg Warner Trophy. The day he joined the 4-time Winners Club 2 years ago was one for the ages.
Yeah, baby, bring it home.
I never stopped believing, and I can't believe that happened. It was destiny for sure.
Welcome to the 4-time club, Helio Castroneves!
Crossing that finish line, and I even remember saying just to myself, screaming, "Can you believe it? We did it!"
That's what I'm talking about! Woo! Let's climb the fence, everyone! Woo!
That was a special moment, and just a perfect testimony that people work hard, understand that, you know, sometimes they go through difficult scenarios. If it's meant to be, will be.
Can you imagine if today is the day for number 5, Helio Castroneves, starting middle of row 7, trying to become the first 5-time winner of the world's biggest race. He's one of 4 drivers to win this race 4 times, alongside American racing legends AJ Foyt, Rick Mears and the late Al Unser Sr. 6 more have won 3 times at Indianapolis. And then you have the 2-time winners, 10 of them in total, including Takuma Sato, who you will see in the field today. Today's field includes 9 past Indy 500 champs. That's 1 shy of the all-time record, 10 in '92. LAO among them, as is fellow Brazilian Tony Kanaan. TK won this race back in 2013. The 48-year-old says this is his last Indy 500. It's been a great story of family throughout this week for TK as he gets set for his 22nd and likely final run at the Brickyard. He's standing by now with Marty Snyder.
Well, for almost a year now, people have been asking Tony Kanaan how he would feel on race day. Well, TK, race day is here. What are the emotions like?
Hi. I mean, I've cried this morning with some videos of friends. You guys from NBC post something really cool on social media. It made me cry. And it's just, I've been hydrating a little extra, I have to say. But I'm ready. I'm ready for this moment. I think the toughest one is gonna go walk out there right now. But after that, it's gonna be fun.
TK, you told me in a conversation we had Friday that you're at peace. What puts you at ease?
You know, I think the biggest question is why are you retiring when you're doing so good? And I think it's a human expectation that we need to do bad to be able to go. And I think this is the way I wanted it to go. I'm in peace because I know I'm going to leave everything out there. I know these people are going to support me. I know the love that I get from you guys. And it's a good feeling. Am I going to miss it? I was going to miss it even if I retire 10 years from now. So you're always going to miss it. So I'm in peace. I'm going to enjoy everything I can. And despite, no matter what happens today, I'm going to celebrate.
You mentioned walking out to Gasoline Alley. What will be the toughest part of this day?
Driver's intro, I think. And then depending on the outcome of the race. But I think let's go by 2 steps. Driver's intro, and then at the end of the race, for sure, whatever the result is, I think is going to be very emotional.
Lee, I asked him on Friday, I said, can you go out a winner? He said 100%, absolutely.
I know many of you watching have met Tony Kanaan over the years at races all over the country and the world. Tony is diminutive in stature, but he has a colossal heart. He is a bona fide legend of the sport. He's won more than $10 million here in prize money at the Indianapolis 500. But Hench, today is his 22nd and final Indy 500. What's that going to be like?
It's going to be tough to watch, honestly, because he's been such a staple of this event for so long. Every year at driver intros, the 300,000+ fans give Tony Kanaan the biggest cheer of the crowd. It doesn't matter who won it last time or if there's a 4-time winner in the field. Sorry, Elio. This is going to be an incredible moment for him. And after the career that he's had, not just here at the Speedway, but over the course of his entire IndyCar, all 388 starts, this is definitely a very special moment.
It's really hard for me to wrap my head around this reality. Tony's last 500. But the question I have as we get into race time here is how does the energy of those 300,000 fans, how does that affect Tony Kanaan in the cockpit? He joked about hydrating for tears. I think it's going to be so cool if he's in the top 5 at the closing stages like he was last year. That 300,000 person energy is going to get him to do big, bold things. He will not be lifting if it is him and the leader going into turn 1 this year.
And maybe, just maybe, that leader is going to be the guy who sits on the pole position in the American Legion Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing. That's Alex Palou. He's with Dave Burns.
Yep, fastest 4-lap average ever at the Speedway, so we know that Alex Palou is fast. A lot of folks have been saying that you guys know something in race trim that nobody else knows. How does it feel to have the best cars?
Oh, it feels amazing. We had an amazing month of May. The CGR group worked amazingly, and yeah, it's true. We have really fast cars, but these races, you know how competitive it is and how hard it is to win. So yeah, we'll try and do the best we can every single lap, and getting ready for those last 10 to 5 laps, which are the most important ones.
Yeah, they're the most fun to watch too. By the way, he finished first here a couple of weeks ago in the GP that was on the road course here, and he won the People Ready Force for Good Challenge, an extra $10,000 to your charity, which is the American Legion. What kind of good things can they do with an extra 10 grand?
Oh yeah, it was awesome to win with the American Legion, be the one car. It will go entirely to our veterans, and it will help save veterans' lives. That's what we do with the Be the One initiative. It's been working really well, and having the car up front, I'm sure that helps a lot. So hopefully today we can give them a little bit more. I have a huge support, and they have all my support as well.
Good luck today and great support on Memorial Day weekend. Mike and Danica, I don't think you can ask for much more out of the pole sitter.
Absolutely not. There's the car right behind us there, 234.217 miles per hour, the average qualifying speed, fastest ever. What has made this car and that driver so good at Indy the last few years?
Man, Mike, I think he's just good everywhere. I mean, he won the championship in his second season in IndyCar. He nearly won this race until Elio passed him for his 4th win. So I think he's my pick. I think he's going to do it today. He's fast everywhere, and he has a real sense of maturity. Those things so early in his IndyCar career, and he looks up to Scott Dixon. He's referred to him in his sort of demeanor, which means he's cool, calm, and you talk about what is it at Indy? Mature. You need maturity and patience, but you've got to have that little bit of killer instinct, which is something he's got too.
You think this car wins?
I do.
You gave us the winner 18 minutes into the show. There you go. But stay tuned. We got a lot more to go. We mentioned it earlier, Pelot carrying a special organization on his car, the American Legion. That's the official charity partner of IndyCar. At each race, thanks veterans for their service by offering free water, personalized lanyards, other giveaways, and most importantly, a veteran service officer on site to help with their VA benefits. The Legion also highlights veterans who work in motorsports. Some great stories, more to share. If you'd like to do that, visit legion.org. The special work of the American Legion on display and on the pole at this Indy 500. The party rolls on back to the Snake Pit. We've checked in with Dale Jr. and Steve Letarte. We're going to do that again as the greatest party and the greatest day in racing roll on from Indianapolis after this. Go! All season, Hy-Vee and Gatorade are offering race fans the chance to win a 2023 Chevy Corvette. And yesterday, the first of 4 were handed out. So congratulations to Jose Castro from San Antonio. Now you can drive away with one, scan that QR code, or search for Hy-Vee Corvette giveaway online. The next winner will be revealed at the Hy-Vee IndyCar race weekend at Iowa Speedway in July. Way to go, Jose. Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it's huge. How big? Well, some of the venues we're going to be visiting on NBC can all fit inside of here. Roland Garros, the French starts today. The Etihad, where Man City won the Premier League. Arrowhead, our opener in the NFL. Notre Dame Stadium, all fall, along with the Big Ten. Beaver Stadium fits in here, and our Sunday night opener, Dallas and the Giants in MetLife. Room for all of that, and a heck of a party, too, over in Turn 3. The Snake Pit. Party's been going all weekend. And Dale Jr. and Steve in the middle of it. It would be what the kids say lit right about now, boys.
Lit is an understatement. The party rages on. While this party is currently supported and put on by the racetrack, Dale, the Snake Pit wasn't created by the racetrack. This party was created by the fans, and it started decades ago.
It did. It actually started over in Turn 1. Been going on forever. In the 70s, though, Steve, things got pretty rowdy. Not in a great way. A lot of arrests, probably 25 to 75 arrests every year. And then they moved over to Turn 4. Finally, the racetrack, after trying to shut it down for years, embraced the Snake Pit. In 2010, they set it up over here in Turn 3, and it is what we know today.
Well, when you have a big event and you have a big party, you got, well, big celebrities. My man Titus from the WWE is here. He's big. He's loud. Titus, you said you were here last year. It's my first year. This is crazy.
Yes, well, since it's your first year, I brought you an honorary Snake Pit membership. I was the Snake Pit Grand Marshal last year, and yes, it is a wild party. It's a wild event, the 107th running of the Indy 500. I'm so happy to be back here with you. You still owe me some barbecue in Charlotte, but we ain't gonna talk about that on air.
Hey, so Titus, you have been to the Indy 500 before. You've been to other motorsports events. You're becoming quite the fan. You got to pick today.
I got to pick Renus BK. Renus BK, he's been training hard. He's made some adjustments. Last year, he was winning a majority of the race and then had that unfortunate crash. Got a chance to spend some time with him yesterday. He did a Celtic warrior workout with my man Seamus. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's ready, he's more focused, and I believe Renus BK is going to be your winner of the Indy 500 this year.
Man, I like a guy with a pick. So WWE is always around. It's always entertaining. What do you have going?
Tonight we got NXT Battleground live only on Peacock. You got to be here. I got my man Terry the Tiger in here. Terry the Tiger.
You got to be the man to beat the man. Welcome, Indiana.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
The Indy 500, you're going to see lots of celebrities like Titus around. I think there's another one in town. Rutledge, where you at?
Oh, Dale, you know, today this is the place to be, especially if you love cars. Now, if you love cars, you might have had something like this when you were a kid. And if this Hot Wheels looks familiar to you, that's because it's actually based on the 2011 Baja truck that set a world record distance jump here at the Indy 500. My friend Tanner Faust was driving, and guess what? We've got the real thing right here. Check it out. This amazing truck was designed by Ryu Asada. It was supposed to look like a jet fighter combined with a dragon. And when Tanner was flying through the air, you really understood it. Now, if you love Hot Wheels, then you're going to love our new show, Hot Wheels Ultimate Challenge, that turns regular cars into life-size Hot Wheels like this. And it's all about grabbing inspiration from those ordinary cars, from maybe it's a skate park. It could be a wrestling ring for Titus. I mean, it's anything you can imagine. Plus, the show is loaded with celebrity guest judges like Jay Leno, Terry Crews, and Anthony Anderson. Take a look at some of the incredible designs.
Get ready for out-of-this-world, life-size Hot Wheels. Welcome to Hot Wheels Ultimate Challenge, the competition where if you can dream it, we can build it.
I want those cars as shiny as my head. That's real shiny.
It's going to be like no car has ever been built before.
It is the future.
There we go.
I'll be judging fastly and furiously.
And I'll be judging you personally.
Hot Wheels Ultimate Challenge premieres Tuesday after AGT on NBC.
Catch the premiere of our new show, Hot Wheels Ultimate Challenge, Tuesday night on NBC, 10 p.m., right after America's #1 summer show, America's Got Talent. Mike?
Right, we can't wait. America's Got Talent, then America Gets Rut. We look forward to that Tuesday night on NBC. So you got the Hot Wheels, you got the Snake Pit, the concert, you got Titus. You've got atmosphere everywhere here around Indianapolis and the 500 as we get set for the greatest spectacle in racing set to come your way here in a little bit. As we come back, there's more, including Scott Dixon, a chance for Dixon, one of the best ever, to find a second Indy 500 title. We'll hear from Scott as we continue on the pre-race show in just a moment.
I've definitely, I think, survived a few. I think Indianapolis in 2017, the big one.
One top, on the top right there, on the top, load.
Trouble, oh my goodness, what a huge crash. Scott Dixon is in it. There is Dixon, look at that car.
There's nothing left of the back.
That one was kind of strange just because there was so much airtime. You know, I had a lot of time to think about where this car's going, what the possibilities could be, and when you start heading towards the catch fence, that's, you know, the last thing you want to be doing. It's a bit of a cheese grater, especially with you know, these carbon fiber cars.
Incredible fortune.
He went right under it.
Been very lucky, but those moments definitely register, and you don't forget about them. You try to block them out as much as possible, but we're very lucky that we live in an era that we do now with the safety that these cars have.
A survivor in 2017, a winner in 2008, Scott Dixon. He knows the highs and lows of Indy all too well. Look at these numbers. He is one of the best ever. Second all-time in series championships, in race wins, in Indy 500 poles. No one has led more laps in the history of the 500 than Scott Dixon, but he's just won once. Will he find number 2 today? Here's Dixon with Marty Snyder.
Well, Scott Dixon's pretty much seen it all here at the Indianapolis 500, the one win back in 2008, but 15 years between then and now. How have you gotten over some of the tougher losses you've had here, Scott?
I'm not sure you ever do, but no, that's what drives you. But it's you know, it's such a special place. It's so cool to be here and be in, you know, the field of 33. So as I've said many a times, this place owes me nothing. You just got to, you know, keep knocking on that door, and hopefully it'll open again. You know, I'm very privileged to have you know, won it once, but of course once you win it once, you know what you get and what you feel from that, you want it again. So we'll try our hardest today. You know, if I can't win, I hope it's one of my teammates. We've got a strong team here with Chip Ganassi Racing, but hopefully we can celebrate drinking some milk with the PNC Bank number 9.
We have talked about you having really the best car the last 3 years. How tough would it be, though, Scott, to come back a 4th straight year and have the car to beat in the field?
You know, it's not meant to be easy, right? It's the hardest and the biggest race in the world. So, you know, as I said, we'll try our hardest. As long as I come out of today knowing I left everything on the track, then I'll be happy. You know, a lot happier if we're drinking milk, but you know, we'll see where it goes. But excited to be here, excited that we got great cars, and hopefully one of us can win it.
When I asked him earlier this week, does he have one of the best cars? He said, yeah, probably, but the problem is our teammates have some of the best cars as well.
Marty, I appreciate his perspective. And Danica, we just showed all the numbers, and you raced against Scott Dixon. He's one of the best, and he's won Indy, so it's not like he's the guy who hasn't won the big one, but we do talk about it that way. Why is that?
Because he has 53 wins and 6 championships, and he's been in position to win here so many times. So that's why we talk about why hasn't he won more, and he's asking that same question. But I tell you what, the kickers are the ones that are within your control. So I'm sure since speeding on pit lane was probably why he didn't win the last one, that's one of those that sticks to you like glue. You're like, oh, you can't help the ones where accidents happen or failures, but when it's within your hands, you try and do such a good job. And he's so clean. He's so consistent. He's so methodical. He's the Iceman. But he caught a little fire last time.
Well, you mentioned pit lane. Can I ask you about that? Because we've been sitting up on the Peacock pit box the last few years. Will again for the race today. Everything usually happens and takes place in this pit lane. Why is pit lane at Indy so influential in what happens in this race?
Well, there are twice as many stops as any other race, so of course when you just put that into context, the ratio of issues go up. But you also have such a close proximity in pit lane. And it's the Indy 500, so, you know, your right front is going to send you, right? They're going to send you as quick as they can, but there's not always room because it's such a narrow pit lane. There's a lot of factors going into pit lane here at Indy.
We've had incidents there over the last few years. Fortunately, there haven't been very many incidents this May at Indianapolis. One on Monday led to one of today's big storylines. Let's take you back a week ago in qualifying. Graham Rahal was bumped from the field by Jack Harvey, his teammate. It was a very emotional scene. Then, in practice on Monday, Catherine Legg and Stephen Wilson involved in this big crash. Legg okay, but Wilson suffered a fractured vertebrae in his back. He has since had successful surgery, begun his recovery. Rahal was later named as Wilson's substitute. Here you see Thursday, Rahal driving Wilson's car for the first time, getting some support from his new teammate, the 2014 Indy 500 winner, Ryan Hunter-Reay. This is this morning, Rahal and Wilson together. Very emotional day for both. Rahal is now with Dave Burns.
Well, Graham Rahal lived that every moment of it, and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is so special to both him and his family. What was that like, Graham, the whole week?
Yeah, it's tough, you know. I think it's been a wild week for me. You know, the range of emotions, you know, from the lowest of lows to being down and out, you know, that had to turn from a competitor to a team leader and a mentor for the other 3 drivers, back all of a sudden into a competitor, and really the opportunity was right. The Wilson family's meant a lot to me. I feel terrible for Steph. I know how hard he works to be here every year. As I said to somebody else, I mean, genuinely, this is his Indy 500. This is his one shot every year, and you know, so I feel for him. But you know, for us and the United Rentals 15 team, it was very sad, you know, to not make it. And when all these stars aligned, I felt that it was right. I can't thank Honda, who I've spent my entire career with, and Chevrolet enough for allowing this opportunity. When the phone first rang, I thought, this is a waste of my time, and it's a waste of Dennis's. This isn't going to work. But here we are in the Carekeeper Chevrolet, and it's a little strange to say, but I'm excited for the day today. And, you know, hopefully we're going to go forward and get there and put ourselves in really good contention come the end of this.
Yep, really good things have happened so far, Kevin Lane. We hope more today for Graham.
Otto Ward is walking down the main straightaway towards the yard of bricks, finished second in this race. Fourth and second, only one place to go. All right, same situation as last year with a chance to go for the win on the last lap with an outside pass. What are you doing?
Well, you go for the other one and see if it works out.
How do you focus with all that's going on? You just walk through Gasoline Alley with throngs of people, so many commitments. How do you get ready to race?
This is just so cool, man. Like, it's just so freaking cool. I feel so grateful that I get to be a part of such a badass event, and well, we're gonna leave it all out there today.
Otto Award, Marty starts from the middle of row 2.
Long year for you. How confident are you that you can repeat?
Very confident. I think we've had a good month. The cars felt really good, especially in race trim. So today, interesting with the weather. That's going to play a big part, I think. But we're feeling good. We're feeling confident.
You mentioned the interesting weather. Cloudy conditions. Is that going to put more drivers and more teams into the mix for the win?
I think so, yeah. I think we would probably prefer it to be hot and slick. But like I said, it should put the field more tight together, so it should be good for the show. You know, it should be a lot of good cars out there, and hopefully we put on a really good show because of the perfect conditions we have.
Marcus Ericsson trying for back-to-back 500s. Dylan?
Marty, Santino, Ferrucci, and AJ Foyt Racing have been the talk of Gasoline Alley all month as potential spoilers of victory. Now, carb day on Friday. Know that there were some things you wanted to get better. Are you confident that the team made the right changes and you still have the speed you've had all month?
Yeah, we'll be fine. I mean, there's obviously some things that we just kind of missed and we picked up on. We worked with the team. We got everything cleared. Man, excited to start for it. As you tell, it's energized here today. It's badass, so we'll make the most of it.
What a story it would be if Santino Ferrucci can take AJ Foyt Racing's number 14 back to victory lane at Indy.
And Dylan, he is one of just 3 drivers in this field who have finished in the top 10 in their first 4 Indianapolis 500s. That's quite the record. The other 2 are Alexander Rossi and Helio Castroneves. By the way, the drive for 5 is on. So if Helio's going to do that, what are the keys to that victory?
There are so many. It reminds me of your high school janitor, if you remember that, with the big ring of keys to open all the doors. It's that complicated, but let me distill it down to just 2. Excellent on pit lane with your team. This is where the team comes into strong effect. And then on the racetrack, it's doing what Helio did in 2021, which is making the adjustments in your race car and staying ahead of the balance of your car, keeping it in balance ahead of time. Those are probably the 2 most important.
Guys, think about it this way. Helio Castroneves came here in 2001 as a rookie, duly won his first Indy 500. 20 years later, he comes back to join only 3 other drivers to win his 4th. But today, he's got the chance to be the first driver in history to win 5. Let's compare this. Tom Brady, 7 Super Bowls. Jordan, 7 championships. But on the title-deciding day, they only had to beat 1 opponent. Helio Castroneves has to beat 32 other teams and drivers if he wants to be the first driver in history to do what I think might be one of the single greatest achievements in sports and be a 5-time Indy 500 winner.
Well, we just heard from Santino Ferrucci there of AJ Foyt Racing. He's partnered with young Benjamin Peterson, who is one of 4 rookies in this field. And it has been a dramatic, to say the least, turnaround by AJ Foyt Racing. AJ, the 88-year-old legend, you've seen him on our pre-race show on Peacock. He is here. He's cheering these young men on. It has been inspirational, to say the least, to see what these 2 guys have done for the 4-time winner, Supertex. What do you think their legitimate chances are today?
I think this is the most exciting story of May so far. It's the swagger and the enthusiasm that you see from that man right there, knowing that he has 2 good chances, 2 very fast race cars. It's highly unusual to see what AJ and his team have done, which is improve your performance drastically here at Indy year over year.
All right, and they are going to rely heavily on their Firestone tires to perform the best they can today. With more on that topic, here's Dave Burns.
Lee, Kara Kosalik, she is the chief engineer for Firestone, and I were just talking about the history here. A lot of folks don't know Firestone was here for the very first 500, weren't they?
Had a shared DNA with Firestone, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway that goes back more than a century with Ray Hurren, his first win on Firestones.
We know what you guys do here in the sport typically gets to the street at some point. We benefit from what Firestone does in racing. So what's the company working on these days?
So absolutely, that track to street performance is really important for Firestone, and one of the great things we've been able to do this year, we partnered with Shell on a sustainable monomer. Now this is something that goes into the tread compound of all the Firestone Firehawk race tires, and we've been able to do it without sacrificing any kind of durability. So it's a commitment to say that we as Firestone can be able to do this excellent performance without sacrificing performance.
Kara, thanks so much. Mike, she used a lot of words there that are really big for me, but I'll tell you what she was doing moments ago. She went through the entire field just to make sure the teams didn't make a little mistake and put the lefts on the right or the rights on the left. It happens.
Got to keep everything in order. 132 of those Firestones will be taking the green flag shortly, 12:45 Eastern Time. Just a moment away, we'll meet the 33 drivers in this year's Indianapolis 500. Stay with us.
Will Power's going to win the 102nd running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
When you look at all the iconic names, 4-time winners there, yeah, very grateful and feel privileged to be on it. The importance to win it, to be recognized as a successful IndyCar driver, and certainly weighed on me a lot, and that's why I was so intense and emotional in Victory Lane because it was such a satisfying, comfortable feeling after that, something that you've just got rid of this huge burden. That was something I'll never forget, how many people stuck around in the stands. Then at the end of that lap when Alex Rossi, Graham Rahal, and Ryan Hunter-Reay came up to me to congratulate me on the track there. Never forget it.
You can tell the emotions of reflecting back to that win as Will and Liz Power walk through Gasoline Alley, getting set for driver introductions here momentarily. The reigning NTT IndyCar Series champ starts 12th today, going for his second 500 victory. He starts outside of row 4. He's from Australia, one of 15 countries represented in this field of 33. No matter how globally renowned this event is, it still retains a great local charm and a great connection with Americans. I'll give you an example. First thing fans want to tell you is when you hear how many times they've come to Indy. I want you to meet somebody. I want you to meet Tommy DeHardy from Luling, Louisiana. Tommy today attending his 60th Indy 500. In a true Louisiana style, he sends the Indianapolis Motor Speedway ticket office folks a king cake each year during Mardi Gras so he can show his appreciation. Tommy, his friends, over 300,000 others, all here in place for this Indianapolis 500. They're here to see the drivers. And let's meet the field of 33 for this year's 500.
First, let's meet our pace car driver for the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge. Indiana Pacers point guard, Tyrese Halliburton. And now, the drivers for the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge. Starting in 33rd position, a 6-time race winner in the NTT IndyCar Series, Graham Rahal. From Bassingham, England, making his 7th Indy 500 start, Jack Harvey. And a rookie from Idaho who finished second last year in the Indy Next by Firestone Championship, Stingray Robb. Now row number 10, the 2022 NTT IndyCar Series Rookie of the Year from Denmark, Christian Lundgaard. In the middle, returning for her first Indy 500 since 2013, from England, Catherine Legg. And making his rookie start at this year's Indy 500, R.C. Enerson. Row 9. From England, he made his Indy 500 debut last season. It's Callum Ilott. From Argentina, making his first Indy 500 start, Agustin Canapino. And from Toronto, one of 4 rookies to complete all 200 laps in last year's race, Devlin DiFrancesco. To the 8th row. He's completed over 3,200 laps in 17 career Indy 500 starts, Marco Andretti. In the middle, the top finishing rookie in last year's race, David Malukas. And from France, the 2019 Indy 500 champion, Simon Pagenaud. The 2022 GMR Grand Prix winner here, back for his 5th Indy 500, Colton Herta. He won his first Indy 500 as a rookie in 2001, and again in 2002, 2009, and 2021. Going for an historic 5th championship, it's Helio Castroneves. And back for his second Indianapolis 500 from Switzerland, Romain Grosjean.
Come check the
Starting in row number 6, the 2014 Indy 500 winner and 2012 NTT IndyCar Series champion, it's Ryan Hunter-Reay. The winner of this year's PPG 375 at Texas Motor Speedway, 2-time NTT IndyCar Series champion, Joseph Newgarden. He finished a career best 6th in last year's race. From Noblesville, Indiana, Connor Daly.
Make it pop when the bass line drops.
In row 5, the winner of this year's Grand Prix of Long Beach and 2021 Indy Next by Firestone champion, Kyle Kirkwood. Winner of the 2023 Children's of Alabama Grand Prix and the 2021 Indy 500 Rookie of the Year from New Zealand, Scott McLaughlin. And 3-time Indy 500 pole winner and runner-up in the 2018 race from Indianapolis, Ed Carpenter. Starting in row 4, from Australia, the 2022 NTT IndyCar Series champion and winner of the 2018 Indy 500, Will Power. In the middle from Denmark, the fastest rookie qualifier since Tony Stewart in 1996, Benjamin Peterson. And from Sweden, the defending Indianapolis 500 winner, Marcus Ericsson. Here comes row 3, the 2013 champion, making his 22nd and final Indy 500 start. It's TK, Tony Kanaan. Two-time Indy 500 champion in 2017 and 2020 from Japan, Takuma Sato. And winner of the 100th Indianapolis 500 in 2016, Alexander Rossi. Number 2, the 2008 Indianapolis 500 champion and 6-time NTT IndyCar Series champion, Scott Dixon. In the middle from Mexico, looking to better his runner-up finish in last year's race, making his 4th Indy 500 start, Pato O'Ward. And the 2019 Rookie of the Year, starting in his 5th Indy 500, Santino Ferrucci. And now the front row, the 2019 NTT IndyCar Series Rookie of the Year and last year's 4th place finisher from Sweden, Felix Rosenqvist. 2020's NTT IndyCar Series Rookie of the Year and winner of the 2021 GMR Grand Prix here from the Netherlands, Rinus VK. And on pole position with the fastest pole speed in Indy 500 history, 234.217 miles per hour, the current NTT IndyCar Series point leader from Spain, Alex Palou. Ladies and gentlemen, the 33 drivers for the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race presented by Gamebridge.
Well, there they are, 32 men, 1 woman, and the great reception for Tony Kanaan, as expected. The 33 drivers for the Indianapolis 500. Pace car will lead him into turn 1 here in a little bit. Grand Marshal for the Indianapolis 500. You may know her as Detective Rosa Diaz from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Also one of the stars of the upcoming Peacock Series, Twisted Metal, that race fans will love. Stephanie Beatriz, welcome to Indy, your first time.
Oh, it's so exciting. I cannot believe I'm here. Literally the greatest spectacle in racing. I'm here, I'm on the track, it's about to happen, let's go.
It's pretty cool. Tell us about the Twisted Metal, this series that'll drop on Peacock in a couple months.
Kind of perfect for people that love racing. It's a high-octane action comedy series starring myself and Anthony Mackie. It's set in the post-apocalyptic world, same people that brought you Deadpool and Zombieland. It's a ride, literally and figuratively.
And it's July 27th?
July 27th, all episodes streaming on Peacock.
So all drop at once, so we can binge it all at once.
Baby, all at once. You better be in front of your TV set with your popcorn.
You got it, July 27th, Peacock. Who do you think is going to win the race?
I think Alex Palou has a great shot. He's in that pole position, but also Stingray, Rob, kind of looks like my high school boyfriend, so good luck to you, Stingray, as well.
If the high school boyfriend's watching, congratulations. Thank you, Stephanie. Great to have you with us. Stephanie Beatriz, Twisted Metal, July 27th. It drops all 10 episodes at once on Peacock. The party's rolling on inside, out here at the track as well. Everybody getting set as we move closer to the 107th Indianapolis 500. Our coverage continues here on NBC in just a moment.
This is, and always will be, the greatest spectacle in racing.
33 throttle, press to the floor.
Accident, turn 2. One top, on the top right there.
Trouble, oh my goodness, what a huge crash.
They're going for the Indy 500 win. He's going over 100 miles an hour.
Mears drives to the absolute limit. Incredibly, he comes out of the spin.
And not on the inside. Outside, that is bold.
Checkered flag is in the air.
With checkers out, history will be made.
Can you believe this? He did it.
You just won the Indy 500, baby!
I still can't believe it's true. I'm going to have to be pinching myself all night.
This is IndyCar! That's what I'm talking about! Woo!
We're just hours away from Lee Diffie calling that next magic moment that will be forever a part of the history of the Indianapolis 500. Over 300,000 fans today, continuing a tradition that has stretched for more than a century. As Indianapolis attracts fans and brings emotion to the fore unlike anything else. No place like it. Mike Tirico, Danica Patrick here on the track where the cars will take off shortly, and what a view it is with the field back behind us here. You know, for the drivers, Danica, we just saw them introduced for 364 days since last year's Indy. They've been thinking about the 3 hours that are about to come. What is this like? What are the drivers going through as you get to this point of the day?
It's the biggest day of the year. It's the most pressure-filled. It's from the moment that cannon goes up at 6 a.m. to allow everybody to come into the track, all 300,000 people. Everything just keeps building. There's parades, there's cheerleaders, there's bands, there's DJ, there's all the people and all the energy. And as that builds, your focus narrows as a driver. At this point in time, as they're on the track standing next to their car, it is a pinpoint focus so that you can do the job at hand, which is drive these rocket ships 240 miles an hour for 3 hours.
In between the white line and the white walls. It's crazy when you stand up here and look at it and think about what's about to happen. Before the guys go up to the booth, Lee, Townsend, and James, a final thought from you.
Mike, obviously the objective is after 200 laps for your car's number to be atop the world-famous pylon here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There's been so much work happen even before the green flag drops. These rock stars are the most amenable, user-friendly athletes you could meet. But they're about to transition from rock stars to pilots, as Danica said, of rocket ships on the ground. But Hench, as guys who have done this race, when do you get to be you? Everybody's pulling at you for everything. When do you get your quiet time?
Look, drivers love the month of May. They love all the pageantry, all the pomp and circumstance that makes this event so special. But by this point, Diff, they're all over it. They're done with autographs. They're done with interviews. They just want to get into their race cars, put their helmets on, and go for broke for 500 miles. You get about 5 minutes in the car of peace and quiet from when you strap in to when you fire up those motors. It's time to get this thing going.
You might have seen me smiling 2 weeks ago as a driver, having a good time for qualifying. The truth is, I was always anxious. I was always building in my focus for this moment right here. People have asked me the last few years, do you miss it? And I've said, nah, not really. I'm enjoying being in the booth. Today, there's something about this energy and the intensity you're about to witness. I'm missing it, Diff. I'm ready to get in the cockpit and go at it with Tony Kanaan.
It is big time, and also feeling that energy is Marty Snyder.
Oh, you can feel it on the track, Diff, for sure. So it appears as though Chip Ganassi Racing is the team to beat today. So how is it then that a two-time 500 winner who drives for Ganassi could be flying below the radar? Well, that seems to be the case for Takuma Sato. Always known for his aggressive nature, he has no races planned after the 500 for this year, so Dave Burns expects Sato to be very aggressive.
Marty, if you've heard of the 500, you've heard the name Andretti. Mario won this race in 1969. His son Michael runs the company today, but their 5 cars had trouble in qualifying. The best of them, the pink 27 of Kyle Kirkwood, only 15th. Can he get to the front? We'll see if he can get his second career victory from that spot. Dylan Welch.
Dave, the challenger to Penske and Ganassi, has arrived fully on the IndyCar scene in the form of Arrow McLaren. Felix Rosenqvist, the best qualifier of the group, doesn't even have a full-time ride secured for next year. A win today would go a long way towards securing that. By the way, they added Tony Kanaan. That makes this team now, with last year's 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place finishers, all the pieces are in place for another strong day for Arrow McLaren, Kevin.
Dylan, Team Penske has won this race 18 times, over 3 times more than anyone else, but the last 3 years have not been super strong. This year, Will Power's car here is their best starting position in the 4th row, so they need to get it going again to get number 19 for the captain. The other teammates start a row and 2 rows behind. Let's find Dale Jr. and Steve Letarte.
We're up here on the driver intro stage, standing right next to this BorgWarner trophy. This is it. This is what all the drivers are after. All of them want to win this race and be able to add their likeness to this trophy. It's incredible. Every time I've came here, Steve, I've had an incredible experience at this race. I've been a race fan my entire life, but the most profound moments that I've experienced in racing as a fan have happened at the Indy 500.
Well, that's because the Indy 500 is the biggest race in the world, and it is held at the most famous racetrack in the world, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And nothing punctuates what Indy is more than this front straightaway. A cauldron of fans, tens of thousands on the inside and the outside as they come down these pace laps. It's going to be all they can do, Mike, to focus on the task at hand. Months of preparation, years of dreaming. What driver is up to the task today?
And Steve, we're standing right here, and there are no words to describe what the scene looks like from the front straightaway. Tony Kanaan's seen it a bunch, and even though the Brazilian was born more than 4,500 miles from Indianapolis, he's one of the most beloved drivers in the history of the 500. Today, a decade after winning the race, he competes in his final 500, ending an over 2-decade ride fueled by fans and family.
What I want people to remember, follow your dream. I've never really raced to be recognized. I race because I love racing, and I will love until the day that I die. Then I want to cry. I always had a very special relationship with my fans. They knew my story with my dad, of my quest of winning, and I think we just grew closer. Those are the real things that I'm taking from racing.
Being an Indianapolis 500 champion is everything to him. It was a literal promise he made to his dad in the day before he passed away.
Don't close your eyes, this is your life. It's only motivation, because I think if I haven't had made that promise to him, I'm not sure I would have persevered as much as I did. My entire life, it was, I need to get that. This is your life. Are you who you wanna be?
E meu filho,
e me deu muito orgulho, não só como piloto, a quem respeito e admiro muito, mas do filho, do guerreiro, do pai, irmão e amigo.
Life thrown every single obstacle to try to make this kid give up.
10º segundo.
And he didn't, and he made it.
There's so much that place means to us.
That day was like, I've done it. My mission was accomplished. I mean, I'm definitely not okay. I want to think I'm okay, but it's part of it. And I'm going to try to absorb everything.
Te amo, mama, e que Deus te proteja sempre. Beijo.
The kids and I are so happy to be on this last ride with you. To us, you are the best who's ever done it. We love you, and we're so proud.
Whew. You guys are killing me.
Emotions there, emotions this morning. It's going to be an emotional day for Tony Kanaan. Danica, you competed against Tony, with Tony in so many races. What is it that's made him so good and so popular for a quarter century?
Oh, well, you heard it. There's so much meaning and so much purpose for him, which creates passion. And that's something that resonates with people. Like, as a fan, that's what you're seeing. When something's really meaningful to someone, you put your whole heart into it, and that's what the fans can see and feel. And Tony just knows it's more than just racing. Just like the meaning that he gave to winning the Indy 500 and competing and being successful, there was more than just driving cars. And so he knows that the fans are so important because it's more than just driving cars. What if he's inspiring a kid out there to want to do the same thing for his dad? That is why Tony is so loved.
It's like 500 hugs before 500 miles for Kanaan before he gets in the car here today. He's going to get in the car. All the drivers will here momentarily. What are you looking forward to for the start of the race?
Well, I think the start's going to be a big deal. I think that it's going to be a little bit tough to pass, and I think you're going to want to get a really good start. So we're just talking about Tony. Tony is the king at going to the outside and getting a lot of people on the start. So I think what's going to be really important is to see who makes that really big jump at the very beginning and where they fall into place.
And you saw some of the teams together. Teamwork is so key and so important, especially on this pit road. And we will join Dale Earnhardt Jr. up at the Peacock Pick Box here in a little bit to watch the race. Enjoyed it. Look forward to being there with you the rest of the day. Much more ahead from the Indy 500, including some of the ceremonies. But there's even more Indy to enjoy this summer. Here's something special from Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Only in theaters, June 30th.
I've been looking for this all my life. We gotta get there first. Get him. Fasten your seatbelts.
Indy! 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 The Indianapolis 500!
Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Only in theaters June 30th. Rated PG-13.
This is all part of NBC Sports Championship season, moved by Pods. Another headline event, the U.S. Open from LA Country Club North. Action in primetime, June 15 to June 18 on NBC, USA, and Peacock. You can tee it up here at IMS, as many of you know. Can't do it on race day, but there are 4 holes of the 18-hole Brickyard Crossing Golf Course inside the Speedway's infield. So much has been going on here in the Speedway and around Indianapolis all week. 75,000 for Carb Day on Friday. That was final practices and the pit stop competition won by Scott Dixon's team. Action moving a little bit south of here, downtown yesterday with the Indy 500 Festival Parade. Great tradition here in the Circle City. And this morning, another tradition, 6 a.m., the cannons go off. That means the gates are open. Find your spot. And trust us, folks, people were in line late last night, early this morning, especially those who made their way into the Snake Pit to enjoy the concert that's been raging throughout the day. Indianapolis 500, great celebration of Americana. And on this weekend, so much of the event is about paying gratitude to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our country, as well as those who continue to carry on that mission. Chevy supports active service members and veterans throughout the year in partnership with nonprofit organizations like Operation Homefront, among others, and the Achilles Found Freedom Team of Wounded Veterans. And during Military Appreciation Month, Chevy salutes all service members and their families. You can join the conversation at #ChevySalutes. Well, this weekend for so many has come to symbolize the start of summer and the season ahead. But along with the celebration, let's not forget the appreciation. Those to be remembered on this weekend. Memorial Day is set aside to honor military members who've given their lives in service to our country. True protectors of freedom that contribute to making events like this possible. It ties back to this very venue. The Speedway was used as a landing strip during World War I, and this track, which was barely able to emerge from the financial hardships of World War II, today is a magnificent and thriving facility. Thus, it becomes the perfect place before the roar of the fans and the engines to pause for a moment to honor those who did make that ultimate sacrifice. We continue to honor those as the pre-race ceremonies continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats for the presentation of colors, invocation, and a moment of reflection for those who have given their lives unselfishly to defend our freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver today's invocation, please welcome Indianapolis Archbishop Charles C. Thompson.
Let us pray. Gracious and loving God, we turn to you today to ask again for the blessing of your presence. Be present to the men and women who have died in service of our country and guide them to heaven. Be present to our nation and our world, that your goodness may be shown in the human family and that peace may always prevail. And finally, be present with your protection and care to these drivers, their teams, the officials, and all the fans. May our gathering here and our commitment to give you glory enable us to be true reflections of your presence each day. And so we pray together. God bless those who have died for our freedom. God bless all those gathered for this, the greatest spectacle in racing, and God bless America.
Forward, horse. Part-time. Horse. Fire party. Halt. Order. Horse. Right. Pace. Stand by. Ready. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Present orders.
Bless America, performed by international opera star, founder of Morning Brown Incorporated, Angela Brown.
Take a moment to realize that there were a lot of good people who gave their lives and sacrificed their lives for the love of their country and the love of their fellow man.
On Memorial Day, it's just a time set aside where the whole nation can stop and remember those that have given their lives for our freedom.
I just ask that everybody always takes a moment to remember who they were and, talk about them and to really remember what Memorial Day is about.
Think about all those people, say their names so they're not forgotten, were a priority to him.
I'm the wife of Captain Derek Argel.
I was married to Sergeant First Class Will Lindsay.
Mother of Captain Stanford Henry Shaw III.
Memorial Day of 2005 was like any other day. There was flags up people's yards at our local cemetery. I made my way home. They were there to tell me that Derek had been in an aircraft accident and that he did not survive.
He was getting a second team ready to go back when the crash happened.
I saw an article, there was a helicopter crash. Call it mother's intuition or what, I knew it was him.
As hard as it is to talk about or to think about, I know that he died being a hero, and I know that he died so that other families didn't have to go through what we went through.
Being a Gold Star family is not an organization you want to be a member of, but you are.
There's definitely hard nights and there's hard days, but we've gotten to a point 4 years out where we live in honor of him.
I still get goosebumps when I hear the national anthem. Seeing the red, white, and blue everywhere you turn, it means something.
Go have the barbecues and go out with your friends and go on the boat or go to the games or do what it is that you love to do on Memorial Day, because that's what they fought for, is to have that right.
Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please remain standing and remove your hats as award-winning singer-songwriter Jewel performs our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare of bombs bursting in there gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner and wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
With thoughts of those military members no longer with us, and our love to all those Gold Star families honored before. The ceremonies from the Indy 500 continue as we get closer to the command at the 500.
You want to win them all, don't get me wrong. Every time you compete, if you're wired the way you need to be wired, you're there to win. But I'd be lying if I said the big ones don't matter more. The ones that you dream about when you're a little kid. The ones you win 1,000 times in your head before you even get a chance to do it for real. The ones that give you a chance to put your name into the books they'll read about forever. You better believe the big ones matter more, because they are where history is made, and history matters because it lasts. It matters because it's where legends are born and raised. It matters because it's never complete, always giving the very best of every new generation a chance to etch their names into it. That's what inspires them, what drives them, what pushes them to keep working as hard as they can, to give themselves the best shot every time this day comes on the calendar. No matter what your story is, whether this is your first time in front of the world, or even if you've been to the pinnacle before, the meaning is the same for all of them. And don't forget, the crowd knows it too. There's a reason 300,000 people show up every year. It's all part of the wonder of this race, the tradition, the stakes, the history. This is the Indianapolis 500. The race bigger than any of the others. The race harder than any of the others. The race that's remembered more than all of the others put together. The race that can make you a legend and define your life forever.
It's Memorial Day weekend. We're in Indianapolis, and that means just one thing. It is time for the Indy 500. And our telecast here on NBC is presented by Firestone. Look at that sporting venue. It is the biggest in the world, and there's one word that comes to mind when you see it: colossal. The magnitude has to be seen to be believed. Hi folks, Lee Diffie along with two drivers who have 19 Indianapolis 500 starts on their resume, Townsend Bell and James Hinchcliffe. As Mario Andretti, the legend, just said, the big ones mean more, but he's also famous, Hinch, for a statement. That is, if you change what you do on the big ones from all the other ones, you're doing the other ones wrong. So who's going to have the right temperament today? Who's going to have that patience and that discipline to do what they do all the other times? What does this mean for a driver?
I'll tell you, this means everything for a driver, guys. This is our Super Bowl. It's our Wimbledon. It's the whole reason you get into IndyCar racing. And ultimately, this is immortality for the winner of this race. You're forever going to have your face on the Borg-Warner Trophy, and you will forever be introduced as an Indy 500 winner. That's what these drivers are going for today.
Townsend, what are we going to see today?
I think we're going to see the most intense Indy 500 in history. Why? It's the fastest front row we've ever seen. It's the closest front row we've ever seen. You're about to witness 33 drivers that are going to sprint into the eye of a tornado, each one of them convinced they will be the first one to the other side. It's why this is the biggest race in the world and why it's the undisputed greatest race in the world. It is something to be seen.
The grid that was swamped just moments ago is starting to clear, and we are getting closer and closer to the greatest spectacle in racing. Let's get things going. Here's Dylan Welsh.
Lee, it's been a whirlwind week for Graham Rahal, starting last Sunday when he was bumped from the field by his teammate Jack Harvey. You see the agony of missing this race 30 years after his father did the same. Then Monday of this past week, Stephen Wilson of Ryan Reinbold Racing, blue car at the back of the shot, crashed with Catherine Legg. Wilson suffered a fractured vertebrae, and Rahal was tabbed to fill in. In just 24 hours, it went from one of the worst days of his life to new hope given, and today Graham Rahal makes his 16th consecutive start in the Indianapolis 500, Kevin Lee. Dylan Pato Award is one of the most energetic and fan-friendly drivers, always giving his time, but he told me on Friday he's whipped, he's worn out. But this morning he said, 2 nights, good sleep, I'm refreshed, I'm ready to race. and he said, I've got a better race car than last year when I finished second. He's ready to try to race his way into history today. Dave Burns.
23-year-old Californian Colton Herta has won 7 times in his IndyCar career. He's really good. But 4 times this race has escaped him. When I asked him why, he said because it's bigger, more pit stops, more things for me to do, and the track changes my car so much over time, we've got to be on everything. Marty Snyder.
Dave, after April testing, Alexander Rossi told me, quote, we're in trouble. But after 20 hours of practice, Rossi told me we made the car better every session here in the month of May, and he sits here as one of the race favorites. Lee, Alexander Rossi's in his first year with McLaren, but he's at his best track and might have his best shot to win his second 500 that he's had in years.
Saw him just moments ago, and he looked pretty calm, looked pretty composed. So we'll see what Alexander Rossi can do today. Do you know, this event is what it is because of the annual ritual and respecting that ritual. That's why there is in excess of 300,000 people here today to see the greatest spectacle in racing. And time now to go trackside for a very important part of the tradition here at Indy.
All right, race fans, please welcome Jim Cornelison, accompanied by the Purdue All-American Marching Band. It's good to have everybody back home again in Indiana. Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still shining bright through the sycamores for me. The new moon sends all its fragrance from the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash, then I long for my Indiana.
If that doesn't get you going, nothing will. Thank you, Jim Cornelison, for another amazing rendition of Back Home Again in Indiana. It has got the 300,000 plus energized and ready to go. And to give those formal words, let's go trackside for the command.
And now for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome the chairman of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Mr. Roger Penske.
Welcome, race fans around the world, and a special welcome to the 300,000 fans that are here today to witness the greatest spectacle in motor racing, the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. Let us all thank the men and women in the military and the special responders as they make our country safe and secure. Thank you. Drivers, start your engines.
We have to wait a year to see the Indianapolis 500. The wait is over. We go racing when we come back. The cars are rolling here at the Brickyard at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And the full field is at the top of your screen, the official starting grid, with thanks to Firestone, and Alex Palou becomes the first Spaniard to win the pole position here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 500. While you look for your favorite driver on where they're starting, I can tell you, unfortunately, Helio Castro-Neves and Graham Rahal stalled. They were unable to leave initially with everybody else on the grid. There is Graham Rahal in the 24, filling in for Stefan Wilson, and the Dreyer and Reinbold guys are trying their best to get his car fired. adding to the drama, and here comes the field. Wow. Graham Rahal has been through a roller coaster over the past week, and this adds another layer to it. And they're doing everything they can to get him fired up. So while they deal with that, we're going to check in with a man who is a champion in this sport. He's an Indy 500 winner, and he's in his 22nd and final Indy 500. Time to talk to Tony Kanaan.
First time by. See if we can get him here as soon as the spotter's done. Hey, Tony Townsend up at the NBC booth. You got me, bud?
Yeah, bud.
Man, TK, we just heard driver introductions. There are over 300,000 fans here. They all erupted in cheers, saluting your amazing career. Tell us what you're experiencing right now as you see and feel all that support around this track.
But so much love, man. It's an experience of a lifetime. I think, you know, despite the win or anything else, these are the memories that I'm taking. Having all my kids, all my friends, you guys, you, Hinch. I mean, you guys were my fellow competitors, my friends, everybody at the ABC. Lee, I mean, you know, if you were probably broadcast all my races. It's a great feeling. I'm going to leave it all out there. And doesn't matter what happens today, I'm winning. I'm winning regardless.
But you are in all 10 of my Indy 500s, TK. Nobody raced me harder. I love going wheel to wheel, but how are you going to play things today?
I have nothing to lose, right? If I do something wrong, what are they going to do? Fire me? So we're going to try to play a little bit safe at the beginning. Obviously, it's a long race. We chose a different level of downforce than a lot of people that I can see. A little bit more aggressive, so let's see. I mean, the most important thing, we're going to have to be in the top 5 on lap 169, 170, where the last stop is, and we'll go from there.
We can't wait to see you there. I am so proud of you on a personal note. Congratulations. Have a great one.
Thanks, guys.
He is the unofficial mayor of this place and this town. That is Tony Kanaan. Let's take you to the Honda track preview and check out Andretti Autosport's Kyle Kirkwood with the Auto Nation on board. But look on the right at the track map, and we've got a new feature, Hinch.
Yeah, very exciting feature, guys. You're going to see the at-track level wind in each corner, something we've never had before. Normally it's on top of the pagoda, on top of the pylon, but this is going to be the individual wind conditions in each corner at track level. We talk a lot about wind in this race, Townsend, because these cars are so sensitive to it.
And the reason it's important is watching the hands of the drivers. We have 15 on-board cameras. We'll watch their adjustments behind the wheel.
Dylan Welsh, what's the latest?
It's a battery problem for Graham Rahal. They are behind the wall right now, crew taking the side pods off the car. And the other problem, they're trying to locate the pit cart, which gets the car to the grid because that has the spare battery. So they actually fired it. Graham went to take off with the rest of the field. It stalled. They refired it and stalled again. And Graham was telling them, it's the battery. We've got to fix the battery. So not only do they have to fix this behind the wall, then they got to get him back out to pit road, and he can fire from there. So he's already lost a couple laps and likely going to lose more here as they try to get this problem fixed.
They're racing against the clock here before the start of the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. It has been such an emotional roller coaster. Such an eventful week for Graham Rahal, for Dreyer Reinbold Racing, Steph Wilson, everybody involved, Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. And we are getting closer and closer to the start. There is just one more parade lap to go before the race begins. Can they get Graham Rahal out in time?
It's the worst feeling possible as a driver. Biggest race, and you're trying to get fixed. What you don't know is wrong. And for Graham, he knows he's got about 45 more seconds, and then it's too late to catch that first lap.
And this doesn't look like a problem that's going to be solved in 45 seconds, Townsend. So the emotional roller coaster for this driver for this month just continues. Heartbreaking to see.
Let's go inside the Chip Ganassi Racing squad to the pole sitter Alex Palou and the last-minute pep talk.
All right, boys. Thank you all so much for the amazing job this month of May. It's been an absolute amazing month. Let's finish off by winning the Indy 500.
How about that from Palou? So measured. He's in the moment, and he is ready to go. He's come close. He's been a runner-up in the Indy 500. Can he do it? Look at this field. All bar Graham Rahal, they are perfectly packed up. There are drivers in this field who have never done an Indianapolis 500. There are drivers like Tony Kanaan who are about to begin their 22nd. It doesn't matter where you are on that line. It still means as much. The feeling never goes away. Performing on a stage in front of 300,000+ people. This is, and always will be, the greatest spectacle in racing. This is the Indianapolis 500. And Alex Palou leads very strong into turn one. Rinus VeeKay and Felix Rosenqvist with Scott Dixon going high.
Side by side with Scott Dixon there. A great move from the veteran. We got 2 wide all the way down through turn one. As we see turn 2 now, everyone files through clean.
A couple of drivers thought about it, going side by side. I'm looking at Takuma Sato, Tony Kanaan in that orange and black 66 at the back. And Sato trying to push his way through. His Pato Award in that black car is falling back fast.
And ahead of him in that papaya orange McLaren machine is Alexander Rossi all over Santino Ferrucci.
Yeah, it was a great jump there from Rossi. He got around Pato as Pato tried to get on the inside of Ferrucci. Borderline 3 wide, but now it's Felix Rosenqvist under threat from Scott Dixon.
They find their rhythm now.
This is the gamesmanship. This is when you start to figure out if the driver's in front of you or behind you, are they going to ride and conserve a little fuel and use a little patience here, or who's going to push? Right now, look at this. Oh, this is brutal. Graham Rahal back on track, but 2 laps already in the books. He's got a long way, a long, tough road to get back on the lead lap.
And on the other end of that is Will Power, who has made up 3 positions from his grid spot. Look at Rinus VeeKay. Here we go. First pass for the lead, and the young Dutch driver takes it.
Barry Wanzer, the strategist for Alex Palou in that blue and white number 10, told me just a little while ago before the start of the race that they were happy to run second, but they do not want to drop back further than that. They're happy to let VeeKay push the air, create a hole, and let Alex Palou get great fuel mileage.
I was just going to say, if I'm Felix Rosenqvist sitting 3rd in line in that white and orange number 6 machine, this is ideal for me. You can sit in this pocket of air being pushed by the 2 cars in front, save some fuel, but not have to run in so much dirty air that you're using more of your tires.
Rinus VeeKay led a lap last year, but he only lasted until lap 39 before he crashed out of the greatest spectacle in racing. Let's see what he can do this year as he leads, and leads confidently. From Alex Palou, Felix Rosenqvist, Scott Dixon, Santino Ferrucci 5th, then Rossi, Award, Sato, Power, and Kanaan is the top 10.
You could see some cars further back the last lap out of turn 4, like Alexander Rossi, sliding way high in the dirty air and almost brushing the outside wall. This is turn 3 right here, and this is what I was talking about. Rossi right here getting too close in the dirty air and sliding up the racetrack.
We're hearing that Will Power had a moment as Alex Palou pulls out of the draft and is going to retake the lead. Power in the big box in the Verizon Chevrolet.
Yeah, watch Power here. He's going to crank it in, and now the front end's going to just take off on him as he slides up into the gray. Good long shot here in the replay as those guys are working that last bit of groove available before contact.
And look, at this stage of the stint, everybody's tires are good. Everyone's car is going to feel much better than it's going to 15 laps from now, Tansen. As we get towards that last 10 laps of a stint, that's when you're really going to see which cars are dialed in and which drivers are taking care of their tires better.
And all the while, Diff, whatever you're feeling right now is going to change. It is 102 track temperature, but it's only 12:50 in the afternoon. In about another hour, that track temp could climb another 15 to 20 degrees.
Clear by 8. 31-year-old Swedish driver, Felix Rosenqvist, the NTT data on board.
Look how he's lifting off the throttle, basically at halfway down the back straight. This is a very smart drive right now early on from Felix Rosenqvist, just trying to stay in this pocket, conserve the fuel by lifting off the throttle. That's going to pay dividends later in this stint when he can run longer.
Let's get an update on Graham Rahal in the Dreyer Reinbold Chevy. Dylan?
It was indeed a dead battery on the Graham Rahal car. You see him back out on the racetrack. Great work by the crew. Of course, didn't lose any laps behind the wall, but they did lose a couple laps. But that's it, just 2, and it's early, so they've got time, and they're confident they can still make this time up, Dave.
Will Power is up 3 positions from his starting spot of 12th. Qualifying, he told me last year, was their problem until the second half of the year. This year, it's been about the same thing. Other than that, he feels very confident about his consistency, trying to get his way to the front of the Indy 500 and win again, Marty.
Dave, a planned move early on for Alex Palou to give the lead to Rinus VeeKay, and then another planned move by Rinus VeeKay to give the lead back to Alex Palou. I asked VeeKay about that earlier this week, and he said, I was watching film of 2021, yelling at myself, saying, why are you leading? Let someone else lead. Townsend, help me out here. Why do drivers not want to lead at the Indy 500?
Drivers want to lead. Engineers don't want their drivers to lead, and that's for exactly the reason James just described. If you're following like Rinus VeeKay here, you are saving fuel. As the spotter reminds him, Rinus VeeKay, just ride right now. That has two benefits. It extends the length of this stint, so you get deeper into the race before pitting, or if a yellow flag comes out, you don't need to take as much fuel to top up, and your pit stop can be faster. Look at VeeKay. I mean, he's almost completely out of the gas on the front straightaway.
Dealing with the Rainbow. That's the the next stop.
What this becomes is a game of chicken, because the driver out front at some point needs to fall back, and they'll start lifting so far on the straightaway you can't help but go by if you're Rinus VeeKay.
And you know who this really helps is Graham Rahal, who's just trying to catch the tail end of the lead pack and get into the draft. He's about half a lap back right now, all on his own, but the slower the leaders go, the more it helps Graham get back in this race.
It does help him, but still, I know it's a long race. I know 200 laps, a lot can happen, but to try to claw back 2 laps, man, it's a big ask. It's a very, very long day when you're driving around at the back like that. And look at these drivers, they're so close, but nobody wants to make the move.
Except for Graham Rahal, it has been a good, clean start to the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. Poleman Alex Palou leads. Love to say thanks to Honda for bringing our aerial coverage here today at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 107th running. Look at that. Incredible. 16 Honda-powered cars in this 33-car field here at Indy. Pass for the lead while we're away, and it is the Bitnile Chevrolet of Rinus VeeKay. Tag teaming there with Alex Palou. Palou's led 8 laps, and young Rinus of the Netherlands has now led 6.
What I love about that onboard shot, guys, is you saw as soon as he pulled out of the draft and got into that clean air, Rinus VeeKay was working the tools in the car to affect the balance. It's going to change when you're going to clean air from dirty air.
What I love about that clip is the gentleman-like behavior that exists at the start of this race, and it starts to deteriorate with every lap. We're only at 15 of 200. What you just witnessed there is nothing like what you see at half distance. I remember you and I, you know, after you, no after you, no after you, and then you get to half distance, well, it's screw you, I'm going to the front.
And here he goes again, Alex Palou on the inside of Rinus VeeKay, that bitnile.com on board, giving us some great shots. And this is that dance. It's that orchestrated back and forth. These drivers, they want to be up front. They're going to have to work together and share the load of pushing the hole in the air.
Hey, I know you two love music. Remember that song by the Proclaimers, I'd walk 500 miles and I will walk 500 miles? Well, this young guy, Rinus VeeKay's got quite the sense of humor. This is his Indy 500 special helmet with the Proclaimers on there. Rinus, you don't have to walk it. You're doing a great job. By the way, bottom left of that picture is his father, Marine, who had a major health scare recently. He is lucky to be here in Indianapolis. His wife and his daughter are here as well. So the full VeeKay or Van Kalmthout family of the Netherlands are here. Awesome news.
You guys notice how Scott Dixon in that orange and blue PNC car is further back than the top 3? So clever. I think Dixon knows that he hangs right here, gets the mileage he needs, but doesn't press too close to Felix Rosenqvist. By doing that, he keeps clean air on his race car. He's got less turbulence. He can protect his tires. And then if Rosenqvist or VeeKay or Palou start to struggle, then he can pounce. I love the intelligence. I love seeing 20-plus years of IndyCar knowledge play out early in this race.
Yeah, you don't become a 6-time champion without knowing what you're doing as you ride on board. The Honda on board here with Scott Dixon. He's catching it, though. That does not look like the happiest race car, Townsend.
You see his right hand go down for the oh goodness bar, that front anti-roll bar. He pushes it forward. It stiffens the roll rate of the front axle, and hopefully you see his hands calm down as a result.
Need to tell you about the biggest movers in the pack. Scott Dixon is nice and stable. He got off to a great start. He caught up 2 positions, but 2 positions even better than that is Will Power. He's made up 4 from his grid spot of 12th. He now runs 8th in the Verizon Chevrolet. And there you see the biggest movers along with Will Power, Colton Herter and Callum Ilott making up 3 positions respectively. In the Peacock pre-race show, I spoke to Will Power, and we know and we've documented over the years how intense he is. He is the ultimate competitor. Big move here. Santino Ferrucci for AJ Foyt Racing inside Scott Dixon.
Fantastic, and I'm starting to backtrack what I just said. Dixon looks to be struggling with a loose handling race car. I thought it was strategic, but it's in reaction to as Dixon's about to lose another spot to Alexander Rossi.
It's amazing how quickly it happens, guys, as Alexander pulls out to the inside there in that orange McLaren. And it's amazing how quickly your momentum can go. It can disappear when the handling starts to go. When one car gets by you, you have to get out of the throttle. You lose your rhythm, you lose that momentum. And look, he's about to lose his 3rd spot in only a lap and a half.
And it's another Arrow McLaren car to make that move. First it was Alexander Rossi, now Pato O'Ward. Here's Kevin Lee with an update on Santino Ferrucci.
He's never started better than 15th, and he's gained 53 spots in his 4 previous 500s as AJ Foyt watches on, up to 4th after he fell back a spot. Remember, Santino Ferrucci, 3 races, 3 different teams last year. He said he was fighting for his driving life. Now he's comfortable, and the race car, after some troubles on Carb Day, they got it addressed. He feels like he can win this race.
The most patriotic livery in the field, the Stars and Stripes, the Homes for Troops, AJ Foyt Racing Machine. Ferrucci up to 4th. NBC's coverage of the Indy 500 brought to you by Firestone Tires for redefining the limits. Shell Renewable Race Fuel, powering progress at 230 miles per hour. And by NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT IndyCar Series. Let's get an update on Scott Dixon. What's happening, Marty Snyder?
We have seen him go from 5th to 14th. He has a left side tire vibration, something teams have been dealing with all weekend long. You can see it here on the onboard camera. You can also hear it in his voice when he talks to the radio, on the radio to the team. He has asked several times, can we come in? Can we come in? Mike Hole, his strategist so far, as he loses another spot, has told him to stay out. But Dixon now coming to pit road, he said a moment ago, I just can't stand it any longer. These vibrations are so tough, and that left rear one makes the car extremely loose. So Scott Dixon will pit earlier than he had planned in the initial phases of the race. They wanted to go to lap 32, but pitting here at lap 26, it would be tough to make it a 5-stop race for Scott Dixon, who clearly had one of the better cars in practice on Friday. They felt very good about it, but these tire vibrations were a concern for everybody. Dixon coming in, and he said that vibration was massive as he was coming down pit road. They'll get fresh Firestones here, but Hinch, you can talk about how tough those vibrations are to hang on to.
I mean, not only does it make the handling of the car completely go away, you're physically just getting vibrated in the car. Your head's bouncing back and forth. Your vision goes blurry. The wheel's trying to pull itself out of your hands. And there was problems on top of problems because it looked like he maybe got anti-stall when he came into the pits.
He did, but importantly, as long as the yellow doesn't come out right now and the leaders have to pit under green, it's not the end of the world. The car is going to feel amazing for Scott Dixon now on brand new Firestones. Lee, I cannot believe the bravery of Dixon to stay out as Pelot goes back to the front.
Dave Burns.
Romain Grosjean was going the wrong way. He radioed excitedly about 5 laps ago that my tools are maxed out. Drivers, what does that mean when you're trying to get a car to get rid of its vibration and its understeer?
Well, look, you've got several tools inside the cockpit that the drivers can adjust on the fly to affect the handling. You have the front anti-roll bar, like Townsend mentioned earlier, affects the front roll stiffness. The rear anti-roll bar, same deal on the rear axle. And then you have what's called the weight jacker. That affects how much physical static weight goes on either the left front or the right front tire, which can affect how the car handles as well. So when your driver says the tools are maxed out, you've done everything you can, Dylan, to make that thing better, as we see the 0-6 in pit lane.
Yeah, a little deeper in the pack. Same story here for Helio Castroneves. Said the vibration is horrible. Adam Rovazini, strategist, said, can you hang on for 4 more laps? Helio said, no, I've got to come now. So they changed 4 Firestone tires.
So a few curveballs being thrown here, most notably for Dixon, and then Grosjean, Castroneves, etc. And at the front, you may have noticed Alex Pelot in the American Legion Honda went back to the front over Rinus VeeKay. Palou has led 18 laps, VeeKay 11, the only two at the front. There is Felix Rosenqvist of the Arrow McLaren squad in the NTT Data Car doing a nice job in third. He's been there all race long. Then Santino Ferrucci. Behind him is Alexander Rossi. Then Pato Award at the top of your screen. Good steady stuff early on. Then Will Power and Marcus Ericsson are arm wrestling. There's Ericsson in this Husky Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing. Race leader is in. Lap 30.
Lap 30 was kind of what the golden number was to keep this thing good. Those cars that stopped earlier, they're going to have a challenge, Marty, but the leader is in.
We kind of talked about this strategy, Hinch, right? As soon as you can make it on 5 stops, come to pit road. Palou did not complain about a vibration. In fact, Barry Wanzer asked him how the handling was. He said, it's actually really good. So we'll check out Palou's tires. And by the way, the left rear that came off Scott Dixon's car, Kevin, it looked fine.
Santino Ferrucci looking for the first top 5 for AJ Foyt Racing in over 20 years. He has gone back and forth whether he wanted a wing change. Says he does want a little bit of a wing change and tear off as well. Ferrucci back out, pitted from 4th.
So when a wing change in a pit stop's adjusting the front wing, you're either adding or removing front downforce, which can have a huge effect on the handling of the car. And now that these drivers know how the tires are wearing and how the handling's changing over a stint, you make that adjustment to the front wing on the pit stop to help you over these next 30 laps.
Dixon's vibration was so bad. I don't know if there's anything they can do to fix that. We'll have to wait for the next set of stops as Pato Award is all over the back of his Arrow McLaren teammate there, Alexander Rossi in the orange car. Marty Sato coming to the box.
Yes, Sato, the 2-time Indy 500 winner, coming to his pit box. He, along with all the other Ganassi drivers, talking about how free they have been. The fresh Firestones going on lap 31. And you know, Townsend, every lap you can go a little bit longer. That helps for later in the race.
Absolutely. Opens up your strategy.
Chip Ganassi Racing squad proved they're the best on pit lane on Friday in the official pit stop competition with Scott Dixon's crew winning. Here's the race leader on the BitNile.com Chevy. This is Rinus VeeKay. He's coming your way, Marty.
You'll see him have to work around Felix Rosenqvist's crew. They are laid out as well, and it's going to be a tight entry into his pit stall. He said the car felt pretty good, but he had talked to him and reminded his team, hey, remind me to be patient, to swap the lead when I can. He certainly did that with Alex Palou earlier, and you see that wing adjustment and the fresh Firestones also.
Yeah, Marty, 2 turns of front wing for Rinus VeeKay, looking for more front downforce to get the front tires to work better as Alex Palou. You'll see where Palou is on the track, upper right-hand corner. He's in traffic behind Graham Rahal, but he comes out comfortably ahead of Rinus VeeKay. So that is the effective battle for the lead right there.
And comfortably so for Alex Palou. VeeKay back out as we're cycling through this initial round of stops. And there's 2 drivers on a massive catch-up. That's Scott Dixon and Graham Rahal.
But you're looking at drivers like Rinus VeeKay and Felix Rosenqvist, who's in the pits now, able to go that much longer, Marty. That's great for them.
And that's going to be key. They can just stack that on top of other stops later in the race. Had a hectic pit road there. Lap 33 working right here. We'll see when they cycle out, Jeff.
Marcus Ericsson versus Joseph Newgarden there. The 3-team Penske Chevys have been on the attack. Newgarden especially, he made up 5 positions from his starting spot very early on with a good opening stanza. Look at this. Scrambling here is that Catherine Legg on the right-hand side of your screen, right on the white line.
And you saw VeeKay and Ferrucci go by as Catherine Legg is coming in off the turn 3 apron. She must have some sort of issue. Kevin.
Pato Ward comes in. He was 5th. He's cycled up to 2nd. He wanted no changes. The car is good so far.
Kevin, how about these McLarens running longer than everybody else? Alexander Rossi leaving pit road as well. So that's something to note for later in the race, Townsend. McLaren's terrific fuel mileage.
Excellent. Excellent if you are McLaren to go that far. It just opens up your options. You might even be able to make it on 1 less stop, but it's going to take some yellow. Here comes Rosenqvist on his teammate. Rossi blends up. So McLaren right there on screen. Rosenqvist, Rossi, O'Rourke running nose to tail. 3
of the 4 Arrow McLaren Chevys right there on your screen. Wonder what the story is with Catherine Legg, especially seeing how she came in on turn 3 as opposed to pitting off turn 4. This is her exiting her pit box. Oh boy.
So close. How lucky is everyone that there wasn't a crew there set up, but she probably flat spotted her tires down, and that's why she would have come right back in.
She just missed the outside front tire changer.
You're clear out, clear all the way out.
Who was that? Was that Connor Daly's teammate? No, I think it was Canapino, perhaps. Right here.
And that's why she was running at a slow pace and then re-pitting into turn 3. On board with Pato O'Ward. Let's have a ride.
We can't get by him. Just go back to fuel safe, tire safe. We will get around him.
There you go. There are the instructions. If you can't get around him early, just settle back in. We'll work out a way. You will get your teammate, Alexander Rossi. Not all races can be won. Fast X in theaters now. Buy tickets with Fandango. Who's going to win this race? Well, the pit stop differential powered by NTT is going to give us an interesting window into that.
Indeed, look at the advantage to Palou in all 3 phases. The in-lap, the last lap before he hits pit lane, the time on pit lane, start to finish, and then the lap after the pit stop. Advantage Palou in all 3 phases for a total of a little less than a second. 7/10, almost 8/10 of a second advantage. But no big deal, as long as you get back into the draft, if you're Rinus VeeKay, nothing to worry about.
So there are more than 300,000 people here who are watching with a great deal of interest. And maybe watching with the most interest is somebody who will be in this race next year, right, Marty?
Yeah, I found a 2024 Indy 500 driver, Kyle Larson. So you wanted to stay and get an experience of what it was like. You told Dale Jr. and Steve earlier. What's it been like?
It's been cool, just kind of listening to them discuss fuel mapping and strategy, and also looking at his balance and stuff to, recommend changes. So it's the stuff that I don't ever get to listen to when you're behind the wheel. So kind of cool to get the other side of it and help prepare me to know what they're really able to look at. So everything seems to be going smooth so far. So we'll see what the rest of the race holds for them.
How was that pre-race scene for you?
Oh, it's unreal. I mean, the Indy 500 is just amazing. I mean, it's the biggest race in the world, biggest sporting event in the world. So cool to be a part of it as a fan this year, and look forward to having my family here next year and get to compete and just have a whole different feel to it.
You got a little taste today, Dave, 50 laps or so, and he's got a little race to run tonight, too, in the Cup Series in Charlotte.
We'll be interested to see if that goes and see what Kyle does. Here on the track, Will Power, we mentioned going forward. He has a little bit of understeer in the car on that first stint, a little bit of a vibration, but there's a bigger problem. Check this out.
Jackett's not working. Positive, it is not working.
All right, so that weight jacker, as you explained earlier, James, is moving weight on the front tires, either on the left front to get the car to turn more, or the right front to help get the car, frankly, to turn less effectively. The question is, when did it break? Where did the weight jacker set down and stop working? That'll affect what adjustments Will Power needs to make with the roll bars and what he does with his hands as he carves the car into the corner.
Yeah, you watch this Firestone telemetry, you see the big lift there, you hear it. But man, that is such an important tuning tool. We talk about how much these cars change over a stint, how much they change with weather. The weight jacker is such an important tool, and without it, Will Power is at a huge disadvantage right now.
So while things might not be going ideal for Will Power, how about his Team Penske teammate in the Shell Chevy? Joseph Newgarden is the man on the move. He has made up 8 positions from his starting spot. The 2-time series champion, this one has eluded him. And you better believe that it is a big thorn in his side. Newgarden wants to be an Indianapolis 500 winner. He's come close. He's finished 3rd in 2016. But this one just always seems to, get out of his reach. Maybe today's the day based on this start.
I think he's got such a great shot, James, because of the way that Team Penske is able to take care of their tires. What you're seeing here is excellent on the pit stop exchange with Team Penske going forward, and nice, consistent care for their Firestones.
When you get hired by Roger Penske, there are 2 expectations. Win championships, win Indy 500s. Joseph Newgarden took a championship his first year. He backed that up with his second one, but it's the 500 that is still yet to be the unchecked box on his resume, but he is looking really, really strong at this phase of the race, guys.
Graham Rahal, who is 2 laps down, is buried in the middle of this front pack in the 24 Dryer Reinbold Carekeeper's car. He's a few positions up the road from the car we're looking at. It's the 5th car in shot, the blue and white car, and Graham's doing his best. Here's an exchange for the lead again. Alex Palou in the American Legion Honda ducks ahead of this man here in the bitnile.com Chevy. That's Rinus VeeKay. VeeKay has led 21 laps. Palou has led 23.
All the while, Felix Rosenqvist quietly, patiently grinning in 3rd position. He's letting these two go at it and just riding around. Got excellent mileage on the first stint, going 34 laps before his first stop.
And it's not just the mileage, guys. All the McLarens were able to make their tires last that long as well. There's like 3 camps of cars right now. There's the Scott Dixons, the Helio Castroneves that had to pit so early because the tires were falling off. Then we had everybody that sort of made it
job here, brother. Just about halfway on this set.
to lap 30-ish, which was the goal. Then that group of cars that made it to 33, 34, they've got an advantage right now as we take a look at this live wind reading, Townsend.
Yeah, this is really cool. It helps you understand what the drivers are dealing with as you turn 360 degrees around this racetrack, 90 in each corner. It's like following the compass. We're going due north right now on board with Rosenqvist. He's going to turn west, and as he does so, he'll pick up a tailwind at the exit. And then turning into 4, he's going to get some wind on the beam on the right-hand side, the starboard side, if you will, of the boat. And that'll adjust how you, with technique, adjust your hands, the rate at which you turn the car, and the adjustments in the cockpit.
You heard Billy Vincent, the strategist for Felix Rosenqvist, on the radio saying, nice job, we're about halfway through this run. Rosenqvist finished 4th last year. Could he go all the way this year?
Chevy supports active service members and veterans throughout the year in partnership with Operation Homefront, the Achilles Freedom Team of Wounded Veterans, and programs like Hiring Our Heroes. Chevy proudly salutes all service members and their families. Join the conversation at #ChevySalutes. Back at the Indianapolis 500, 53 of the 200 laps, so over a quarter of the race completed. Mike Tirico, Danica Patrick, Dale Earnhardt Jr. atop the Peacock Pick Box, lead mostly with Palou and VeeKay so far. What is your headline so far?
Obviously, tires are a big deal. They were having a problem in practice and throughout the month. I actually saw my race strategist, who I won in Japan with, Kyle Moyer, on pit road before the race, and that's exactly what we talked about. And he said left rears can be a real issue. We even saw here Palou on Fast Friday, his left front. So I think tires are going to play a really big role today.
I'm really impressed by VeeKay and Ferrucci both, because they were, I know I'm a driver, I'm not supposed to care about final practice speeds, but when I see myself at the bottom of the board or on the wrong side of the board, I'm nervous. Both of those guys were 33rd and 31st in practice. VeeKay has a great race going on right now. Ferrucci, they were not happy with their car on Friday. Made a lot of changes, and now he's hanging around the top 10.
Santino Ferrucci in 5th, Alex Palou leads, getting close to the next window of pit stops. So we'll step out for a second, come right back as we remain under green, lap 55 at the 500.
NBC's coverage of the Indy 500 is brought to you by Hy-Vee. This racing season helped reach their goal of 100 million meals by visiting Hy-Vee.com. United Rentals, official equipment rental services partner of IndyCar and Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. And by Shell Renewable Race Fuel, powering progress at 230 miles an hour. So we've seen the opening round of stops. We're more than a quarter of the way through this 107th Indianapolis 500. Let's take a look at the pit stop, the second pit stop window prediction, powered by NTT.
There you see it, Palou in that 61 to 67 range, VeeKay 63 to 69. A lot of this is predicated by what they did on their first stint. VeeKay went farther than Palou. Rosenqvist went farther than VeeKay by 1 lap. So in a few laps here, right around, I think, lap 66 is when we'll see these guys start to set up for their pit stops.
The other thing you got to remember is you look at laps led. Palou's at 36 and VeeKay's 21. So the 10 has spent that much more time out front, burning that much more fuel. So it makes sense that he's going to have to pit sooner.
This has been a Chevrolet-dominated race. There's only 3 Hondas in the top 10. Here comes race leader Alex Palou. Second stop in the American Legion Honda.
That is earlier than I expected. if this was to run green the whole time, Marty, it would be tough to do it on just 5 stops.
And you see Santino Ferrucci pitting right behind him, and this is exactly what we talked about. Townsend, you and Hinch just mentioned it. It stacks on itself all day long. In fact, Barry Wanzer told Palou on the radio in the middle of the run, we're just going to be in this situation where we're going to have to pit earlier than everybody else. Handling very good, but Kevin, that's the penalty for leading.
Early on in this last end, Santino Ferrucci said, what did you do? Did you go the wrong way in the wing? They said, no, we just didn't add enough. Later on, Ferrucci came back and said, it gets so loose at the end, I think we just have to suffer through it, Marty.
Second round of pit stop starting here. So Scott Dixon radioed to his crew. You see him on pit road, said this set much better. No vibration this time. He said, I have no idea what happened with that first set, but playing from behind for the rest of the day.
Tell you what, that's not a bad thing for Scott Dixon to get back on cycle.
Yes.
He's there pitting on the same lap as Alex Palou and Santino Ferrucci.
And a huge sigh of relief if you're Scott Dixon that this is not a systemic issue to the car that's going to manifest itself over and over again. Dixon still in this thing, absolutely.
Honda on board. Meanwhile, back at the front, 3 Chevrolet-powered cars. Rinus VeeKay, Felix Rosenqvist, Pato O'Ward. 1, 2, 3, just like that. Alexander Rossi, O'Ward's teammate, has dropped back. That's that gap you see back to the Papaya, the orange car. And then Will Power, Marcus Ericsson, Joseph Newgarden. Takuma Sato and Tony Kanaan in his 22nd and final Indy 500. TK is running inside the top 10 in 9th.
Yeah, it seems like the number 7 of Alexander Rossi just struggling a bit with the balance. He lost a place to Ferrucci and then another one to his teammate Pato O'Ward right before this sequence started as we ride on board the mission onboards here. Right now, I'm just trying to watch the steering wheel, Townsend. It doesn't look like it's doing anything super terrifying, but obviously he's not very happy as Rinus VeeKay, the leader, dives into pit lane.
Got to be so careful, Marty. Get down to that 60-mile-an-hour pit lane speed limit. Don't get caught speeding. Don't lose it. Don't lock up. Good one from VeeKay so far.
You got to follow up on the Rossi situation that Hinch was on board with a moment ago. Just way too free. No vibration for Alexander Rossi, but there is one for Rinus VeeKay, and you can tell he's a young driver. He hung on to it the entire time and never once said, we need to come to pit road. Very happy with the handling, leading a lot of laps, trying to play the patient game all day long. Takuma Sato also on pit road as well. Sato's been dealing with a free race car as the sun starts to be a little more prevalent at Indianapolis. That certainly will affect the handling of the cars as well.
You bet, Marty. Track temp now up to 107 degrees, and if the sun has popped like it looks it has down there, certainly in turn 1, that track temp is going to skyrocket quickly, but all smooth for Rinus VeeKay as he pits and rejoins, and look at that, ahead of Alex Palou in that blue and white number 10, and that's a dicey late move.
On the inside of Marco Andretti in the cooler Honda, and coming up fast is Santino Ferrucci. He clears Andretti as well. Waiting on Rosenqvist, O'Ward, Rossi, Power, and company to make their second round stop.
I'll tell you what, Santino Ferrucci is absolutely in it to win it as Felix Rosenqvist pulls off and goes to pit lane, and once again, Rosenqvist has stretched his pit stops farther than anybody, Marty, at the front.
Yeah, and there's a penalty to that, right, Townsend? Yes, it's great to run far, but you also put a lot of wear on those Firestones. Felix Rosenqvist, after that first stop, the left rear completely blistered all the way around, so they told him to sort of take it easy on this run and not push it quite as hard. You see his teammate Alexander Rossi, again, with a very free race car for Rossi. That's what he's been dealing with. We will look at the tires that come off of Rosenqvist, who came to pit road with the lead. We'll see where he goes, Diff.
What a day, Marty. What a day for the Swedish driver. He has been so consistent, so steady. He's had good speed. Actually, I spoke to him yesterday. It's been a good month of May for Felix Rosenqvist. He is feeling it.
You know, I hadn't seen much in terms of mileage out of Chip Ganassi Racing with Palou and Dixon, but Marcus Ericsson just came to the pits. He's getting excellent mileage.
But guys, look, Felix Rosenqvist has come out ahead of both Rinus VeeKay and Alex Palou. That overcut is really helping, going longer as the other two are stuck in traffic now as we've caught up the tail end, Kevin.
The McLarens are getting great fuel mileage with Chevy. Pato O'Ward in and out. A COP change. A little bit of balance adjustment, Marty.
TK, Tony Kanaan on pit road, his final Indy 500 as we talked about, and these drivers going a little bit further. You guys included Marcus Ericsson in that conversation. His strategist, the winning strategist from last year, said we're going to flip what we're doing, going a little bit longer than everyone else, Dave.
Marty, you're on board with Will Power on pit road now, and even without all the tools available to him, weight jacker not working, he's been able to run well this stint, basically maintained his position. 4 fresh Firestone tires fuel the car. Nice stop for the Penske crew.
Out goes the Verizon Chevy, back into it. Meanwhile, at the front, Felix Rosenqvist knows that he's got Rinus VeeKay and Alex Palou coming, and coming fast. And Power knows that he's going to have to get up to speed here quick. Look at Pato O'Ward on the inside, slices up on Rinus VeeKay, tucks in behind his teammate.
A forceful move, but I like the patience out of VeeKay. Still early in this race. VeeKay's right at the front with a fast race car. He's not going to risk it going into turn 1. R.C. Enerson holding up the pack a little bit here. Have to see how Rosenqvist plays this. How urgent does he feel like he needs to lap R.C. Enerson?
And that's just it. R.C. in that red and white car out front here, lap down. But Felix Rosenqvist, he can't wait too long. He wants to get around there and clear up this lap traffic.
We have a retirement in the field. Unfortunately, it is Catherine Legg of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. Dylan?
Yeah, and we saw the incident on pit road, Catherine. What did you feel there behind the wheel?
Yeah, there's something just, we don't know whether it's a toe link. We tried changing that, maybe the steering rack or something. So we're going to try and fix it and get back out. There's not much we can do multiple laps down, but it's still good experience, and I'm hoping the best from my Rahal Letterman Lanigan teammates.
All right, unfortunate end to her return to the Indianapolis 500, Deb.
Well, good to hear Catherine say it may not be over, but an unfortunate beginning to her return to Indy after a 10-year break. Great to have her in the field anyway. You may have noticed that lead change. Pato O'Ward is up front. A reminder that now is your chance to drive away with a new Corvette courtesy of Hy-Vee and Gatorade. All season long, enter for a chance to win one of 4 Corvettes, and it's as simple as this. Grab your mobile device, scan the QR code that you see on your screen, and you will be in with a chance to win. Good luck. Welcome back. Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe with you. You're watching NBC's Indy 500 telecast presented by Firestone, and you ride on board the Hy-Vee Honda with Christian Lundgaard back up front. This is Pato O'Ward of Arrow McLaren, his teammate Felix Rosenqvist right behind that iconic livery aboard the 6 of Rosenqvist. It's emblematic of Alain Prost's win at Monaco in 1984. It's part of the celebration, the 60th celebration of McLaren racing. 60th birthday, I should say, pardon me. And all cars have different liveries. It's very cool, and it's all reflective of one important point, just a few points in their amazing history.
I'll tell you what's very cool is to have the front of this field on lockdown. If you're Arrow McLaren right now, with O'Ward and Rosenqvist, these two have been teammates now for several seasons. They can work together. The spotters can communicate to the drivers and say, all right, Rosenqvist's going to pass you on the next lap. It's just like the Peloton. Think team cycling in the Tour de France as Santino Ferrucci goes past Palou. What a move.
Power move from Santino. Strong swing to the outside. Cuts across the bow of the 10. Nothing really Palou could do there. We've heard maybe struggling a little bit with the balance of his car, but look at the gap already that Ferrucci's pulled out, and now Alexander Rossi in that orange McLaren all over the back of Alex Palou.
Such an incredible record here at Indianapolis for Santino Ferrucci. 4 previous starts, 4 top 10s, running 4th, the position he started. You have every reason to think at this point that this young American star could make the miracle happen for AJ Foyt Racing today.
He has not changed his stance or his message all month long. He's like, this is an awesome car. And especially after qualifying, he said, we have a car that could win this race. The 24-year-old from Connecticut, who now, and appropriately that he's driving for AJ Foyt, calls Texas home, is running beautifully.
And I say miracle because, Kevin, we haven't seen the kind of performance out of AJ Foyt Racing that they're showing today. The raw speed of their car exceeded that of the great team Penske in qualifying, and Ferrucci has been just bubbling with enthusiasm ever since he jumped in this thing.
And what's kind of scary is Ferrucci, who qualified 4th, said my race car is even better. Let's go up front now with the 2 Arrow McLarens and listen to some radio to Pato O'Ward about how he's in front.
Just to give you a heads up, you are leading. Fro is second. You guys are the best on fuel right now, looking really strong.
And now, guys, they're in a position to swap, and I suspected this was coming. They'll swap the lead back and forth just a little bit to save some fuel.
I was just going to say, Kev, I'm surprised that we hadn't seen that sooner. Last year, we saw that beautiful choreography between Scott Dixon and Alex Palou and the Chip Ganassi squad, each taking turns leading so they could both save some fuel. Pato O'Ward had just been sat there out front punching that hole, so now some synchronized swapping of positions, and that's the kind of teamwork you need to see now, 80 laps into the race. That's not what we're going to be seeing with 20 laps to go.
What's happened here? Helio Castro Neves, the 4-time winner.
Whoa.
Whoa, whoa.
Auditioning for a future in dirt track racing. Castro Neves walks it up the track on board. Listen. He got in the dirty air of his teammate and then downshifted, got after the throttle, and frankly just spun the tires up on the gas. Dylan, that was a great save.
Yeah, and unfortunately they had moved to 12th in that round of pit stops from 19th when they came in, so the crew did a great job to get in track position, but as you'd expect, Helio came on the radio a few laps ago and said, this is just super loose. I cannot hang on much longer. Made a change, came down and made a front wing adjustment. Hopefully that cures the looseness for Helio, but they've lost a lot of track position.
So Dylan, meanwhile, the plan for the McLaren cars is to swap the lead back and forth every 3 laps, but I want to show you the left rear of Felix Rosenqvist's car. Look at those blisters. That's the second straight set of tires that have looked like that for Felix Rosenqvist. So Townsend, I get what you're saying, and I understand it's great to run long, but they're telling Felix, slow down as much as you can to conserve the tires.
Yeah, if I'm Rosenqvist, I think I'd be thinking to myself, 10-4, dude, but we're fine. I went 34 laps on the first stint and another 33 on the second. As you see the Firestone telemetry on board here, what does that throttle look like? Wide open. So don't sweat it, boys. We're good. I'll tell you if I feel something, but tires are fine.
And what a beautiful way to repay the faith that McLaren Racing has had in Felix Rosenqvist to be at the front of the field with his teammate, kind of like his little brother, Pato O'Ward. There's 7 years between the two of them. Felix Rosenqvist is 31, O'Ward 24. O'Ward is the bigger, more vivacious personality. Felix is a little more reserved, and here comes Santino Ferrucci around the outside and moves into third. High above the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, thanks to Honda for presenting our aerial coverage today of this 107th Indy 500. What a sight, what a day, Memorial Day weekend. Here we are racing at Indy, and it is fantastic. At the front, teammates still going at it, along with Santino Ferrucci in the mix. Rinus VeeKay, Alex Palou runs top 5. Will Power, his teammate, Joseph Newgarden, then Ericsson Sato, and Connor Daly, the local hero, running in 11. Got a huge ovation from the crowd earlier today. We'll see what Connor can do a little later as we are fast approaching the halfway mark.
Looking out the back of the People Ready cam on board here with number 30, Jack Harvey, running in 30th right now, already 1 lap down, trying to fight off O'Ward from putting him 2 laps down.
Yeah, what you're hoping for here is Jack Harvey is a yellow flag just to let you get back around the track and get back onto the tail end of that lead lap and then still have to make your full lap back.
Yeah, we're lap 88. Kevin, I would expect the leaders, including Pato O'Ward, to come in maybe around lap 100. What are you hearing?
I think that's about right, and this works right into their favor. They're telling Pato, ride right behind Jack Harvey. This is saving you fuel, and you're still leading the race as long as Harvey can maintain a relative pace. Dylan. Let's step in and grab a word with R.C. Enerson, who is, his car has been rolled back to the garage. Are you guys done, and what was the issue?
We're not really sure. We're gonna have to go back and take a look, but yeah, just came through one and something went on with the car. But this team, Team Chevy, we've had a flawless month so far. For us to have a problem in the race, it's a bummer, but you know, that's kind of just how racing goes sometimes. I think that's what we get for using up all our luck throughout practice, not having any problems with the car. So we'll just have to come back stronger next year. We'll go diagnose the car and see what's wrong, but yeah, just a real bummer to be out that early.
Nothing to hang their head about for sure. The Able Motorsports team advanced and locked into the 500 against all odds.
26-year-old American R.C. Enerson of Able Motorsports certainly punched above his weight in qualifying, did a really nice job. The whole organization did a super job in a short span of time to get that car prepped, qualified on its first try. So a shame to see them out at this stage. Here's Ferrucci making a move on Jack Harvey and trying to go with fellow Chevrolet drivers Rosenquist and O'Ward. Lap 90 of 200.
I'll tell you what, if this thing comes down to a top 3 shootout like it's shaping up, watch out for Ferrucci. He likes the outside move in turn 3. He's the only one well practiced in it as the McLaren teammates swap again. Rosenquist to the 4.
And as this teamwork plays out here up at the front, another team that is super impressive so far is Team Penske. Will Power up in 7th. Joseph Newgarden, we talked about, up 9 spots from where he started. They might not have had the pace at qualifying, but as we've always said, this team shows up in a big way. The Pennzoil on board with Scott McLaughlin. Takuma Sato high off of 2. That was tight. And now Tony Kanaan trying to come on the inside.
Half inside.
Power making moves, and you can see all kinds of dust in the air. I think that's from Tony Kanaan making a pass in the grass on the back straightaway.
We didn't see what happened to Takuma Sato. Now is Benjamin Peterson, and that red number 55 for AJ Foyt Racing goes by Takuma, but he slowed up and caused all this mayhem. And look,
he's struggling. He's hanging on.
He's lost his
got
momentum.
an issue.
They were scrambling everywhere. Look out, look out.
Okay here, inside.
There are cars going everywhere.
Oh, that's Stingray Rob.
Yellow.
First yellow of the race, and one of the rookies in the field. McLaughlin goes one way, Kanaan goes the other, and the day is done for the Dale Coyne Racing with Rick Ware Racing rookie.
It was
Stingray Rob done.
It was getting hairy there around the racetrack, Lee, but I didn't see Stingray involved in that melee of cars that we saw. Must have been a different issue for him.
What the heck, man? I take it that means you're okay at least.
We'll get to the bottom of this and show you a replay. Stingray Rob, what a shame.
AMR safety team there quickly, though. He's okay. That's the most important thing.
That's two of the 4 rookies out.
Sounded like he was frustrated about something with the team maybe as we get a replay here, but he's just high and in the marbles. And we just don't know what led to him getting high in the first place on that replay, but heavy right side contact as you see that tie rod come off and go dragging down the track.
Makes you wonder if it was a late move from Graham Rahal there in the 24 blue and white car for Dreyer Reinbold. Yeah, side by side there. You just can't do it this late in the stint counts at over 90 laps of green flag action. That's going to put a lot of marbles up there.
Oh, he's mad at Graham.
I'd like to see a bit earlier to see how late it was. We see them side by side turning in, but how late was the pop out?
We've seen plenty of side by side running. I just don't know if Stingray was caught off guard and didn't know Graham was coming and popping and looking or what, but you know, Rahal, of course, 2 laps down. And either way, that's the end of the day for the 51.
Here it is again. Look to the right. Look to the right.
I don't see anything wrong with what Graham Rahal did there. But this is 100 laps of green running. The marbles and the tire dust accumulates offline, and you just saw the risk of running high.
And this is where experience comes in, so you can't blame Stingray Rob for wanting to just kind of hold that position at this stage of a green flag run, consecutive green flag laps. When you see a car pop out, sometimes you have to think, you know, look, not the time to force the issue. Dump out of the throttle, fall back in line. You can be unhappy with how late Graham pulled out, but at the end of the day, you got to make those decisions from your side as well.
Lee, the thing about marbles and tire dust, you cannot see it as a driver. It's an invisible, it's like black ice in cold, snowy conditions on the public roads. You cannot see how slippery things are. If you just notice, you can just see those little tiny dots on the track and a couple there's a good shot. That's what you can't see in the car, but you can feel it the moment you touch it.
Yeah, this is zoomed in, stationary. So think about what it's like through a visor, through a windscreen at 220 plus miles an hour. That does not register.
Now what you're probably going to see is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway's track sweepers. You can see one all the way down at the end of, the start of the backstretch, and they're going to sweep the track. As a driver, you want to know about this from your spotters, because if they clean up those marbles,
you can go
this
high.
Racetrack goes from 1.5 grooves wide to 3 grooves wide on a restart. That's why it's going to get so exciting.
Width of the straights, 60 feet. Width of the corners, 50 feet. So there's the track sweeper out there, and first caution of this Indianapolis 500 after 90-plus really good laps of racing. And here comes everybody headed for the pits. First in line, Felix Rosenqvist of Arrow McLaren in the NTT Data car. Kevin Lee.
And this timing of the caution is not great for Arrow McLaren because they had the best fuel mileage. They didn't need to pit for a little while. Pato O'Ward is going to hit his mark first, just wants a little bit of wing. In front of him, you're going to see Santino Ferrucci. This helped them. They were short on fuel, Marty.
Yeah, Kevin, kind of a game reset at almost halfway. A lot of drivers saying they want more downforce. You see Felix Rosenqvist, bottom left of your screen, the leader coming on the pit road, said he feels very good about the handling of the car. Meanwhile, Rinus VeeKay said he's had a vibration on literally every run of the day. They make a wing adjustment, and the McLaren guys easily hold serve
Hey, Marty,
here.
oh my goodness! Palou is out. Palou just got hit by Rinus VeeKay, who got sideways. Are you kidding me?
Wow. We told you earlier that pit lane, your race can be made or lost. And you're seeing the latter for the American Legion Honda with Alex Palou. The two guys who shared the lead for so much of the early part of this race have come together on pit road. VeeKay on your left.
So similar to what happened to Catherine Legge, just came out of the pit box. Yeah, he had cars on his outside. He had to keep it in the transition lane, fine, but just kept his foot in it, went around and took out Palou. He may have gotten away without any damage, but I promise you a penalty's coming for the 21. Heartbreaking for these teams.
We'll find out how badly damaged Palou's number 10 machine is. Maybe not so bad, but we'll get to it. Certainly front wing damage. Back in a moment. NBC's coverage of the Indy 500 brought to you by Shell Renewable Race Fuel, powering progress at 230 miles per hour. Hy-Vee, this racing season, helped reach their goal of 100 million meals by visiting Hy-Vee.com. People Ready, partner of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, an official staffing solutions provider of the NTT IndyCar Series. And by Firestone Tires, for redefining the limits. Welcome back. Wow. What has happened on pit lane? They were all scrambling everywhere, and before the caution came out for Stingray Rob, Junko's Hollinger driver, Callum Ilott, found himself on pit road. He pitted on lap 91, got serviced, and has cycled all the way to the front, ahead of Felix Rosenqvist, Pato O'Ward, Santino Ferrucci, and co. So, this guy was struggling to even make it in the field. He leads the race, but this is the big drama. Watch down the bottom right of your screen. The 21 of Rinus VeeKay loses it, hits Palou, bounces off and keeps going. It's under investigation. You're watching NBC's Indy 500 telecast presented by Firestone. And yes, you could be there next year if you wanted to be. That is the famous or infamous Snake Pit here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Hey, a quick reminder about NTT IndyCar Series drivers and teams are competing once again for more than $1 million if they can be the first to win a series race on all three different circuits. That means an oval, a street race, and a road course. Here is a look at the updated standings of the People Ready Force for Good Challenge, and reminding you that Joseph Newgarden of Team Penske did actually do this in pretty quick fashion last year, winning himself, his team, and two charities of Joseph's choice, $1 million to share with thanks to People Ready and the Force for Good Challenge. Check this out. Look to the right-hand side of your screen. Christian Lundgaard almost hits a team member, hits a wheel, and more chaos on pit road.
It's just so easy to do. You're coming down. Those are team cars. They're pitted side by side. The last minute pull out back into pit lane, unfortunately, hit a tire. There'll be a penalty coming there. And then here we see Alex Palou coming in, getting the front wing changed at the same time. They're going to also put a ton of downforce on that car because now they're going to be back in the dirty air, not running up front like they were before.
Hey, Mike Tirico, we were in quite a nice smooth rhythm, but now everything's kind of gone upside down.
We were, Div. Shades of 2014, where it was 150 laps until the first caution. Here it was 91 laps. It all happened right down here. What did we talk about in the pre-race? There's one to go, by the way, before green. One more time, an incident on pit road changes the complexion of the Indy 500.
Well, what's so shocking is how many drivers are having a hard time getting out of the pit box and getting the car back to straight again. And what that's telling me is that maybe they're running a lot of left front weight. Obviously, these cars are really stuck. They're able to really have a lot of grip out there, which means they're going to run a lot of left front weight. That's probably what's happening, and that's also probably why the left front's cording on a lot of cars too.
Interesting to see the race being controlled the way it is by the leaders. The top 15 stay within 10 seconds of each other for those first 100 laps, but when they have to go hard at the end of this race, who's going to have the tire issues and who will not?
We are approaching halfway, lap 100 of 200 here at the 500. And Lee Diffie, the story's just starting to be written.
Oh, and how about this, Mike? For Callum Ilott, the British driver for Juncos Hollinger Racing, they had to change chassis for him to feel more comfortable to go out in qualifying. He had minimal running, and yet he got in the field on his first attempt. It was nerve-wracking stuff, but maybe not as nervous as this, because Callum Ilott leads and the reigning champion goes right around the outside. That's Marcus Ericsson. He got 3 positions in the one turn.
All kinds of action. Mid-pack, Rosenqvist immediately to the front. But look at this 3-car battle. 2 Penske's and a Ganassi. Ericsson goes wide, and how about Alexander Rossi?
We just saw Stingray Robb end up in the wall being that high, but after the sweepers, you can utilize that second lane. Will Powers hung out to try. Connor Daly, Scott Dixon, 4 wide.
Dixon trying to go on the attack, and on the far left is Kyle Kirkwood.
4 wide at Indianapolis.
The pink car is Kirkwood. Good positions made there. Sato gets around Scott McLaughlin. Dixon's not done with yet either in the orange and blue machine.
Scott McLaughlin in that yellow submarine for Penske got checked up on the inside there. Everybody rolled around the outside, but look at Marcus Ericsson, guys. The defending race winner trying to get another position there on the outside. That was a cracking restart.
Santino Ferrucci saying not so fast as things settle down, but it was hairy at the back of the field. Alex Palou already up to 19th. He is charging back forward. O'Ward now goes to the front.
And as you see O'Ward take the lead, Rinus VeeKay drive-through penalty for that contact with Alex Palou, and VeeKay's currently running in 7th. He's going to be out of that and out of the running. That's
maybe not. Maybe not. If he can stay on the lead lap. VeeKay's currently in 7th.
Ferrucci on the inside, Rosenqvist on the outside. Ilott's gone from 1st to 4th. Rosenqvist, O'Ward, Ferrucci, Ilott, and the defending Indy 500 winner, Marcus Ericsson, on that restart was outstanding. Incredible outside maneuvering here in the Husky Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing.
It was a great jump initially on the restart as we see Pato O'Ward now back around Felix Rosenqvist into 3. That black McLaren back to the point. But man, I'm just thinking about that 3 wide move, hanging it on the outside there for Marcus Ericsson. Here's on board with Alexander Rossi on the restart.
Let's just watch.
Good Lord, I mean, that was absolutely the right move from Alexander Rossi to get out of the throttle there when he's in the middle of a 3 wide. But now look at Ericsson. And same with Rossi, just hanging it on the outside. Will starts coming up.
Wow, Alexander Rossi, that's the kind of angry fast hands we've seen out of him in the past on the ovals, and massive contact between Santino Ferrucci and Marcus Ericsson on the front straight as Mike and Danica are into this big time.
Wow, how about that? I want to spice it up a little bit more with Ericsson as they keep cycling the lead at the front. The Borg-Warner Trophy. As you know, the famed Borg-Warner Trophy. Marcus Ericsson, if he can defend his victory of a year ago, with thanks to Borg-Warner, fellas, check this. There is an additional $420,000 on the line for Ericsson to be the first to go back-to-back since Elio Castro-Neves in the early 2000s.
That'll buy you some Husky chocolate. Hey, Dylan, what happened with Stingray Robb? Let's talk to him.
Yeah, let's chat with him. He is out of the infield care center. Stingray, what do you feel happened there?
I think I just need to pay more attention to the stereotypes of the series, pay attention to who I'm racing to, and I mean, that was just way too aggressive a move, I thought, but yeah, I guess we're in the wall and not much further to say.
Who are you talking about?
Whoever it was I was racing there. I know it was, but yeah.
Thank you, Stingray.
Understandably frustrated, wanted to do well in his rookie appearance, so let's get back to it.
Look, we've seen these cars up front, first, second, third, Rosenqvist, O'Ward, Ferrucci, but guys, P4, Joseph Newgarden is all the way up to 4th place, 13 spots up from his start. He has just been slowly, quietly, methodically getting his way up. Yellow flag pit stops, that's always going to be a strength for Team Penske. He picked up a few more, and this number 2 red, yellow, and white car for Penske is absolutely doing exactly what it needs to be doing to find its way into the fight.
Ericsson up the inside of Callum Eilert. That red and white Husky Honda continues to climb its way forward. Ericsson 5th now. Restart is under review. We just got a note from race control. Let's have a look at it.
It's under review for highlights in action. Look at Callum Eilert warming his tires there with a little swerve. The question is, when did the green flag come out? As Scott Dixon gets a big jump on Kirkwood. We understand no action, everything legit. There you see the green flag waving furiously. But man, the 4 wide into turn 3 was insano.
What race control is looking for is a car that pulls out of line before that green flag command is given. Once the green flag command is given, you can race. You don't have to wait till the line, but if you pop out a line before they wave the green, that can be a penalty. I think it was close, but race control said no action, so we're on.
Who haven't we really spoken about today, fellas? The quiet achiever in this pack was about to go flashing by. It's the yellow and black car next in line. It's the Gainbridge Honda of Colton Herta, up 15 positions from his starting spot. The Andretti Autosport pilot is quietly sneaking his way forward. Rossi on Eilert, back in a moment. Do you remember playing with Hot Wheels as a kid? Well, they just got a whole lot bigger. Buckle up for an exciting new competition. It's Hot Wheels Ultimate Challenge, Tuesdays on NBC and streaming on Peacock. And our dear mate Rutledge Wood, he's told us all about it. It is so exciting. You're going to love it. That's on Tuesday. Hot Wheels Ultimate Challenge. Welcome back, Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe with you, the whole family. Mike Tirico, Danica Patrick, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and the whole gang working this on lap 113 of 200. Yeah, we're already well over the halfway mark. Pato O'Ward retakes the lead from his teammate. Good back and forth going on here in front of Santino Ferrucci in 3rd. Joseph Newgarden, Marcus Ericsson, Colton Herta, then Alexander Rossi, Connor Daly, Callum Eilert, and Kyle Kirkwood in the 10th position. That's the pink car there for Auto Nation. You see right there running nice and consistently.
And this is the part of the race where the team is asking you for feedback on your balance. What do you think you would want for the end of the race for this shootout? A lot of chatter probably about mileage because the yellow came a little early and they're going to have to stretch this stint a little bit more. So a lot of conversations about framing up the end of this race, trying to figure out what the advantage is going to be.
Now, guys, we got kind of caught up with the yellow caused by Stingray Rob there, but just before that, there was a bit of a melee in turn 2 when Takuma got slow. We saw a puff of grass, but riding on board with Scott McLaughlin. Watch Tony Kanaan here. 200 miles an hour, completely 4 wheels through the grass. I don't think he lifted, T-Bell.
No, that was like Baja 500.
This goes beyond Hunter Ray's pass in the grass. Look at this, all 4 wheels. World's fastest lawnmower.
I cannot tell you how terrifying that must have been from inside the cockpit of Tony Kanaan, but no flinching.
I've only ever done that in a rental car.
Yeah, but not that fast. Oh my goodness. A little further back, there's Connor Daly, makes a pass. He goes around Callum Eilert. Daly sits in 8th for Ed Carpenter Racing. So, while his teammate Rinus VeeKay got penalised and is now back down in 28th, Connor Daly is flying the flag for ECR. Don't discount him. Keep an eye on Connor.
So these guys need to make this stint really work and stretch it out. And I wonder, is Arrow McLaren getting better mileage than Santino Ferrucci? I think he has the advantage to sit back there in 3rd. As Rosenquist goes back to the front on his teammate, that choreographed move. And I really like where Joseph Newgarden is sitting. That Team Penske, that shell car, the number 2, we know they know how to take care of their tires over a long stint. Newgarden's been patient. The team's been amazing on pit lane, as always. And Marty, you talked about this before the start of the race, where Kevin, these guys wanted Newgarden to be right here, right now, in the top 5. They're exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, Joseph said with 50 to go, I want to be in the top 5, and he's been charging forward. I think the second stint might be one they look back as one that saved them. They were dealing with a vibration. He hung on, didn't lose any spots. The car is good now.
Kevin, the last 2 years have been frustrating, to say the least, for the driver of the Shell Chevy. Newgarden in 21 started 21st, finished 12th. Last year, started 14th, finished 13th. This guy is the ultimate competitor. He's a 2-time series champion, and the fact that he's seen his teammate Will Power and other teammates go on and win this one, and for him to be the one of the pride drivers of Team Penske, proud drivers of Team Penske, and not having won the 500, he wants to check that one off the list.
Gotta wonder what they might do on downforce adjustments on the next 2 pit stops as the track temperature now crosses into that hot territory. 110 degrees, still rising.
All right, it's time to go through the field. Brought to you by Shell. Let's start with Dave Burns.
Lee, the 6th car in line there, the black and yellow Gainbridge Honda for Colton Herta, started 21st all the way up to 6th, and he told me this week, we will be good. We can work in traffic. We can pass cars. And after the first stint, they made an adjustment that made that car much better. He's happy with it, Kevin.
Dave Connor Daly has moved forward 8 spots. He felt he had a good race car. He just told the team, we've got a really good car, fellas, trying to become the first Hoosier-born winner since Wilbur Shaw in 1940. Dylan.
Kevin, think about where the Juncos Hollinger team and Callum Ilott were last week. At the end of last week, Callum presented an ultimatum, basically said, we need to get a backup car out or I'm giving up my seat. Somebody else can drive it. They worked for 5 days trying to get their primary car up to speed. In 12 laps, had the new car fast enough to make the 500 field. Testament to this team, and Callum's never give up spirit. They're inside the top 10 now, Marty.
Dylan, so what did Alex Palou think of the contact on pit road? Listen on the radio.
It's definitely made it more challenging. We're going to do the best we can here. Yeah, we're doing absolute nature. The 21 is.
Talking about Rinus VeeKay, an absolute legend. Lee, I want to remind you of the race last year. On the second stop of the day, Alex Palou ran out of fuel. On the day last year, he drove from 32nd to 9th. Already, just on this run, he's gone from 28th up to 17th. I think that lit a fire inside Alex Palou.
And we saw him in his championship-winning year in 2021 when he was last in Portland and drove all the way to victory. It was a pivotal race in his championship-winning season. He knows he can do it. So glad you're with us, enjoying this Indy 500 telecast here on NBC, presented by Firestone. Let's have a look at a big move presented by Pods Moving and Storage. I want to take you back some 10 years to 2013. Here at the Brickyard, 2 laps to go. Tony Kanaan makes a pass for the lead. Look at TK down on the inside there. Forceful move. And then there would be a very late race caution, which gave the most popular driver in IndyCar that long-awaited Indianapolis 500 win. There he is there in his Arrow McLaren. Smart stop, number 66. And TK just keeps cruising around. He is in 12th place at the moment. Hasn't done anything spectacular yet, but he's just been stable.
What do you mean? He went through the grass.
Oh, that's right.
At 2:30.
That's right. That was spectacular.
He's still recovering from that. He's probably watching the highlights on his phone right now, just kind of getting re-amped.
How relaxed was he?
This thing.
How relaxed was he when you chatted to him prior to the race? Just a long conversation.
He was good. I talked to him just before he got in his car, and then of course on the radio. But yeah, he was happy and process. I think the greatest thing, James, is he was aware of everything that was going on. I raced here 10 times. I was aware of nothing except right in front of me on the racetrack. It felt like Tony was really absorbing and processing the moment.
And that's a conscious decision from Tony this month to enjoy everything. You are so singularly focused on the race as a driver, but he knew this was going to be his last. He took the time to really just kind of open up and enjoy.
Look at how stacked up this is. This is wild. I want to show you a replay here just a few moments ago of the teammates again exchanging the lead. But look how long this train is growing.
And guys, they are stretching this thing. The speeds have dropped. Awards down to 207 miles an hour.
Oh my goodness.
Everybody is tiptoeing except Alex Palou. Look at the left-hand side of your screen. The guy we thought was out of this thing is up to 15th. he has more gas because when they had to fix his front wing, they were able to plug in and give him more shell fuel. So Alex Palou is going to take big advantage of everybody going slow here and try to pick his way back to the front.
There goes Callum Eilert for Juncos Hollinger. Remember, he stopped 3 laps prior to everybody else. Rosenquist back to the lead. Ferrucci third, then Newgarden, Ericsson, Rossi.
These are starting to look like pace laps, James. They are crawling.
It is shocking how slow they're going. It is allowing Rinus VeeKay to catch back up to the tail end of this field. He didn't go a lap down. Don't think he's got enough time to make much of it, but this is now not only a fuel race, it's going to be a downforce race. We see Marcus Ericsson maybe taking a look at the inside of that red and yellow shell Chevrolet of Joseph Newgarden. Couldn't get it done there, but because it's backing up so much, this is when drivers get impatient and sometimes make bad decisions.
Hey, Marty, what's the leader, Rosenquist and Award? What are you hearing about their downforce request?
A moment ago, Billy Vincent told Felix Rosenquist, I like what you're doing, as he gets pushed down almost to the wall there by Joseph Newgarden, and he said, but you need to save me more. That is why the pace has slowed down so much right now, Kevin.
Here comes Pato O'Ward. He's got to go around Benjamin Peterson's tires, but he's going to have an easy exit. He said, I need help with the rear. They contemplated front wing, but they're making a little bit of, I'm told, a rear wing adjustment. They can do that very slightly. And Pato O'Ward is back out in a little bit earlier this time. They've been running long on previous stints.
Look at Marcus Ericsson, continues to push his way forward. He's made up 7 positions from where he started, and the defending Indianapolis 500 winner looking good. Let's go inside Chip Ganassi Racing, and in particular the number 10, a little bit of spy cam from Alex Palou's camp. Apologies for the audio there. Little technical hiccup, but nonetheless, that was Barry Wanzer, his strategist. And Barry is that calm voice on the radio. These two guys have bonded so well, formed such a great understanding and relationship.
Palou up to 12th with O'Ward pitting, but he is looking really good on making up the gap. I think that was Tony Kanaan coming to pit lane. This is where you need to get to lap 132 to 134 to comfortably make it on one more stop. Marty, TK coming down potentially for the second to last time ever on pit lane at Indy.
How crazy is that to think 69 laps to go? TK, like a lot of other drivers, Townsend, stacked on downforce on the last stop. You're going to see more downforce go on because it's way sunnier and warmer than everybody thought it would be today, and all the McLaren cars were very trimmed out. His 2 teammates, though, Felix Rosenquist up front having a good run of it. Pato O'Ward also as well. You're going to see this pit stop sequence happen right here, and here comes Felix Rosenquist. And again, I'll reiterate what Billy Vincent told him a moment ago. I love what you're doing. You're not doing enough fuel save here. Coming at 132. They wanted to make it to 133, but could not quite get there. Pit road getting very busy. And with 68 to go, it's going to be tough to make it on a handful of stops here.
Tell you what, we've been singing the praises of the 10 team and Alex Palou and that great comeback. How about within the Ganassi camp, his teammate Scott Dixon? That early setback with the huge vibration. Dixon came in. He just said it was brutal, got serviced, and has been on the comeback trail hinge ever since. Now, of course, there's several ahead of him who have pitted, but Dixon up to 8th.
It's incredible what this Chip Ganassi Racing squad is doing. When they're dealt a bad hand, they just buckle down and get on with it. But now it'll be interesting to see as we see Felix Rosenquist come out of pit lane ahead of his teammate Pato O'Ward there leading this path. How much further AJ Foyt Racing can go with Ferrucci, and here's the answer, Kevin.
And he was legit running third behind Rosenquist. He said, I can pass him if you want me to. The car is awesome. The last AJ Foyt car to finish in the top 5 here in 2000. He's away.
Overshoots his pit, guys. Herta overshot his pit coming in.
Oh, no. And it's his teammate immediately ahead, Romain Grosjean.
Well, his tires were already changed. I wonder if he stalled maybe coming out.
I think you're right, Finch. Here it is.
Oh, he has.
Oh, contact. They sent him right into his teammate. Although if you watch the right front tire changer, he was telling Colton Herta to hold.
My goodness. Teammates collide on pit road.
That is going to be an uncomfortable Monday morning meeting at Andretti Autosport. That is just not the kind of thing you can deal with. That certainly is under review. Contact in pit lane always has a consequence, Marty.
Gotta say, I'm a little surprised. Alex Palou coming here, working lap 135, 66 to go. They probably could have gone one lap further, but Barry Wanzer making the call to bring him in. That'll be an easy split, 33 laps on each stint.
Yeah, Marty, I think what they'd want to make sure they cover now is they're back in the hunt. Don't leave yourself out there and a yellow comes and you get trapped and run out of fuel or have to make an emergency stop under a closed pit. We saw that get Scott Dixon, 2 years ago?
Look at this. Joseph Newgarden ahead of Santino Ferrucci. Remember, Kevin said he pitted third. And now Newgarden finds himself ahead of the AJ Foyt racer. And now, a special look at Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, only in theaters June 30.
Getting close to money time. Final 61 laps of the Indianapolis 508. New leader is Marcus Ericsson. The Swede is first with Felix Rosenqvist, Joseph Newgarden right behind with Danica Patrick, Dale Earnhardt Jr. More action in the pits. Colton Herta, a pass-through penalty, as you saw before we went to break. What are you looking at here as we head down the stretch?
Oof, yeah, what a shame. I mean, I had him written down. I was like, we got to talk about Colton Herta. He's made a lot of progress today. But Joseph Newgarden has made even more, and he's right up there up front. I think he's going to be something to watch. But, I mean, I tell you, it's going to all be about when you make that last pit stop and how good are your tires at the very end of the race. These tires are obviously going off, so you want to pit as you want to be the first one to do it, but you don't want to do it so early that your tires are off by the time the end of the race comes.
Yeah, after McLaren had controlled this race from the very start, this recent run of pit stops has actually pushed Penske out front. So we'll have to see how they respond. A lot of guys pitting on different laps, so everybody's got a little bit better fuel mileage than others. They'll be able to push a little harder late in the race if needed, if this thing continues to go green.
And after leading the most laps early on, Palou was back in 28th after the pit road incident. Alex Palou has recycled out of pit stops. Big move there. He is 10th, 59 laps to go. We'll continue with more from Indianapolis in just a moment.
You're watching NBC's coverage of the Indianapolis 500, brought to you by Firestone. On a gorgeous Midwest day, 80 degrees Fahrenheit here at the Speedway, and Marcus Ericsson, who crossed the yard of bricks first last year to become just the second Swedish driver in history to win, is out in front. And as far as fuel, he's looking good too because of the lead pack. He was the last to stop. This Husky Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing is in the groove.
He is, and he's getting a nice little bonus, which is that black and yellow Gainbridge car of Colton Herta, who's the last car on the lead lap, hoping for a yellow here so that Colton Herta can stack back up. But Ericsson leading with draft help is ideal. It reminds me of Alexander Rossi back in 2016.
Yeah, but he's not getting the amount of help from Colton Herta that Joseph Newgarden and Felix Rosenqvist are getting from Marcus Ericsson. Colton is desperate to put his foot down, catch back up. He's on the tail end of the lead lap, but these other cars, they need to run a slower pace than that.
Ericsson doesn't have a teammate to work with right now, as the Earl McLaren boys are still comfortable in third, fourth, and fifth to work together.
Well, talking about that, Kevin Lee, Pato O'Ward's in fifth. He led 30 laps so far today. What's the story with the Mexican?
And they are not comfortable. Remember, they came in 3 to 5 laps early on the last stint, and there is big trouble.
So, Pato, just to keep you in the loop, we aren't filling. We don't know why. We need to maximize our fuel save right now. When they're in the pack, you're currently still P6.
They're not getting full fills. They are short on fuel. They said if we still get a yellow, we can get back in it. But otherwise, they're going to need an extra stop on everybody else, most likely.
Absolutely. They just will not be able to stretch it. The last stop should come around lap 167 to 170 in that range, and at Pato's current situation, he's going to be short of that milestone.
Yeah, when you come into the pits, you try to get all 18.5 gallons available to you of that Shell Racing fuel, and sometimes there are anomalies that just don't let that tank get full, and that is a huge detriment to the race of Pato O'Ward right now.
Hey, Hinch, I watched recently Unleashing the Dragon, where you sat down. It's available on NBC Motorsports on NBC YouTube page. You sat down with Marcus Ericsson and relived last year's Indy 500 win. A lot of veterans commented on that. His engineers commented on it. You were sitting in a theater watching it back with him. You might have to go back to that theater again based on what we're seeing right here.
Yeah, we'll have to put 2 seats in between us for both baby Borgs if he can keep this performance up. But no, a great opportunity to sit with Marcus focus and really dissect every stage of the race, what he and his team were talking about, what they were thinking about, what they were strategizing, and ultimately how they came away with the biggest prize in motor racing. And it is not an unfamiliar sight to see that red and white Husky car up front.
One of the coolest spots in this place is when the cars enter turn 3 at speed. Steve Letard is there. Tell us more, Stevie.
Diff, you said it. 300,000 people descend on Speedway, Indiana for the Indianapolis 500 for a lot of reasons, but the #1 reason that keeps fans coming back is the daring speed. As we see on the right side, the field's now down in 1 and 2. They're going to exit turn 2 and come down the backstretch. We're in the turn 3 grandstands. These are where the seats are available. And just look at this absolutely raw speed as these cars come into the screen. I'm going to get out of the way and test our cameraman to see how good he can pan and follow along. It's just unbelievable, Diff. It never gets old no matter how many times you've seen it.
Caution is out. What is it for? And it's for Romain Grosjean in the DHL Honda for Andretti Autosport.
The car's dead.
Looks like off of turn 2 again, guys. That was the same spot that he had issues last year. Lap 106 in the race back in 2022. The number 28 found the outside of the turn 2 wall.
Crashed in Texas in turn 2 as well, the last oval race this season. Not sure if that happened on his own or contesting the position with another driver, but the day is done.
Don't forget the pit road contact, with his teammate.
Just going to say that, Dave. Maybe there was some sort of damage. You never know. These cars are so sensitive on these high-speed ovals, Townsend. Even a few mil of difference could be terrible.
Romain Grosjean at the 3/4 mark of this race, way up in the marbles, and drills the wall. Next time across the yard of bricks, 21 laps to go. Marcus Ericsson, who won his first Indianapolis 500 a year ago, may have company soon in the form of the driver who won the 100th Indy 500, Alexander Rossi, arm wrestling with Joseph Newgarden, and Newgarden not relenting.
The cowboy Newgarden riding the high side out in that dirty piece of racetrack and reminding Alexander Rossi, if you're going to beat me for my first Indy 500 win, you're going to have to be real brave. Newgarden not interested in letting Rossi by.
Don't worry, bravery is not something Alex Rossi is short on. If he gets that opportunity again, he will try to make that pass happen. But guys, this is what we're talking about, 20 to go. It's as forceful as you like. You're gonna hang it on the outside. You're gonna throw it up the inside. Anything to stay in front.
But look at the lap count here. These top 6 drivers all need to pit, including Pato O'Ward, who just came to pit lane. And remember, as Kevin reported earlier, they're having trouble packing fuel in that thing.
And they could have gone a little bit longer, but the plan was as soon as you catch some traffic, that's when we're going to peel off. They need to do fast laps. Everyone else is saving just a little bit. They can go as hard as they want to go.
Game on now for Pato O'Ward. Look at where everybody else is coming. He's been released for the final time. Look to the left to see the effective leader. Here come the pack.
Guys, he's going to be in the mix here.
Yeah,
he is going to be in this conversation for sure. As Alex Rossi again.
That was like a replay of last lap. Here comes Pato O'Ward. I think Ericsson will get him, maybe Rosenquist, but Pato O'Ward should slot into third and be able to defend on Newgarden.
And he's got much newer tires.
Beside you, outside.
Not much.
Outside, feeling. You're
clear in third with Newgarden hot in pursuit.
That worked out.
This is for the win.
That worked out very nicely for Pato O'Ward. You heard his engineer, Will Anderson, say mix 3. This is for the win. It's Alex Rossi so close to the wall.
Just a little subtle reminder, this is for the win. And let's not forget that Pato O'Ward told our Kevin Lee earlier, when Kevin asked him, if you're in the position you were a year ago to make a move on the last lap for the win, he said, I'll be going for it this year.
He had a good shot last year, but he was very conservative backing out of the throttle. What does Rosenquist do here? Look at O'Ward!
Inside, almost a pass on the grass, gets second. So now the two guys who were duking it out on the final laps last year, it's a rematch, it's a repeat.
2.0, the battle, Ericsson v. Pato O'Ward. We have another thrilling battle coming. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. Marcus knows how to lead this race at the end. He knows how to break the draft, how to unleash the dragon, as it were. But Pato O'Ward in that black McLaren is hounding him.
Pato's got a little bit of understeer coming off turn 2, but a massive run. Pato O'Ward low and to the front.
Ericsson can't fight.
Clear, clear.
Clear, clear. He's not going to fight that. And Pato O'Ward, is this going to be a dream come true? There's still a lot of work to be done. 16 laps left here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
That tire advantage is not nothing, though, guys, as we see Joseph Newgarden on the outside of Felix Rosenqvist, moves that shell car.
Oh!
Felix in the wall, big time.
This is going to be a big hit right here. I don't know if he's going to keep it out of the turn 2 wall. Oh, no!
Kirkwood! Ooh. Kirkwood upside down.
Guys, this will be a red flag, almost certainly. Huge impact.
Felix Rosenqvist crashed and spun.
Out of the car. Sit tight.
And Kyle Kirkwood had nowhere to go. The AMR safety team, as always, they're as fast as they can be.
And one thing you love to see is the integrity of the roll hoop and the aero screen and all of the safety innovations strongly intact as Kirkwood sits turtled there in his race car.
Just unfortunate timing, wrong place, wrong time. Felix Rosenqvist's car out of control after hitting the wall. Nowhere for Kyle Kirkwood to go. Just a massive hit. You heard Brian Hurt on the radio telling him to sit tight, don't undo your belts.
Oh, that's nice to see him moving in the cockpit.
He was having
good. It's just my knee.
Just my knees, he says. There's Felix Rosenqvist out of his car as well. Two guys who were up front with a legitimate shot in the Indianapolis 500. Not sure what happened to Rosenqvist, but we saw the aftermath there, and the Andretti Autosport driver Kyle Kirkwood had nowhere to go.
Cars stay under yellow right now. No red flag yet. IndyCar will be debating how long they think it'll take to clean up the accident based on the number of laps remaining. You can see the AMR safety team addressing all the fluids that typically are exiting the race car in this condition, oil and water presumably.
There's Kyle Kirkwood, acknowledges the crowd. This will decipher what happened. Right-hand side of your screen is Rosenqvist. Newgarden goes around him, getting a little high.
Yeah, when the car in front of you comes down, it takes a bit of the air off your front wing. You lose some front grip. Joseph left him some room on the bottom. It's not like he took all the racetrack. You see that, but Felix just getting in the dirty air. And then, yeah, once you hit that first wall,
that right front steering arm is broken, and he can't steer the car. He's out of control and just a passenger. And here comes Kyle Kirkwood, almost avoids it as the left rear comes off. And a vicious crash for Kirkwood. Cockpit first along the safer barrier.
Looking outside, nothing behind him.
see, what I want to see from Felix there is be down below the white line. You know that Joseph's going to come down, and here it just spins it. Oh.
Oh, worst position to be in as a driver.
And you see that wheel that was ripped from Kyle Kirkwood's car. It goes flying.
Just such a helpless feeling as a driver, first right here from Felix Rosenqvist. Once the toe link is bent and the car sends itself into the wall, comes back across, spins out. And then again from Kyle Kirkwood, you saw he was trying to check up to avoid, I believe it was Ferrucci in front of him. Yeah, right there. He's on the brakes, nowhere to go. And you see the crowd duck as that tire misses.
I think it cleared the grandstand.
It just cleared.
You do not see that very often. We have wheel tethers attached to all four corners of these cars, and I have seen some monumental shunts where the tires and wheels all stay attached to the chassis.
There's something about the contact that sheared the tether instantly.
Yes.
Almost like a meat grinder. It just cut the tether perfectly right away. See the rear wing come off.
I'll be honest, guys, I'm surprised we haven't seen a red flag.
Well, they'll probably wait. They'll probably give it their best chance until they know they need to, would be my hunch. 14 to go right now on timing and scoring.
The cars are in pit lane. The cars are in pit lane. We have moved to a red flag situation. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Totally.
And look at where we are, though. Pato O'Ward and Marcus Ericsson under red flag with a handful of laps to go.
It's the reverse of what it was last year with Ericsson in front, with O'Ward behind. The red came out with 5 to go last year. We've got 14 to go here. Again, we are under this red flag, the track being cleaned up. Both drivers involved in this incident are okay. Kyle Kirkwood, wild ride. Again, Kirkwood is okay, so too is Felix Rosenqvist. Back to Indy in a moment.
Back at Indianapolis with 14 to go in the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500, and a major incident happening here just a moment ago. Felix Rosenqvist into the wall, Kyle Kirkwood's car into the disabled Rosenqvist car, and sending a tire back over beyond the grandstand, just barely missing where the folks were sitting. Meantime, as everybody is just catching their breath and taking stock of where they are and what's going on, Santino Ferrucci, who had made a run earlier, was in 8th at the moment. Let's listen in on his radio.
Are you all right, bud? I think you got tagged a little bit behind.
Oh, he just missed us. Holy shit. It was awesome. Great job, man. Great job. Red, hey, get packed up. Get packed up.
Hell of a job, kid. Good job.
Dude, I don't know how he didn't hit me.
A lot of folks know that moment, so all the cars brought here to pit lane as we are in a red flag situation for the moment, and we are here just to the left of where those cars are, the Peacock pit box with Danica Patrick and Dale Earnhardt Jr. That was a hold your breath couple of moments there.
Wow, wow. You heard Santino Ferrucci. He was so overwhelmed because let me tell you, when you're in the car and that stuff is going down and you miss it, you almost don't know how. There's so much adrenaline, so much going on, and there's so much that you can't see beyond you. Marcus Ericsson gets high, he loses it, breaks the right front, unable to turn the car. As he spins up, Kirkwood clips him. Obviously, the tire went flying. That is a high adrenaline situation, on top of the fact that it's 15 to go, I think, at that point in time. So this is going to be a crazy finish.
Yeah, and if this car is out of control, cars coming from behind, trying to miss, spinning up the racetrack. They're in all of those marbles, right? There's only so much they can do to try to miss the car. So as you hear the rest of the field firing engines on pit road, we're going to get this race back underway, but nasty crash. Fascinating camera work right here to be able to see what a driver goes through when the car is upside down, sliding across the racetrack. So thankful for the safety measures here in IndyCar.
Incredible. The hands in there to protect off the wheel, and there you see the thumbs up from Kirkwood as he came out. Both drivers involved and the others all reported okay for the moment, certainly to the infield care center for another look as the cars head back out on the track. And what happens in a moment like that where all of that is going on around you and now it's re-click, refocus to chances to win the race?
Well, thank goodness everything kind of slows down, whether it's that scenario or this one coming up. As a driver, you're taking in so much information, and it really does. Time does slow down a little bit. We're watching it, and it's happening instantaneously, but they're going to have their hands full for sure. This restart is going to be crazy, as we're seeing the best and maybe one of the only real times, if you're deeper than the first couple of cars, is going to be on this restart. This restart is where everything is on the line. Once it gets strung out, then it's going to, I think, be between first and second.
It's interesting to see how Pato O'Ward could just slice right up through there to take the lead. McLaren controlled the early part of the race, but that was really when everybody was conserving. No one knew really who had what, who was the dominant car, and when it came time to go, he was the one that went. Really impressive.
Ryan Hunter-Reay was leading the race. We were watching the race behind because of expected fuel stops. Now they just recycle the field and bring everybody back down pit road here to get them lined up that way with Ryan Hunter-Reay, the 2014 champ, up there at the moment. Let's go down to pit road. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? Marty Snyder.
Let's chat with Brad Goldberg, the engineer for Marcus Ericsson, who engineered him to the win last year. Oddly enough, another red flag here. How familiar was that, Brad?
Oh, that's a bit of deja vu for sure. You know, there's probably, what, 10 laps to go by the time we get going again. It's a red flag race. I think we've done pretty well in those. So at the end of the day, we need to get through the restart clean, get through the first couple laps clean. Yeah, the 5 car has a bit of a tire advantage on us, but he doesn't have Marcus Ericsson behind the wheel.
Taylor Kyle, the guy who calls strategy, had to kind of calm Marcus down. When he got here on pit road, he was a little panicked. Why?
There's just a lot of information going on. The pace car picked up the leader, but it was just confusion, and then they told us all to come down pit lane. We came down pit lane, and they told us to shut the engine off. We shut the engine off, and it's like, oh no, we're supposed to drive back around. What are we doing? So it's just a little bit of confusion.
You mentioned red flag wins. Kevin, what is it, maybe 3 Marcus Ericsson has when the race goes red flag at the end? Ericsson's awfully good.
There was a lot of confusion from different teams whether to shut the car off or not. In the number 5 Arrow, McLaren's down. Zach Brown, the CEO of McLaren, is here. At one point, I know you guys were in trouble not getting a full fuel fill. How are you now essentially leading this race?
Team's done a great job. Yeah, we had a little bit of drama there, but that sorted itself out. So we're on a good set of tires and have all the fuel to get to the end. So it's going to be a bit of a dogfight, as Pato would say, and Alex there in effectively P4. So I think everyone's having a lot of fun. I'm not sure how much fun I'm having right now.
What do you think Pato might have learned from being in this exact same situation a year ago?
Well, with a couple of the same cars around them. So I think it's going to be exciting. These guys are all going to go for it, I'm sure, with 10+ laps to go. So hopefully we can do one better than last year.
Thanks, Zach. By the way, Zach Brown had choices today. The biggest Formula One race in Monaco. He's here at the Indy 500, Dave.
Team Penske President Tim Cindric calls strategy for Joseph Newgarden. So when this cycles through, got to battle Pato and Marcus. Have you seen the performance out of the 2 car that can get it done?
Yeah, you know, I'm not 100% convinced the other 3 cars are going to pit. You know, I don't think this race is over yet. And I think if you assume it goes green, they can't make it. But you never know. I mean, you're talking about the Indy 500. So, you know, whether or not they clear the course for these 3 guys to go at it or not, I think if they don't, these 3 still have a good shot at it. But it's going to be busy here on the restart for sure.
You know how badly your driver wants this. You know how badly he wants this.
Well, I think they all want it really badly. I mean, Pato O'Ward's been sitting here 12 months thinking about the last laps of the last race, so I don't think he's going to give an inch, especially with the same guy. So I think everybody out there wants it as bad as Newgarden does. Yeah, he hasn't had it, but there's other guys out there that haven't either.
Dylan, it is the Indy 500. Everybody wants it.
So absolutely, Dave. Unfortunately, not going to be the day for Felix Rosenqvist. We'll have a replay for you here, but what did you feel? Just dirty air? Was it something else?
Yeah, I just got passed by, I don't remember who it was, but yeah, I got on the wrong side of the wake and just, you know, pushed, and then I almost got it, but the rear came out right before the exit of the corner, and then I just hit the wall, and I tried to stay up there, but eventually I think something broke in the rear, and I just came back on the track, and unfortunately Kyle hit me, so really unfortunate for him as well. Yeah, we had a hell of a race, man. Really proud of my team. Our McLaren SP NTT data car was just amazing, and yeah, it's tight, and yeah, I didn't really have a push like that until that point. Yeah, it's such small margins, and I came on the wrong side of it. So sorry for my team. We had a hell of a run, but glad everyone is okay, and we just had to regroup.
Thank you, Felix.
Oh boy, what an end to this 107th Indy for a guy who was at the front a lot today. Felix Rosenqvist led 33 laps. His McLaren team has led 92 laps in total. What a day for them, but that's not the way that Fro, as he's affectionately known, would have liked this to have finished. But for himself and for Kyle Kirkwood to be okay, so to speak, is a relief, considering the ferocity of that crash. Very confronting indeed. And you saw Kyle Kirkwood give the crowd a clap and the thumbs up as he was going away with the AMR safety team. So what it does do is it sets up for a wild finish, doesn't it? Another crazy sprint. By the way, just got a word that we have had a report that nobody, and I know that many of you at home wondering what happened with that errant wheel and tire, and it went flying and it hit the front of the white car where all the yellow shirts are standing around. Nobody injured. No reported injuries. That is a massive relief. Massive relief. Let's join Marty Snyder.
Let's check in with Brian Barnhart, his driver Alexander Rossi trying to get his second Indianapolis 500. They'll lift the red here in a moment. Brian, if you were betting on any driver in the field to have a fantastic restart, kind of where would you rank your driver?
Well, right up there near the top. Really happy and proud of the Aero McLaren guys. Got a couple of great shots up there with Pato and Felix, or with Alex, and looking forward to a great finish here for the last 10 or 12.
You guys started this day so trimmed out with very little downforce. You've had to work hard just to be in this spot.
Yeah, I got a little loose on him there, but dialed it back in, and now we're all in good position. See what we got.
All right, nobody, Kevin, maybe more aggressive on restarts than Alexander Rossi. We'll see how aggressive he's willing to be for a second 500.
I might think about Santino Ferrucci being just as aggressive as well. Larry Foyt is on the AJ Foyt racing stand. First, before we get to your car, do you think the three in front that were off sequence might be able to stay out to the end and not need to pit?
I think they can make it. I mean, we think it's going to be super close, but I think they can make it. Obviously, they got a lot of laps on their tires, so it's going to be super interesting to see what happens here.
What a story that would be. That's Dreyer and Reinbold and Hukos Hollinger Racing taking up those three spots. What do you make of what Santino has done today?
Oh, he's driven a great race. I mean, the car's been fantastic. Crew was great. We had that small hiccup on the last stop, but it didn't cost us too much, but just so proud. The Homes for Our Troops car has been super fast. Sexton Properties just, man, you still don't know what can happen. This could, this race gets crazy here at the end. It's going to be exciting.
There is a good chance for the best finish for AJ Foyt Racing in this race in over 20 years today with Santino Ferrucci.
So the field, sitting there, I just had a flashback myself. The driver of the number 23 Root Chevrolet there for Dreyer Reinbold is the Indy 500 winning driver, IndyCar champion Ryan Hunter-Reay. I spoke to him about this very scenario on our Peacock pre-race show, saying when you won your Indy 500, you had to sit through a red flag period and then reset, regroup, and go again. How was that? He relived that moment, and now he's living it again. Gets told to fire up. However, he is off sequence from the other guys at the front that he's racing.
We don't think he has nearly enough fuel to make it, but it totally depends. If this is a restart in another yellow, you never know if Hunter-Reay and Callum Ilott and Agustin Canapino might be able to stretch it and pull off some magic.
Hey, look, Takuma Sato didn't think he was going to be able to do it.
There you see last pit stops for everybody. It's been since lap 152 for the top three runners, and they've got to be close to being forced to come in. But at this point, you stay out and cross your fingers, roll the dice.
All right, fellas, let's hit the rewind button. Let's go back a year ago and remind ourselves what went down between Marcus Ericsson and Pato O'Ward. Ericsson on the right, O'Ward up high. Ericsson takes the lead. O'Ward was shadowing him, and this is where Marcus Ericsson unleashed the dragon.
And this is the move that Pato O'Ward would like another shot at. Huge run of momentum, but he backs off. Ericsson with the white fist in the air, the white glove in the air, and the white milk everywhere.
Can he repeat for the first time since Elio Castro Neves in 2001, 2002 to win a bonus $420,000. There is his wife, Iris. Recently they got married. Oh boy. That'd be a wonderful belated wedding gift.
Just want to mention this little factoid of Marcus Ericsson's 4 victories in the IndyCar series. Every single one of them has had a red flag interruption.
Nashville, Detroit, or Detroit, then Nashville.
St. Pete this year.
St. Pete and Indy 500
Indy
last year. So it's going to plan, maybe, sort of, Marty.
Well, Marcus Ericsson's been a terrific champion this year, Diff. You know, he says it's the gift that keeps on giving, as he described it to me. Throwing out the first pitch for the Yankees, the Kentucky Derby a few weeks ago, and then also taking the trophy, the Borg Warner, back home to Sweden. He said, that's when it really hit me. I had no idea there were that many fans of mine in Sweden. But Iris, his wife, we showed her a moment ago, Dave. She really had some great advice for Marcus this week. She said, listen, you have said yes to everything for the last year, honey. It is time to shut down the schedule, focus on your car, focus on your team, and get ready to win a second 500. He just might do it.
Marty, we know when the wife speaks, you got to listen. So good job, Iris. Checked in with the Hunter Ray team. There is no way they can make it. I asked them when they need to pit. They said as soon as pit road opens.
Yeah, you see Ryan Hunter-Reay drafting the pace car even just to save a little bit more fuel there. That's how low he is. As soon as pit lane will open, he'll dive in and top off.
Even though it's not going to work out for Ryan, it has been a wonderful return to the Speedway for Captain America. A full year away. He was here last year as an advisor for Juncos Hollinger Racing, but time away from the track and away from the schedule has given him beautiful time with his 3 kids and wife Becky. He's really enjoyed that. He said he came back this year with a refreshed view, a different lens, so to speak, and he's really enjoyed this month of May.
Yeah, and you know what? For him and Dreyer Reinbold Racing, the local team that only competes in this race, not the full IndyCar schedule. Let's face it, they led laps at Indianapolis. That's not a bad day, as those cars on fumes are forced to their pit boxes to top up.
And that opens up the pathway for Pato O'Ward, Marcus Ericsson, Joseph Newgarden, Alexander Rossi, Santino Ferrucci, Alex Palou. Do not count out Alex Palou. I told you that story of a couple of years ago when he had a turn 1 crash with his teammate, and I think it was Felix Rosenqvist at the time, in Portland, went all the way to the back end of the field, told his team on the radio, let's go win this race, boys. They did, and a couple of races later, or the very next weekend, he won the championship. This guy has a lot of grit and determination, but so too Kevin Lee was the guy at the front.
And we saw the finish to last year's race when Pato O'Ward chose to back out and finish second. He told me this week the only option I had trying to complete that pass was going into the wall. We didn't have the power to beat the Ganassis last year, so that was the smart thing to do. This year is a different story. The cars are better. The cars are quicker. If I have the chance this year, I'm going to go for it. Expect some lead swapping here and a fantastic finish.
There's a nice shot of that beautiful helmet. Folks, that is hand painted. Every delicate, intricate mark that you see on that helmet is hand painted. It has a beautiful, I was able to hold it and rub my hand across it. You feel the raised bumps of the paint. It is beautiful matte finish.
And he's so
intricate.
proud. Pato O'Ward, who has a helmet, seemingly a new design every race. So proud of all the artists down in Oaxaca, Mexico that contributed to that great design.
All right, this guy's a boxer as part of his training. He is ready for this fight. He is ready to go. He is one of the fan favorites in the NTT IndyCar series. He is so popular. His vivacious personality. He's got a great sense of humor. I love the influence that he has had on kids. I see so many kids walking around with the bright papaya McLaren shirts with Pato on the back and his racing number. They like him because of his humor and his personality. But boy, can he drive.
Guys, if we look at the restarts that we've had so far today, 2 names in that top 10 really stand out to me. Marcus Ericsson, we saw him be really brave, and Santino Ferrucci, we've seen him pull off some big moves on these restarts. So there's a couple of drivers there that have already shown they can move up when these green flags come out.
It's the 60th birthday of McLaren Racing. Imagine if Pato O'Ward could bring McLaren A big birthday present.
And just think back to earlier in the race when Alex Palou and Rinus VeeKay were wrecked on pit lane, and they're both in the top 10 for this restart. How about Dixon, who's been patiently surviving today? Newgarden that's been charging to the front like we talked about. I mean, there are so much aggression and frankly so much speed and ability all the way down. You know, even McLaughlin could do something brave here on the restart.
Now I said, could he give McLaren a birthday present? Last McLaren win at the Indy 500, Lone Star, JR, Johnny Rutherford, 1976. Johnny is here. Wouldn't that be something special?
It sure would. And what's going to be special, guys, is the last 10 laps of this race. There he is, Zach Brown. But this is going to be an absolute old-school shootout.
Here's Kyle Kirkwood. Excuse me, Hinch. Dylan?
Yeah, let's catch up with Kyle, released from the medical center. Was that one of the most terrifying things you've been a part of? Not only to have Santini, or have the car spinning in front of you, not be able to see, but then the aftermath as well.
Yeah, I mean, the aftermath, I mean, everything happened so quick, you don't really know what happens. All I've heard right now is that I was up in the fence, which is never a good thing in IndyCar. But thank God these cars are so safe, because right now it was, it could have been a lot worse based on, yeah, exactly what just happened there. And I see the sparks flying everywhere. You know, that was the scary part, because no one's getting to me and I'm upside down and you're kind of stuck at that point. But I'm just glad I'm so safe. Man, our AutoNation Honda was just so good today, and we felt like we were going to win it. We were just driving through cars there in that second to last stint. So glad I'm okay. Glad the car was super fast, but disappointed in that finish, no doubt.
Thanks, Kyle. Glad you're okay.
Great to hear that, and awesome to see these fans ready to see the ultimate showdown here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Look at that line. Look at the list of stars. Who do you like? There's Iris, Marcus Ericsson's wife. She's saying, can he do it again? I hope so. Joseph Newgarden's wife. She's hoping that finally they can take home the Borg Warner Trophy and the baby Borg. Who's it going to be? McLaren, Chip Ganassi Racing, Team Penske. They're all in there with a shot. But it's Pato O'Ward at the front of the field, the 24-year-old Mexican. Can he score a victory here at the world's biggest race, the greatest spectacle in racing? This is going to be a 9-lap sprint. And the start has been waved off.
I like that call.
Yellow flag, yellow flag, yellow.
They were too slow. O'Ward had woed him way, way down to seemingly pit lane speed.
It's funny, guys, as you watch here, all the cars doing this sort of snaking on the straightaways, trying to clean off their tires. Pato O'Ward, dead straight, dead center, dead focused. All he's doing is looking forward. He's not weaving his tires. He's not trying to get heat in them through the brakes. He is just thinking about getting that right foot down as soon as possible and trying to break free.
So that'll be a warning to O'Ward to up the pace on this next attempt.
Giddy up. Let's go. Here's why it was waved off.
They just didn't like how slow
Eric,
O'Ward
and look at Ericsson,
stacked up the field. Yeah. And what you do in that situation is load up the turbos on the brake pedal and try to get everything spooled up and then release the brake as you saw drivers ready to jump further back. I think that might have been Hunter Ray.
All right, down the back stretch this time. Reset, re-rack, and it's going to be an 8-lap sprint. That will be exhausting.
Nice job.
Turn 3.
Give it just a little, not much. Make them happy.
Short shoot. Ready for the restart at the Indy 500 to see who will win. Can Marcus Ericsson defend his victory of a year ago? Will it be a first for Newgarden or O'Ward? Here we go at the Speedway. The restart at the Indy 500. Marcus Ericsson and Pato O'Ward. And here comes Joseph Newgarden, taking the lead for Team Penske.
And stacked up behind him good with Joseph Newgarden third to first. You see them two wide scrambling. Maybe a dive down into two there from Connor Daly on Scott Dixon.
Watch Santino Ferrucci and Alexander Rossi on the back straight. Rossi's in the orange car. Ferrucci goes to the high side. These two did not like each other in practice on Friday, and Ward goes to the front.
Ward on the inside of Marcus Ericsson and spins. Pato O'Ward has crashed out of the Indianapolis 500.
That was a wild ride for Pato O'Ward. Thought about going to the inside, came up, went back down for a late move. Other cars involved, Augustine Canapino moving slowly, and it looks like one of the Meyer Shankage. Oh, no control, obviously, for Canapino. Hits the stopped car of Pato O'Ward. Carnage in three.
Simon Pagenaud is the pink and white Meyer Shank car. Canapino comes to a rest next to O'Ward. There's Simon Pagenaud, 2019 winner of the Indy 500. Is Meyer Shank Honda to a stop. Oh boy. Well, we said it was going to be an 8-lap sprint. Well, we didn't even get one flying lap done, and Zach Brown, CEO of McLaren Racing, just shakes his head saying, there's our biggest, best chance gone, and another red flag. Pato out of the car.
Yeah, no surprise there with that many cars on the track with only 7 laps to go. Devastation down there on the 5 stand. They still have Alexander Rossi in the fight. McLaren is not out of this yet, but one of the best shots they had is now in the wall.
And guys, you could just see the urgency from everyone. Like, this is my chance. This is the big moment. Well, if you get 10 drivers thinking the same thing at the same time, then yellows, we say it all the time, they breed yellows. And we've seen it once again here with another red flag. Nice to see Pagenaud climbing out of the car under his own power.
Yeah, I think we saw that move from Pato O'Ward. It was a duck to the right and then a really late drop down to the left. We'll wait for the replay. And then Ericsson just as desperate to not give him the ground. He was trying to hold it on the outside, cold tires. I'm not sure if there was contact or not. We'll wait for the replay, but
looked like it.
Hard racing.
AMR safety team, they're conversing with Augustine Canapino. Here's the Shell Chevrolet for Team Penske, Joseph Newgarden. We saw a shot of his wife Ashley earlier, and there's nobody more familiar with the story than Ashley of how this race has escaped Joseph Newgarden, one of the best drivers in IndyCar, a 2-time series champion, and it's been a point of annoyance that he has not been able to grasp this one. Or maybe today is the day that all of that changes. Let's show you some replays of why we're under a second red flag. Watch the black and white car to your right.
You see that late pop out. He faded to the right, then dives back left. He goes all the way into the grass hounds, and you saw his left sides hit the dirt.
Look at the save from Ericsson,
so high.
I'm pretty sure there was contact right front to Ericsson's left rear, and Ericsson did a beautiful job to save it. Here's a tight shot of O'Ward. Heavy right rear impact.
It reminds me so much of that Turn 1 2012 Dario Franchitti Takuma Sato
yeah.
Going for the win at the 500. So lucky that car came back down and didn't ride along the wall and get the nose up into the catch fence there. But you're right, huge save from Marcus Ericsson. Look at that.
Now the other question is, what happened to Pagenaud and Canapino?
Well, obviously this happening right at the front of the field, you're going to check up a lot of drivers. You see that the right rear is basically gone in Augustine.
That was a massive hit for 10 miles an hour.
There's a lot of vertical.
This is Pagenaud.
Oh, he just gets run into, Mike. Was that Scott McLaughlin, baby?
It sure did look like McLaughlin.
Here's Augustine Canapino. Listen. Oh.
So likely severed brake line for Canapino, so no pedal pressure and broken steering. That is an absolute bobsled ride
in a
for
lot of
Canapino.
In a lot of ways, he was lucky he wasn't going faster, and here's what started it. Scott McLaughlin into the back of Pagenaud.
Wow, second red flag, back in a moment to see who's going to win the Indy 500.
Well, for the second time in the last 10 minutes or so, red flag. So we have Joseph Newgarden's car sitting and waiting behind the pace car, the one that will start with the lead when we restart action back here, the Peacock Pit Box with Danica and Dale Jr., we had a pretty clean race for the first 3/4 of the race, really up to right around lap 149 or so. We only had 2 yellows. Now we've had a couple of reds and some high-impact, dangerous crashes. The last one just happening a moment ago with that intense restart battling for the lead.
Well, we expect this to happen. We expect it to get a little crazy at the end. But obviously, it's going to get extra crazy. Here we go with less than 10 to go. And, you know, it's a late move by Pat O'Ward. It is. But it is also the end of the race. So risk-reward is just one of those dynamics you're looking at. Ericsson definitely kept him very low. We didn't get a ton of angles on this. But, you know, here we go. Look at, I mean, there's barely enough room for a car before you hit the rumble strip there. You know, he lost control. It's just the risk-reward thing, I think, was such a last-second pass. But Ericsson could have given him more room, but also look what happened last year. He's clearly going to defend heavily.
And then Canapino, the rookie from Argentina's car, as he had no control of that car, comes barreling in as well.
Yeah, obviously the car had no brakes. You could see that because the tires were locked up when he was trying to slow down. And I'm sure because he was trying to slow down, surely he saw the car but couldn't turn as well. And so these cars break quite easily. Obviously the tires being exposed, open wheel cars, the suspension brakes. So so he was unable to move out of the way, which is just a really unfortunate one because I'm sure Pat O'Ward was not expecting that so late after the accident was over with. And then of course we see another accident where you know, just a car got clipped and spun into the wall. So chaos at the end of the race.
And there you see Canapino with no control of the car, as the guys were talking about in the booth. So now, as we see, we finally do see Agustin Canapino, the 33-year-old rookie from Argentina, getting out of the car as well, and we'll continue to get updates on the drivers from back in the infield care center. So now we're sitting on 6 to go. Certainly going to have a lap or so under yellow. Junior, that you've been watching is starting to feel like a lot of the races you live with week in, week out, and all these intense restarts at winning time.
Yeah, these late restarts are tough. It's hard on your mental focus, having to start, stop, sit on pit road, wait. You get nauseous thinking about the what ifs, what you need to do, what could happen, what can happen. O'Ward looked like he was a sitting duck right there. What are you supposed to do on that restart to try to give yourself the best opportunity to keep the lead that you hold? We see him going down the front straightaway. He launches after a warning, probably a little less aggressive. They're within reach, and right away they're attacking, and he's losing positions. And so I wonder, you know, on this next restart, who do you want to be? Do you want to be controlling the field? Do you want to be second? Do you want to be third? Who is in the best position right now?
It's a game of getting to full throttle first. That's very much what happens on restarts in an open wheel car and an Indy car. You want to get on it as quick as you can, which is why he went so slow on that restart, because he wanted them all to pack up and check up so that he could hit the throttle and catch everyone off guard and try and get the best run possible. So more speed means everybody has more momentum, and everything in IndyCar in these restarts is a game of momentum getting into 1 and 2.
It appeared that first restart that was called off was a very good one. It looked like he had launched really well, was going to be fine getting into turn 1, but the warning took all the wind out of his sails, kind of showed his cards, so to speak, and he was very vulnerable on the next restart. So, but after who in this top 5 is the biggest risk taker? That seems to be what's going to count when we get down here into turn 1 contesting for the lead.
Well, it's Newgarden at the moment, then Ericsson, then Santino Ferrucci, who we know has been a risk taker every time we've seen him on this track. Let's go down and hear what the talk is down behind us on pit road. Marty?
Mike, I think we're going to need a small notebook to chronicle the day for Alex Palou. Barry Wanzer's his strategist man, leading early, the wreck on pit road. How in the world have you guys gotten from 28th to 5th?
Well, certainly part of the strategy was not getting hit and going to the back before lap 100. Yeah. But you know, Alex had some great restart, was able to pick up quite a few positions. When cars peeled off in front of us after saving fuel, we were able to run fast laps and jump them on the pit stops. And now, I guess just some attrition from cars in front of us, we've moved up. Certainly gives us an opportunity, and we know Alex is going to go for it.
You mentioned that last restart. He did a terrific job. Could he get 4 spots here and win this thing?
I think we're in striking range now, so we'll see how we shake out, but we know we're going to go for it.
Boy, what a day for Alex Palou. As we mentioned on the pole, Kevin led laps earlier, but after that wreck on pit road, he's driven from 28th now to 5th.
Marty, A.J. Foyt's driver Santino Ferrucci, who has never won a race, sits third. He's behind last year's Indy 500 winner, championship contender, a two-time champion in Joseph Newgarden. Let's listen into the 14 radio a few moments ago.
Good job, buddy. Great job. You're P3.
Yeah, copy. Let's see what they do, boys. I want to win this.
You got it, baby. Let's see.
And that's Larry Foyt, who later said, "You're my hero. What an awesome day so far." Santino told me this week the stars are aligning. And to Dale Jr.'s question, he said, when asked, where do you want to sit? I want to be second on the last lap. And Marty, he said, I guarantee you, I am not lifting.
Marcus Ericsson trying to get another Indianapolis 500 win. You see the team's getting ready to crank the engines here. Here's what his engineer, Brad Goldberg, told him a moment ago.
Marcus, here's the way I look at it. Talked about, he worked in the offseason about a challenge. This right here is just a new challenge. There's no one else I want behind the wheel right now than you.
Up it up, mate. Get it done.
And Townsend, you know how special this relationship is between Marcus Ericsson and Brad Goldberg. Brad is from Indianapolis. He lost his dad when he was 9 years old, and they came to this race every year before that. This race, this place means so much, not only to the driver, the defending winner, but the engineer as well.
I talked with these two about this exact scenario. What if this happens again? And I asked Marcus Ericsson, do you need the coaching from your race engineer on the stand again? Are you just going to tell him to be quiet, you know what to do? He said, no, we have such a great relationship. He knows me better than anyone, and he knows the right things to say at the right time to keep me focused and maximizing my potential.
All right, let's look at another contender, and you just saw a shot of A.J. Foyt a moment ago. Supertex, the four-time winner at the Indianapolis 500, the legend. When was the last win for A.J. Foyt Racing? It was 24 years ago at the hands of Kenny Breck. Kenny is here. There's AJ. Are the stars aligning for this man here? At 88 years of age, is he going to see another victory at the place that made him who he is? He has told me before, I wouldn't be A.J. Foyt, in air quotes, if it wasn't for the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, A.J. essentially the first legend of this racetrack. As you say, Diff, this really made him who he was and made him the international superstar that so many people know him as, considered one of the greatest in the business. And now he sits there and watches his driver restarting third with a handful of laps to go. Remember the last restart? Pato Award up front, bit of a sitting duck. Marcus Ericsson had a great run, but it was P3, Joseph Newgarden, that came out of turn one in P1, and that is where Santino Ferrucci restarts this race.
Newgarden's restart on the last attempt was amazing. Just freight training it down the front straightaway, getting 2 spots to grab the lead. Is he going to be able to do it again from the lead?
Can I just say, from where we sit, what a pleasure it is to be talking about A.J. Foyt and a car in contention.
He's had so many physical ailments through the years, whether it's crashing in race cars or stuff since he retired, but I see a sparkle in those blue eyes that looks like it's back in the 60s here in a Roadster. He is fired up, squared up in his seat, up on the wheel of his race team, ready to get it.
Do you want me to tell you how the spirit in this guy, how alive it is? I saw him at Texas. He said, I've just had a new pacemaker put in, and the doctor told me I'm not allowed to have any more beer. But I felt like a beer today, so I'm having a beer.
There'll be plenty tonight if they can pull this off.
Newgarden at the front, never won an Indy 500. He's ahead of the defending winner. Next up, Ferrucci, never won a 500. Behind him, Alexander Rossi, the winner of the 100th running. Alex Palou has come so close. Dixon has won just one. Daly, the pride of Indianapolis, would love to win one. Get ready. This is going to be unbelievable. Who wants it more? Who's going to be able to perform under the most intense pressure? Green is the call here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Let's go and watch Alexander Rossi, fourth car.
Oh, they're wrecking.
Big crash.
Peterson, Graham Rahal, Ed Carpenter, all in the wall before start finish.
Uh-oh.
Marcus Ericsson is credited with leading at the moment with 4 laps to go. Guys, do we have time for another red flag?
Benjamin Peterson, fastest ever rookie qualifier for A.J. Foyt Racing, does not get to see the checkered flag, nor does Ed Carpenter. the only owner-driver in the field. The Bitnall Chevy. It's done for the 33.
Think about this. 4 to go. You have at least one more lap to come around before they throw the red. Then you'd need 2 laps to get going. Guys.
What's going on here? Why is Ferrucci challenging?
Ferrucci's
coming to an accident scene.
Trying to contest the position. The yellow flag is waving. Ericsson was ahead when the yellow came out per our screens. We're waiting for official confirmation on that. But guys, I don't know if there's enough time for a red flag. I'm watching the flagger.
Well,
I'm not seeing them grab for another flag.
Here's 3 to go. Watch the upper left-hand corner. 3 laps across the bricks, and there's debris that all the drivers have to carefully navigate their race cars and their 4 Firestones through.
A car on either side of the racetrack. Benjamin Peterson's and Ed Carpenter's, and a whole lot of debris that needs cleaning up. It was coming to green. Graham Rahal was involved in it as well in the Dreyer Reinbold Carekeepers entry. And we have had it confirmed from race control. Car 8 is the leader. And they're coming to 2 to go. That's probably going to be it.
Guys, no one wants to finish a race, especially the Indy 500 under caution, but I just don't think there's an option as long as that number 8 car runs to the flag behind this pace car. I think we have a back-to-back Indy 500 winner.
And the driver of the red and white Husky Chocolates car is going to get apparently another red flag.
Another red flag. Corrected. Oh my goodness.
3 red flags in this Indy 500. They have to reset again. Oh, and look at the Chip Ganassi squad on car number 8. They can't believe it.
Can you imagine AJ Foyt racing, thinking that it was over, and there he is, Super Tex.
He's got another
looking
shot.
to the heavens saying, hey, this might be our day, boys. We're going to get another shot at this.
And his car is second in line, right behind Marcus Ericsson. This is the race that doesn't want to end.
Well, none of these 300,000 fans want to go home. They want to see how this plays out, just like I do.
I want to see him race to the finish. This is what went down. Lundgaard into Carpenter.
Just crazy 3-wide action, jockeying for position, coming to the end of this race, getting together on the straightaway. Lots of people involved.
Andretti, Rahal, Peterson. 5 cars involved in that, coming to the restart green with Marcus Ericsson, the defending champ, in front at the red. 107th Indianapolis 500 under its 3rd red flag, with just 2 laps remaining, and 1 driver involved in one of the accidents and one of the red flags that caused one of the red flags. Pato O'Ward is with Dylan.
That's right, Lee. He's been released from the infield care center. You feel like you maybe got squeezed a little bit. Is that accurate?
Yeah, very accurate. I just think I was a little too nice there. I just feel so bummed for the team. We had 4 very fast race cars. Now there's only 2 in the race, and well, there were 7 laps to go. I was going to be going for it. I was way too nice. So I'm sure he comes with me next time.
Was that a move that in that moment you felt like was one you had to make to keep tabs on Newgarden, the leader?
Yeah, I just, like I said, I was way too nice. I got onto the apron to give him room. I got squeezed, and yeah, I won't forget that one.
Thank you, Pato. Not the end to the day that they wanted with a really fast Arrow McLaren car.
Ooh, I think I'll remember those words next time he comes with me. So, is there a budding rivalry there between Pato O'Ward and Marcus Ericsson? Stand by, you'll see the next chapter of that in Detroit on the new street circuit in downtown Detroit in the Motor City next weekend, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC. That's Marcus Ericsson's wife, Iris. Maximum stress. Now let's show you a replay of the last restart and check out who is in front. This is why race control has said Marcus Ericsson is in front, the time of the yellow coming out.
Looking for the yellow light
and the yellow flag. Still see green flag in the air. There's the yellow light there.
The yellow's on the wall.
On the pit wall. Thanks, James. And you can see Ericsson narrowly ahead. Look at how tight it was between Ferrucci and Newgarden.
So Newgarden looks to be ahead.
Second. Newgarden second, so
Ferrucci P3. So that's back to how they started this restart, I'm pretty sure.
Correct.
That top three will remain.
No, Newgarden
Joseph was in front. Yeah,
but
sorry.
Ferrucci third.
Right, correct.
Yeah, so that's why they have them lined up this way here with the Shell Chevy in second. So Marcus Ericsson, Joseph Newgarden.
So I assume
we think the way this is going to play out is that these cars are going to fire up. They will come off pit lane, go down the back straightaway, and take the green for one lap.
Okay, there's a lot of issues with this. I don't love not giving them a full pace lap to make sure tires are clean, all the rest of it. Whatever, that decision's been made. Not to be the cynic, not to be the crafty one here, but it's the Indy 500. If I'm Marcus Ericsson, I watch Pato O'Ward go too slow on a restart, get it waved off, and come around one more time under yellow. It's going to be a white flag. Do you purposely go slow, get your one sort of mulligan of a restart, and come around to take the checkered under yellow?
Or do you just jump it and get going?
And
And if they wave it off, you win either way. Guess what? They're not waving any. You know, it's just green no matter what.
Yes.
So everybody get ready. Forget warming your tires. Forget any of the niceties that you might have enjoyed through the years in IndyCar. Forget what you think you deserve. This race owes you nothing. If you want to win the Indy 500, it's time to tighten your belts and get up and go.
Do what has to be done.
Exactly.
That's what I don't love about this, is it's created a situation where that is a possibility.
Oh, by the way, just to throw another little curveball in there, race control is still looking at the order. It's being audited.
Well, yeah, because I mean,
further back. We know what's at the front.
Exactly.
But further back, it's being audited.
You know, there's still, what are we looking at? 17 cars on the lead lap.
Hey, let's not forget another thing. It's about 110 degrees in the cockpit for these guys as they sit there and just bake and sweat. You know what it's like when it's hot and stuffy? You get angry. You get frustrated. You get urgent.
Let's not forget about the fact that there is, separate to the prize money, there is an extra $400,000 thanks to Borg Warner, 420 to be precise, for the next back-to-back winner. It has been a sum of money that has been jackpotting and rolling over year after year ever since Helio Castro Neves did it last in 2002. So it could be going to this guy and the Chip Ganassi racing team and the Husky squad from car number 8 if Marcus Ericsson can successfully defend his win of a year ago.
About 3.5 hours ago, we talked about the very gentlemanly-like behavior of taking turns leading this race, saving fuel. Contrast that with what we've seen over the last 10 laps and the last hour. It is absolutely dog-eat-dog, every man for themselves. And there are, I mean, Pato O'Ward just said he was too nice. Yeah, nobody's going to be nice here with 2 laps to go.
This is so fascinating, guys. The pressure that these drivers are under with a one-lap shootout. They've had 3 red flags now. When you're sitting in the cockpit with nothing but your own thoughts, knowing that the weight of the biggest race in the world is on your shoulders, this is a pressure unlike any other.
All right. How about the Pennzoil moment of the race? It may as well be the most recent reason for where we're at right now. 5 cars in a moment that caused the most recent caution. So Marco Andretti, Ed Carpenter, and Christian Lundgaard, they all come together. Behind them, Benjamin Peterson, Graham Rahal. Look at the scrambling going on here. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, Lundgaard had a great run going. He would have been clear, but at the last second, Andretti and Carpenter came left into the rear of Lundgaard's car. And here we go.
Just come back to a discussion we had earlier as we're getting ready to go again. Hinch, the movie, Unleashing the Dragon, the special that you did with Marcus Ericsson. Do you remember what he told you in that theater? He said, when I was sitting here in this situation and stressing to the max, I said to myself, with the help of my sports psychologist, I can do this. I can handle this. I can control this. and I'm going to win this. And he did. Does that replay? Does it play out again, Marty Snyder? Are we seeing it? Are we seeing a special piece of history unfold here for Marcus Ericsson to defend, or will it be Team Penske's 19th win at the Indianapolis 500?
Could be, Diff, and he asked a moment ago, how are we going to get this done? Brad Goldberg said the challenges are all different today, but I want you to keep one thing in mind. If anyone goes by you into turn 1, you can get past them in turn 3 and 4, Diff.
And watch them work the tires. The green is going to fly. It's going to be the last lap, and it's going to be the craziest run to the yard of bricks and to determine who wins.
I don't think the flagman has ever thrown a green and white simultaneously.
No. That's Iris, Marcus Ericsson's wife. Under the most intense pressure. Look at Joseph Newgarden, second car in shot. They are coming to the green, and it's going to be a 2.5 mile sprint. Does Santino Ferrucci have something for AJ Foyt? McLaren's Alexander Rossi, Chip Ganassi Racing's Alex Palou, Scott Dixon. Who has got the magic here at the Brickyard? What about the fans? 300,000 plus in the stands today have seen it all. Green flag flies at the Speedway. Palou is on the inside of Rossi, but Ericsson has bolted. Ericsson sprints away from Joseph Newgarden and is doing what he did a year ago.
The second year in a row we see him unleashing the dragon as we see almost contact between Palou and Ferrucci. Ericsson leads out a 1.
Ferrucci threw a shoulder at Alex Palou and said, "Don't you dare." Ferrucci trying to get a draft off Newgarden and Ericsson, but Newgarden with a monster run off turn 2.
Joseph Newgarden has never won the Indianapolis 500, and he's ahead on this last lap. Joseph Newgarden, is this the moment when the pain ends?
By one.
The drought, is it over for Joseph Newgarden, or does Marcus Ericsson have something?
By 2.
Team Penske at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and Joseph Newgarden finally wins the Indianapolis 500. It's the captain's 19th win, Newgarden's first.
You guys, thank you so much for the work.
Finally, Newgarden is an Indy 500 champ. Wife Ashley's got to go to victory lane and watch her husband drink the milk. And it's Roger Penske's first victory as the owner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He came here as a boy with his father. It's a dream to own this place and to guide this team like Tim Cindric does. Notch another one up for the captain and the first for a 2-time series champion.
Joseph Newgarden and the Tasty Twos, they were patient all day long. They followed exactly the plan that they laid out for the day. Methodical, stepping stones to the front, and when it finally really mattered after all those restarts, this guy right here grabbed the brass ring and took it home.
Oh, not going up the fence, he's going through the fence. Joseph Newgarden into the crowd. Look at this.
He might never make it back.
This is awesome. This has been a burning pain and a burning desire for Joseph Newgarden. It has annoyed him and bothered him so long that he has not won the Indy 500. All of that is erased. It's just joy and fun now and celebration.
so much. You did it, man.
Cedric over there, the greatest driver. As you mentioned, this is the race he's dreamed and dreamed and dreamed about winning.
Hey!
And what a champion he will be. There's love showing up on the scene. Saluting you, the fans, right now. Yeah, he wanted to celebrate with you.
Oh, finally! I'm so tired. Oh.
Oh my God, I can't believe you did it. Are you okay? I know.
Hey, let's go get victory lane, man.
Oh, sorry.
I wanted to go on the track so bad. Let's go victory lane.
How about that for raw emotion? Husband and wife, their little son Coda is here. Teammate Scott McLaughlin came in, team boss, team president, Tim Cindric. And Ashley saying, are you okay? I'm just checking you're okay.
Oh, he's okay.
It's never been more okay.
They said the nose clear, but the back drug when we take it. You have to lift the back a little bit.
And this right here is going to be the best ride of Joseph Newgarden's life. Over to the podium, onto the lift, up to drink the milk. How about that finish? This is the checkered flag moment brought to you by Advance Auto Parts. Marcus Ericsson on the right, Newgarden on the left, down the back stretch into turn 3. That was the move of the race. Ericsson gave everything he had, but in the end it wasn't enough for the Shell Chevy of Joseph Newgarden. This is a tight-knit crew. Luke Mason, the engineer, Ashley Newgarden there. That's how much it means to win. And there is the captain, Roger Penske himself, Bud Denker, Greg Penske, the whole gang. Doing it for the fans.
So if Spider-Man climbs the fence, what are we going to call this?
He's a man of the people.
I don't know, man, just absolutely incredible. Tim Cindric picks up his 9th baby board as the president of racing operations for Team Penske. And when he won his first one, that was Elio's back, I think, in 2001. Roger told him, hey, look, that one's good, but I want 20 of these things. Well, he's got him up to 19, one to go.
We always talk about how the best laid plans in Indy can be derailed, but this is an example today where the best laid plan was executed by the best racing team in the history of this racetrack, Team Penske. To get that 19th win, they hit their marks all the way through the 500 miles.
Like I said a moment ago, Marty, this is the best ride that Joseph Newgarden has ever had. He has had to wait so long for this. It's his 12th Indianapolis 500. That's the one where he is the winner.
And oddly enough, Lee, his teammate Will Power also got it done in try number 12 at Indianapolis. He's going to come up here. He'll get the symbols of victory here at Indy, the winner's wreath, of course. The milk. Joseph Newgarden picked whole milk, by the way. And the winner's ring will be presented by Jostens. The captain already up here in victory lane. This is hollowed ground, and Joseph Newgarden is finally here. Look at Roger Penske, the first one there at the car to lean in. Joseph collecting himself. You see Tim Cindric leaning in. He's crying. The emotion of this race and what it means to the drivers and the teams, but Team Penske knows it better than anyone. Joseph Newgarden climbs out, an Indy 500 winner, everyone. There's the winner's wreath. One arm through, they're telling him. And now, the whole milk Joseph Newgarden's waited his whole life for. Princess has come in as well. And now the Indy 500 championship ring for Joseph Newgarden. Drenched in milk, let's get a word with him. That's a big ring there, Joseph Newgarden. For years, they've asked you. Oh, his mom, Tina, coming in.
You're not going to remember any of this, dude.
And Coda, his son. For years, they've asked you when this moment was going to happen. You told me you were sick of the question last year. Joseph Newgarden, you are now an Indianapolis 500 winner.
I'm just so thankful to be here. You have no idea. I started out as a fan in the crowd, and this place it's amazing, regardless of where you're sitting. It doesn't matter if you're driving the car, you're working on it, or you're out here in the crowd, you're a part of this event and the energy. And so thank you to Indianapolis. I love this city. I grew up racing karts here when I was a kid, and I'm just so thankful for Roger and Tim and everybody at Team Penske. I just felt like everyone kept asking me why I haven't won this race, and they look at you like you're a failure if you don't win it. And I wanted to win it so bad. I knew we could. I knew we were capable, and I'm so thankful to Shell and Team Chevy, everybody. It's a huge team effort, as everybody knows. So I'm so glad to be here. Thank you.
Your dad started you in kart racing when you were just a teenager, Joseph, and you get now to the biggest stage in all of IndyCar racing. What was going through your mind when you crossed the start-finish line?
Just pure emotion. I was trying to stay locked in. I was emotional the whole last 10 laps because I knew we were in a position to fight for this win at the end. And I knew it wasn't going to be easy. It was going to come to some last lap shootout like it always is these days, which is exciting but stressful for us. But just been thinking about all the work. I can't talk highly enough about the team. They've worked so hard all month. It's so long to get to this point. We're here for weeks working and grinding on this thing just for this one moment. And that's what makes it so demoralizing when it doesn't work out. I can tell you, we're going to enjoy it tonight. It's going to be amazing to win this.
The coolest moment might be your celebration with the fans. Was that planned or impromptu?
I've always wanted to go into the crowd here at Indianapolis. I've seen people go up on the fence. I wanted to go through the fence. I wanted to celebrate with the people. I just thought it would be so cool to be in that energy because I know what that energy is like on race day. And this was a dream of mine. If this was ever going to happen, I wanted to do that.
How did you make the move? Because it looked like Ericsson might have had it locked up.
P2 is where you want to, if one lap to go, you want to be second. And, it actually worked out great that I got a run on the back straight. I knew if I could just get him and clear him into 3, then maybe we could hold on to the line. But he was so quick on the straights that it wasn't guaranteed. I was just trying to do everything I could to keep him back. And, man, it was a fight. It was just a big fight. This is not easy to win this race. It's the most difficult race in the world to win.
His teammate Will Power comes in for a hug. Joseph Newgarden gets the 19th Berg Warner for his boss, Roger Penske, Kevin.
Marty Marcus Ericsson almost became the first back-to-back winner of the Indianapolis 500 in 21 years. You were fired up, angry when you got out of the car. How do you process the finish to this one?
Nah, I just thought it was unfair and dangerous end to the race. I don't think it was enough laps to do what we did. I think we've never done a restart out of the pits, and we don't get the tires up to temperature. And I think we did everything right today. I'm very proud of the number 8 crew and everyone in Chip Ganassi Racing. I think I did everything right behind the wheel. I did an awesome last restart. I think I caught Joseph completely off guard and got the gap and kept the lead into turn 1, which no one else had done all day. But, you know, I just couldn't hold it on the back. You know, I was flat, but I couldn't hold it. So, yeah, I'm proud of us. You know, congratulations to Joseph. He did everything right as well. So, you know, he's a worthy champion, but I'm just very disappointed with the way that ended. I don't think that was fair.
You've experienced the ecstasy of winning this race. Is it just as painful to come that close and not win it?
Yeah, it is, because I feel like I feel like we did everything right. I feel like we won that race, and then it sort of got taken away from us. So that was, but you know, it is what it is. You know, the situation is what it is. I think I did everything right on that last restart. I think that was awesome, but it was just not enough today with what we had. So it's tough to swallow for sure.
What a run! Thank you, Marcus. To Dave.
With Santino Ferrucci now, who was unable to hold back tears with your third place finish, man. I can understand why. Can you describe your emotion?
Yeah, it's just tough, you know. We were there all day. I mean, all day. I'm just so proud of our AJ Foy Racing team, Homestead Troops. You know, we had a few people right on board with us. Obviously, Larry's mom, Lucy, Marie and Ann's father and husband, who just passed away as well, and my close friend Chris, who obviously wishes he could be here today. So this one stings. It's bittersweet, but I'm happy for third. I'm happy for the team. Happy for Joseph, all of Team Penske. He did a hell of a job at the end, holding off Marcus. Obviously, it's not an easy thing, or else everybody would do it. So, but no, I'm really proud of what we've done today.
Can you describe the whole day, having a shot and having it for AJ and all the people you already mentioned?
I mean, I was trying not to tear up getting into the race car before we started the race. I actually have never been that emotional for this race. At one point, though, it was weird because I was never nervous. So different emotions. It was different. But I think, you know, coming to the end, the last few restarts, I think IndyCar did the right decision with all what they have done for a green flag finish for the fans. And, you know, I just wish we had a couple more laps to finish that off.
Your drive was one for the fans, too. Santino Ferrucci, third today. Lee, back to you.
He continues his extraordinary run here at the Indy 500 with that third place, a career best. He's never finished outside the top 10 in his 5 races thus far. There's a Penske driver who has drunk the milk right in front of the captain. Let's hear from Roger Penske himself.
I love, Diff, that reaction that Roger had up on top of the pagoda there. Did you think this was going to happen? And how about that move Joseph Newgarden made to get the win?
I think the last 2 laps I forgot about being the track owner. I said, let's go for it. But what a great day, all these wonderful fans. And for us to get number 19, racing my guy Ganassi, my best friend in this business. But terrific effort by Joseph. Tim Cindric called a perfect race, but thank God everybody's here. Had a great race, safe race, but I'll never forget it.
You know that your drivers feel so much pressure, and Joseph kind of took that on over the last few years. Did they talk to you about how much of a relief it is when they do finally get one for you?
Well, I know Joseph wanted this so bad. He wondered why he couldn't be there, but today, all day long, he worked his way up there, and at the end, when it was time to go, I was betting on him.
You know, the first thing you see when you walk in the IndyCar side at Team Penske is that shot of you with all the board warners. You got to take another picture now.
Yeah, I'm going to have with 19, I guess. Yeah, we're coming back next year for sure.
There you go. So he told Tim Cindric a long time ago, my goal is 20 Borg Warners. He's one shy now, Dylan.
And Alex Palou already finishes 4th today, and that doesn't really tell the whole story. Went to the back at one point after starting on the pole. So on a day like this where you have one of the best cars, but you fight back to a 4th place finish, how do you evaluate that?
Tough day. It was a tough day for myself and for the team. But anyway, nothing we could have done differently there on pit lane. We had a really fast car, as you guys saw. And from that point, we just switched our minds. We were starting from 30th again, and we had to start the race from scratch. So tried to make the most of it. Was a bit lucky with the restarts there that allowed me to push forward. But yeah, anyway, shows that we made it with 100 laps from 30th to 4th, and we could have done a bit more. But it's this place, man. It's tough. It's tough for everybody. We'll keep on knocking that door and come back stronger next year.
Do you feel like you had the best car today?
Well, there was some really strong cars as well. We had one of the best cars for sure, otherwise I wouldn't have made it back to P4. But there was some really strong cars, the 5, the 6, the 2, the 8. I didn't run with him, but I know he had a strong car as well. But yeah, I have one of the best for sure. We didn't finish 4th because we had the slow car. So.
All right, it's another top 5 at Indy for Alex Palou, 4th today. Kevin?
And it is the 5th top 5 in 8 races for Alexander Rossi. What did you make of your day today? Did you have any opportunities to even move up further and contend for the win?
Yeah, I mean, I think Aaron McLaren had 3 cars to beat. It really sucks to come away with a 5th when our cars were that good. You know, when the chaos started after Felix's crash, it was a lap and then a crash and then a lap and a crash, and people in my mind were getting away with some pretty crazy jump starts. We'll look into it. Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing. You know, I think that obviously it's amazing for Team Chevy to have the win. It was an amazing showing for the team all month. I'm so grateful for the cars that we had, and it just shows, you know, how good of cars we had that we're so kind of annoyed and disappointed with 5th. So we'll take the positives of the fact of you know, what we as a group were able to accomplish this month and go forward to Detroit. But yeah, it certainly feels like a missed opportunity, and it's frustrating. But yeah, we'll try and learn from it and move on.
I know Marcus wasn't happy about a restart with 1 lap to go from a safety aspect. How do you feel about that scenario?
I don't know. I mean, you can see arguments on both sides, right? Like, it didn't make a difference to us restarting in 4th. It's not like we were leading or whatever. So, I don't know. I've never seen a lead pit lane to a white flag before. Yeah, for me, it's kind of the jump starts I want to look into. Like, I felt that Marcus had a huge one and Palou had one. I don't know. Maybe we weren't doing a good enough job, but certainly something to look at. Yeah, man, it's I don't know what to say. It's just it's good in a sense, but it's also just sucks.
Alexander Rossi comes home 5th in his first Indy 500 for Aaron McLaren. Dave.
Kevin, the big picture is that Tony Kanaan will not race Indy the 500 again. We don't think 16th in the record books, but are you ready to go?
Yes. I mean, in a way, I was telling my wife, maybe if we would have had one, it was going to be probably a big deal, a big problem, but probably better that we finished 16 so people don't wonder, like we did last year, we finished 30, like, so, you're coming back. But yeah, I mean, what a day, what a race. You guys, these fans, they made me feel very special, and I think I'll take that forever. So the coming back part, I don't think I want to spoil the moment that I had. So to do that, I think I'll come back here, but as a spectator.
In your storied career, Tony, how will you view this place, this race, and the way the fans embrace you each and every year?
Well, it changed my life, right? I mean, the story I had with my dad the day before he passed, and I promised him I was going to win this thing one day, and all the tries, everything, I think the fans sympathize, and then the relationship that we built, I think it's something really special. It says beyond a Borg Warner, beyond a win, beyond anything I've done. I think this experience, able to show my kids that this is what it is all about, and having inspiring kids to do better and be a good person, even though if you don't win, it's fine if you don't, as long as you're making a difference. So hopefully I made a difference in this sport. I will always be an IndyCar driver. I will always going to be an Indy 500 winner, and I will always make IndyCar, make people aware of IndyCar the way they deserve to be.
Love the message. We do have to ask you one racing question. There was a pass in the grass to McLaughlin.
Yeah, I mean, that was okay, right? I mean, that's one thing I hadn't done in 22 years, so here it is. I think it was a good one. Even Sam came to me and says, that was a good one. So, yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was that bad.
I think it was a great moment, in addition to all the moments today, to help live out your last one. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate, guys. Thousand, you guys, Hinch, Diffie, all the production guys. I love you all. Thank you so much, fans. I appreciate it.
We love TK2. Let's go to the Peacock Pit Box.
Okay, thanks. First class from Tony Kanaan, his 22nd and final Indy 500 race, a winner a decade ago. Man, did you just hear a range of emotions
Wow.
all the way through? And we were
So
sharing
many
all
stories.
those. Like, was that the right thing to do? The 3 reds, the start, and just 1 lap to go. Felt like the end of a NASCAR race with a green-white checker. Whole bunch. Hard to put it all together. Give me a thought or two.
Wow. A thought or two?
Just one.
Well, first off, you know, Joseph Newgarden did an amazing job. He was in the right position. He was sitting right behind Ericsson, and he was a sitting duck, unfortunately, and Marcus said that. He had a good start, and like he said, he carried the lead into 1, but it's all about momentum in these cars, and Joseph had enough momentum to clear him down the back straightaway, so everything was timed out just perfectly for him. Congratulations to Roger Penske, 19 wins and owns the place. Like, he really, really owns this place. And of course, you know, Santino Ferrucci, wow, what a story today. Like, I love him emerging as a personality in this sport more and more and more. I love his hairstyle. I love his personality. Dale loves him even more. But he and to also do it for AJ Foyt Racing was just a really cool storyline. So much going on. Obviously, so many reds at the end. So exciting. A lot of course, you know, perspectives on whether or not they should have gone green or not.
Yep.
Is that normal to come out of the pits and take a green flag? No. But never forget that this is an entertainment sport. I learned that when I would go to Japan and you got your passport and you had a visa on there and it was stamped as entertainer.
Huh.
That's what we are. So there's still racing. Do I love it? I don't know. Glad I wasn't out there. Glad I was watching.
I know a lot of people in Hendersonville and Nashville, Tennessee are happy tonight because the hometown boy is an Indy 500 champion.
Yep.
And think about the nerves of steel that it took. Multiple red flags, multiple times coming down pit road, shutting the car off, multiple minutes to really think about what you were going to do. And he talked about the range of emotions that he fought through, trying to deal with all of that happening and still having the nerves of steel to get up on the wheel on that restart and get it done. I really thought that was a great restart. I was glad they kind of got the race going back. I know it's a little bit unorthodox. I'm a bit on the fence. I'm glad they came back in one piece. I'll say that. Had they not, it'd be easy. I would probably feel like it was not the right thing to do, but it was a great finish, a popular finish. And Newgarden, I mean, this guy's tough. Broke his hand and his shoulder in 2016 at Texas, wins 28 days later in Iowa. I mean, you like your superstars to be tough. He's tough.
27th career win. First time he's gone into the crowd to celebrate. That, Junior, I thought that was the coolest of the whole deal.
Yeah, that is another thing that I marked down on my paper. You love to see the emotion of winning.
Yeah.
This race and every race. When guys win races, whether it's the Indy 500 or the local short track, that's the emotion that you want to see. That is what makes it worth it for the fan to come out and see that emotion. It was incredible. I was glad he did it. You can tell how big this race is. It makes me such a fan of the Indy 500 when you see how much it means.
And you know why I love it too, Danica? He said, and you lived this when you were 14, he came to this race when he was young. So he wanted to always feel that energy at this moment, which I thought was the coolest part of the whole deal.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. When you've sat in the grandstands or in a suite, you know the energy, you know the volume. But I love the fact that he thought about that, right? Like, he totally had a plan for what would happen when he won. Yeah. He brought that on. He manifested that win. It was a matter of time. He drives for Roger Penske. He's an incredible driver. But to go in there with the fans, you know, it's a little reminiscent of the love for the fans, and like Tony has. And Tony Kanaan has been such a popular driver. You know, will Newgarden take over that role?
It's the connection to this sport that is so unique, and you guys live so well. Our coverage is going to continue on Peacock in a little bit, but Diff, as I throw it back to you, two things. Less than 1/10 of a second, keeping Ericsson from winning back-to-back Indy 500 to the fourth closest, if that time remains official. And there are some frayed nerves amongst drivers. When you guys go to my hometown in Detroit, I'm going to tell you, that is an outstanding setup on the streets of Detroit. It's going to be some kind of race next week. We look forward to watching it. A pleasure to be with all of you one more time.
Great stuff, Mike. Thank you to all of you guys. First American victory, too, since Alexander Rossi in 2016, coupled with that fourth closest finish in history. Lots of lead changes, 52 to be precise. A first-time winner. Now, reminding you that we're going to show the kissing of the bricks and some more post-race coverage on Peacock. What an eventful day for this 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. We congratulate Joseph Newgarden. We want to say thank you to you for watching our Indy 500 coverage here on NBC. Again, make the switch to Peacock. We've got post-race coverage next weekend from the Motor City, Detroit, 3 p.m. Eastern. Coming up next on NBC, the Senior PGA Championship. On behalf of the entire team, this is Lee Diffie saying thanks for watching. See you on Peacock.
And we continue. Those of you who've been with us on Peacock, many of you since the pre-race show at 9 a.m. Eastern. We're doing a little Dolly Parton here. We're working 9 to 5. The post-race show for the 107th Indy 500 rolls on here. Joseph Newgarden, his team Penske, 19th Indianapolis 500, 19 out of the 107, and taking that celebratory lap around the track. Mike Tirico, Danica Patrick, Dale Earnhardt Jr., whole team back with you here as we catch our breath for a moment and talk about what was just such an interesting race, because as I mentioned earlier, first 3 quarters of the race we only had 2 yellows. I mean, things were just going smoothly. Then we had 3 reds in a 14-lap stretch, and that last really like a green-white checker kind of situation there at the very end, which is more of a NASCAR term, as most of you know, but interesting and in some ways controversial. I thought when we heard from the drivers at the back end, there was a lot of raw emotion about how it ended. Not that they didn't win, but the format at the end.
Right. Well, you recapped it very, very well, Mike. The first 3 quarters of the race was pretty single file, pretty green flag. And I think that had to do with the fact that there was so much green that it led to that being the strategy. The strategy was, okay, we're going to go long on our stints. We're going to have to conserve fuel, which then conserved tires and put all the drivers in sort of like a back foot conservative mode. Well, once the caution came out that led to more of a aggressive, flat-out sort of mode with 50 to go, that's when we really saw everything get crazy, because there was no more need to conserve anything. It was flat-out racing, and that's when we saw all the crashes. So, and of course, as you mentioned at the end, with the cars being on pit lane for multiple times for a red flag, and then to go out of the pits and take a green and a white at the same time with no warm-up lap, essentially, is definitely not common. But we have to understand that, you know, you got to ask yourself, as a fan, would you want to see? Do you want to see them race to the end?
Heck yeah.
And you do.
Right.
Most everyone does. As a driver, pretty much Marcus Ericsson being the only one did not want that to go like that. And I think that it's good for the sport that we make it as entertaining and have as many green flag finishes as possible.
We're going to watch Newgarden come around here in a second with family and Roger Penske in the car there as well. He's going to kiss the yard of bricks. Here's the restart at the end.
Yeah, I thought Newgarden was too far back. Wasn't sure if he'd have long enough time to get this run and put it together. Interesting that he's not drafting right there. Decides to stay in line, and I think that's purposeful to set it up for the back straightaway. No need to have a run and have to check up in 1 and 2. Here he's starting to put himself in position to make that run. Getting the draft off of turn 2. Here comes it. Run down the back straightaway to the outside. A great move. He's got the momentum, and he's clear before the corner. And as soon as he turns down into 3, he takes the air away. No opportunity for Ericsson to rebound. Ferrucci back there just needing a few more laps to try to find a way into this battle. Incredible job by Newgarden there. Just, I felt the same way, Danica, when they were talking about putting us back under green flag for pull off pit road, give the green flag. It didn't feel right. It felt unorthodox. And with such an important race, you want it to end with integrity, but it did. Luckily, we got a very, very popular and exciting finish. And you see it right there, the emotion of the team, the family involved, and the driver was on the chip. As soon as he gets out of the car, it was an incredible day for them, and man, I felt lucky to be here to experience it. What a great race. Indy always delivers. It just feels a little bit crude that a whole month's worth of work comes down to only 1 lap. One lap, but that's the way it goes.
That's sports. I mean,
yes.
Think about, the Game 7 of a championship or just the Super Bowl. It's one game. It's like
go talk to Miami Heat fans. They were a tenth of a second away from getting to the NBA Finals. Now they're up in Boston playing a Game 7 against the Celtics tomorrow night because of what happened late last night. That is the beauty of sports when it comes down to a 1/10 of a second. And Ericsson was 0.097 seconds behind Newgarden after 500 miles.
Yes, and that's what we show up for. That's what we come to see. If you're a fan, you watch the whole season and you get to watch it all unfold. But we get a lot of special event fans for this one, and they saw a show.
I will say, I've been around racing all my life, and I don't believe I've ever experienced such highs in emotion from winners at any other race and such agony in defeat. This race is apart from anything that I've ever been a part of.
Why do you think that is, though?
I obviously grew up in NASCAR. I love NASCAR. I think NASCAR is amazing.
Right.
But even in NASCAR growing up, I knew that the Indy 500 was special. I'd never experienced it. Came here in 2019, and I saw the enormity of the event, the size of it, the tradition and the history too. The history of this racetrack is incredible. And when you see the emotion of the guys that win it and the girls that have success here as well, I mean, the emotion of Ferrucci running third. I mean, he didn't know whether to cry or be happy.
Right.
And imagine the frustration from the drivers that felt like that they let one slip away or could have done something different. I mean, they wear it on their sleeve. And this race pulls that out of these guys. They aren't like that every week. This place is special, and it does that.
Well, I think you hit it on the head, Dale, the history. It's because this race has been around. This was the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. That's a long time. And I think because of that history, and because when we hear this over and over and over again throughout the time that we're here, this is the hardest race to win. So when you have the most history and the hardest race to win, you've got a lot of emotion.
And so much can happen, too. And the history point you just mentioned, this ends a great month for us at NBC, and I'm very lucky to be a part of it. We did the 149th Kentucky Derby and the 148th Preakness and the 107th Indianapolis 500 here, and it all builds with that weight of history to be a part of that forever. And now Joseph Newgarden's life is different. It reminds me of the folks we see every couple of years, the great athletes who are in the Olympics. You're an Olympian for life. You're an Indy 500 winner for life. It's in the headline when you were introduced. It's going to be in the first paragraph of your obituary, maybe 50, 70 years down the line when you pass on. You are an Indy 500 winner who gets talked about forever when you do this. So to the race itself, for one brief moment here as we wrap up before we go up to the group in the booth, from what you thought was going to play out to what played out, what was the biggest surprise or wow for you on the day?
Oof. Wow. Well, I was surprised that there wasn't more cautions earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
With the amount of tire degradation that there was with the left side tires, left rears, left front, we saw very early on Scott Dixon have an incredible vibration that was literally vibrating his rear wing. But left side tires were an issue for a lot of people. And so to have that, Rosenquist was one of them. He had cords that didn't look like they could do another lap a lot of times after he had pitted. I'm surprised that we didn't see more crashing with that little grip. Look, I've driven on cords. It isn't a lot of grip. So I'm surprised that there was so much green flag running during that attrition phase. And then I guess, I'm also so surprised there were so many reds, but I'm also grateful because we saw a lot of racing.
I think for me, the way the race played out was very interesting. Even without the cautions early, it was still captivating how the strategy might play out and how that might benefit others at the end of the race. I think everything was great. The one thing that stood out to me, I guess, was the speed of the McLarens. They were controlling the race when it was easy to control, right? When everybody was running slow and just trying to save fuel. We knew that at the last stint, we were going to see who had what. And Pato O'Ward just drives right up there and takes the lead, and he takes command of the race and looked like the fastest car. And, unfortunately, he doesn't win the race. But I think them having speed late, I was a bit surprised. I thought some other guys were holding some things close to their vest. And we were really going to see who was what at the end.
There are 32 stories of what might have been. Always happens here at the Indy 500. The one that is going to resonate with me as I get on the road here tonight is Alex Palou. He led, I think, the second most laps in this race. He was in terrific shape. If not for Rinus VeeKay getting sideways here right beneath us in the pit box, who knows? Palou, who had the best car and was dominating the month, may have had a chance to sweep it. And I'm also thinking of Roger Penske along for the ride, mentioned for the 19th time one of his cars wins the Indy 500. When Roger purchased the Speedway and took over the circuit in 2020, he gave up being the race day strategist so he could concentrate on things. To that point, Saw Roger at about 8:15 this morning underneath as we were getting ready to come on Peacock. And Roger said hi. We visited for a few minutes, talked about Detroit next week where they're going to run in the street. And Roger's such an influential person in America's Motor City. And then he left me. He said, hey, he's talking to one of his guys, there's a traffic problem coming in by gate 3. We got to worry about that. That's Roger, if you've ever been around him. Wow. And that will always be Roger. And that attention to detail is one of the reasons that Team Penske enjoys another baby board coming their way. Lee Diffie, guys, it has been an honor and a pleasure for us to hang with all of you this week, and we look forward to watching Detroit and the other 10 races after that remaining on the IndyCar season.
Awesome stuff, Mike. Danica, Dale, thank you so much. Big day, huge day, range of emotions, multiple red flags, and you can just keep looking at Joseph Newgarden to understand the depth of emotion and the true significance of this victory. That's his new engineer there, Luke Mason, who he's hugging. Those guys have connected very, very well. And Joseph, the additional bonus is he vaults 3 positions in the championship as he gets ready to kiss the bricks. He's been waiting his whole life for this.
Joking about going through the hole in the fence again. But what a deserving winner.
Wife Ashley by his side, Tim Cindric there, the whole number 2 team. Just think about that moment. Kissing the bricks alongside your boss, Roger Penske. Wife on one side, the captain on the other.
When you start out in this sport as a young driver like Newgarden did, starting out in go-karts and then moving up through the ladder system on the path to IndyCar, you dream of winning IndyCar races, you dream of winning Indy 500s, and you dream of driving for Team Penske, the best in the sport. To do all of those things on the same day is something that must be so special for Newgarden, especially after so long.
You know, one of the things that I've always admired about Joseph Newgarden, you could tell when he showed up to the IndyCar Series as a rookie back in 2012, his goal was to drive for Roger Penske. It wasn't just to be an IndyCar driver, it was to be an IndyCar driver for the captain. He went through the early phase of his career driving for Sarah Fisher's team and Sarah Fisher Hartman. Got picked up by Ed Carpenter when they kind of merged, and he would only do 1-year contracts as a young driver because he never wanted to be out of cycle when a Penske ride came up. He dressed like a Penske driver, he acted like a Penske driver, started winning races for a smaller team, driving like a Penske driver, and sure enough, he set that into motion. He manifested that to happen, goes to the captain, wins a championship his first try, wins his second championship, and now has his first 500.
I love the fact that we saw a little while ago, you know, he went to Europe. Connor Daly went to Europe. They were there at a similar time, and one of the first people to come up was Connor Daly, and he said, "I'm really happy for you, mate. Really happy."
The two of them grew up together, and I think perhaps most remarkable on a day that was defined by big, gnarly, sketchy moves at the end and all kinds of chaos. I don't think there's a scratch on that number 2 shell car. He made smart decisions. He has tremendous spatial awareness when things get crazy around him. And along with wife Ashley, there's kissing the bricks, and then there's
a selfie on the bricks.
Sleeping on the bricks.
I'm sure if he was allowed to roll out a sleeping bag and stay there tonight, he would.
Former Disney princess. This looks like a special moment for them. I mean, I love the fact that Newgarden ran into the crowd and he's doing it different. I haven't seen this angle before.
For sure. This is something new. There's kissing the bricks and there's kissing on the bricks. And here comes the newest garden.
Little Coda.
Coda. Kid of the Americas.
What? Don't say that.
I think it's actually
joke with him. When
I think it's K-O-D-A.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Of Duh Americas, I guess.
There you go. Cute.
Well, by the time we get to Detroit, well, his head's probably still going to be spinning. Just what's going to happen between now and Detroit next week. It'll be the busiest but the best week of Joseph Newgarden's life. Well done, Joseph Newgarden. And folks, thank you. Thank you for being with us this whole month of May, which climaxed in this moment here. A fresh winner, a new winner. Team 2 for Team Penske. The Shell Chevy of Joseph Newgarden. What an end. What a dramatic day. The month of May here at the Speedway comes to a close in dramatic fashion on behalf of our entire team. Thanks so much. Well done, Joseph. We'll see you in Detroit.